city shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Good evening. Welcome into BetMGM Tonight. He is Pete Futek, the one and only. I am Kate Constable. We're filling in for Brad and Pat. They are off the rest of the week. But Pete and I have you covered. We're going to talk a ton of college football today. Media days going on for a couple of the conferences. Also, a ton of NFL previews. We've got Clay Harbor, former NFL player, joining us a little later on in the show. And Riley Donald is going to preview the Iowa Hawkeyes. He writes for SI, the Iowa site on SI. And we'll talk to him. We'll do some Big Ten previews. We'll do some hot or cold later on. All sorts of things here on the show. If you want to call in or text throughout and give us your takes on our takes, 310-840-4910. Pete, good evening, my friend. How are you?
I'm banished to the basement here. I
can see that.
Yeah, so not only are we not in the studio, so we can't get food sent to us here or anything like this. Tomorrow, if you were on tomorrow, which I will be doing this from a more tropical location from downtown Chicago right before I go out drinking. But tonight, because I've been informed by my family that they hear everything I say and I'm very loud from my home office, where you would have gotten a delightful background. Instead, you're getting pretty much 20 years of stuff about my basement that I don't use here. So plus it's 4 degrees down here. But other than that, I'm fine.
Other than that, you're doing great. Yeah, I see the games, the puzzles, the old school treadmill. You got it all down there, Pete. You're working.
Basically, all this is coming your way. I've got 20 years of of girl stuff that I'm going to bring in.
Yep.
As your daughter gets a little older, it's all yours. It's a bunch of it's American Girl stuff over here, which I'm sure take it's probably worth something. Yeah, so there you go. So you're
seriously
good.
That stuff gets
go
expensive.
Shopping while you're here. Exactly.
Right, deal.
Yes. Girls are very expensive. I will warn you this in advance.
I'm already learning a little bit of that. What's your tropical destination downtown Chicago you're hosting from tomorrow?
The Midtown Hotel is where I'm going to be at tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Midtown Athletic Club?
Exactly. So I'm going to spend my day scouting out. I'm going to see if I can do this poolside, if possible, but and do this right. Do this the right way, as opposed to being down here with all this. But various trophies and other things. But yeah, so but of course it's not going to be as much fun as it's going to be on with you tonight. And obviously, you come on, we're bringing a Clay Harbor here. It's going to be the most beautiful show in the history of BetMGM. What are we talking about here?
It really is. I mean, Clay takes it up a notch, right?
No. He's got to kick it up to our level at that point.
You know what, Pete? I like the way you're thinking. That's right. Anything on Riley? Is Riley helping us out the show out at all, Pete? Or
yeah, he's a beautiful man. Well, all Iowa people are
that right there is true. Monty is an Iowa guy. And he's on the show with us. Beautiful man, Monty. You're beautiful as well. And Brandon, some of Brandon's kids go to Iowa. So we got a full Iowa show here today.
I do dig the color scheme. I like the dark yellow and black. I've always kind of thought it was a sharp uniform. Good colors. It's it's good stuff. So you look good in it. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, so that's our hard-hitting analysis on Iowa football this year. Really good-looking people out of Iowa City and great
boring
colors,
team.
The black and gold.
They score 1 point a game, and they punt a lot, but they look good doing it. There's Iowa football there. But that's all coming next week. By the way, the whole world is descending upon Chicago next week. Between Lollapalooza, there's a big giant card collecting show, and the Big Ten media days are all going to happen, going to kind of converge at once. I'm hoping to get Kurt Signetti at Lala. I think that's got to be the storyline of the next week, where if he's really going to be doing this. But no, it's all happening because we're now careening towards football season. There's no baseball really happening today, and there's not much else. The World Cup's over, so we're just going to talk football type stuff as much as you want to talk about.
Which is, that's what I'm excited to do, is like a full show. Well, not full show. We'll touch on a couple other things, but a lot of football here today, Pete. And we got to start with some news out of Carolina this afternoon. Nick Scorton tore his ACL, or that is the Well, yeah, it's been reported he suffered a torn ACL. According, he's going to get a second. He's going to get a second opinion, but that's a big blow for the Panthers. They were counting on him.
It's still torn.
Right? Like
you
second
tear
opinion.
What does that
say? Yeah, an ACL. That's a long recovery.
I've had two of them. Give me your second opinion. No, it's really torn. That's you either tear it or you don't. Yeah. So good luck, Nick.
Good luck, Nick. He's supposed to be opposite of Jalen Phillips and making that pass rush good for Carolina, but that's not going to be the case anymore because he's out. And apparently went down on like a wet field this afternoon. I don't know if it was, the sprinklers were going on a little too long or if it was raining in Carolina, but that's brutal to slip on a wet field in training camp, tear your ACL. And now the Panthers defense that was kind of middle of the road, 16th in total defense last year. That's a big blow to that side of the ball.
It is, and it's one of those things where I don't know if you have any injuries or anything like that, but it's like my whole body just tense. Having had it twice in two different various sporting things, it sucks. It's just a painful thing. You can still walk on it. It's always my thing that drives me nuts about broadcasts when they're like, well, he's walking off the field. He must be okay. No, it's not. I mean, I tore it up my first time playing softball. I played the rest of the game. I mean, you can still do stuff on a torn ACL. And Curtis Rourke of Indiana played half a season on the torn ACL. Doesn't mean like Scorton can do it. But yeah, it's one of those things that it's ridiculously bad luck. And this is the time of year where, it's the last thing you want is for all these, practices all the time. Anytime you get out there on the field, coaches like to, say, oh, we got to get battle hard and get ready for the season. Well, if you do it in the way he did it, well, that's just really brutal bad luck, and it stinks for the Panthers because Scorton's great. He's a great pass rusher. He's one of those guys, like you said, on the other side of Phillips, and all of a sudden that's something that can be foundational for the next several years for them, and he can come back from it. It's just going to take him a year to do it.
Well, and for Carolina, Taylor Morton, the right tackle, is out. Just reported he's got blood clots in his lungs, and who knows the timetable for that. I mean, that sounds absolutely brutal and scarier than tearing your ACL, having blood clots in your lungs. So, I mean, a couple big blows for Carolina, where we talked earlier on in the week that Carolina has a great shot at winning that division again, because it is the NFC South and it's not the most competitive division, but losing a couple key pieces, all of a sudden the depth gets tested in Carolina.
But it's got to get better, though, right? I mean, you can't. The whole point is when you have all these high draft picks, when you're these bad teams, you've got to assume that at some point the South's going to get stronger. Yeah,
you would imagine. But I mean, it's been a couple years. I mean, the Saints are supposed to be on the up and up with Tyler Shuck, but I mean, that's just been the talk. I need to see it on the field, and we saw it for 4 or 5 games maybe to end the season. But let's see it for a full season of Tyler Shuck really going out there and showing a franchise-changing quarterback.
And speaking of injuries, that's the thing. He was the guy. I mean, he was around college for so long. He was Justin Herbert's either backup or the other way around, way back in the day. And then he bounced around to several spots because that guy had all the tools. He was just always hurt. And that was the knock. That's why he fell. But he had number 1 overall draft pick tools, and he showed it when he's healthy. He can be really, really good. But now that New Orleans has to, like you said, they have the rest of the pieces around them. I mean, Tampa Bay is going to be fine. It's an odd year last year where things just didn't quite work. And Atlanta, at some point, they'll have to. The quarterback situation's got to be better, but they've got obviously Bijan in the running game, and that defense keeps looking for pass rushers. So you're right. For Carolina, it's not a great team, but there's a foundational piece that's going to be hard to replace.
Yeah, I was starting to feel good about the Carolina Panthers after last year and going into this one, but that doesn't make me feel all that great. What should make? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, professional segue here. They could have the shortest quarterback crew in the room in the league if they get Pavia now. He's on
Pavia. Yeah, Pavia released, let go, cut, whatever you want to call it, by the Ravens. I mean, Pete, you said it before you got on air. Like, it's almost as if 5'4" quarterbacks just don't work in the NFL.
He can.
He's small.
I mean, he's
Bryce Young. barely works in the NFL. Bryce Young has better tools. Bryce Young's a better player, but like the height, Kyler Murray, like look at those types of players. It's a massive disadvantage to be that height, and Pavia is even smaller.
Yeah, you're a heightist. You're an anti-heightite, right? Is that what you're saying there? I'm kind of. I have to agree. Like I've always, doing all this and seeing all the college quarterbacks like I do, I am a fan of the 6'5", 240-pound, the Cam Newton, Josh Allen, Andrew Luck sized guys who just look like they can take shots and just look like they're just a little more sturdy. Now, with that said, Bryce Young's pretty durable. I mean, just being, Baker Mayfield's only 4'6". I mean, so like, it doesn't mean that you're not durable if you're not big. But you'd rather have the guys who look a little more sturdy. But look, Pavia's just a baller's baller. And I'm actually sort of shocked. I thought he would be one of those guys that once you get him in camp and he makes things happen, he is accurate, he can move. And he was just in college at New Mexico State and then at Vanderbilt, he was just one of those guys who just sort of made stuff happen and was usually the best player on the field. He's got a deep arm. They had, getting the ball deep was not a problem for them. He was experienced enough to be able to handle it right away, but obviously the Ravens did not like something in him that right away. And so to be cut now means like, that's just not happening. So good luck to you.
We're not even wasting our time evaluating you. We already know. Well, let's not waste your time either. That's what that tells me.
Pretty much. But yeah, so what's their quarterback room? It's, Lamar Jackson's obviously the guy. Tyler Huntley, Skylar Thompson is he's okay. I mean, you're telling me Pavia can't beat out, Joe Fagnano. I mean, from UConn. I mean, all right. But all right, let's see what he's gonna resurface somewhere. He's just too much of a character. He's too exciting. He's too good. He's Johnny Manziel without the Manziel, and so it's he's gonna pop up. He's gonna get a look at someone's camp at some point.
Yeah, the Browns will take him. The Browns just take any quarterback. They like to fill that quarterback room.
I do hits
the perfect spot for him.
I do radio hits in the Cleveland station every Thursday during the season, and I was telling him before it happened, like the best thing that could happen to you would be to get Sanders, to get him, get Shador coming in there, because that's just going to make you have stuff to talk about forever with this team, and to have Shador Sanders and to have Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun Watson. You're right. Bring in Diego Pavia. And that's where Hard Knocks has to be, and just put it all in that quarterback room and say, we're going to find a quarterback and just dump them all and then get Arch Manning next year. But yeah, again, he's going to be one of those guys who surfaces somewhere. I think it's probably more like one of the, I don't even know. Is it the XFL? No, what's the other league? I should actually know this.
UFL?
Okay. I'm guessing you could bet on it.
CFL?
So I'm guessing I should. Okay, the CFL definitely, but the UFL, the one that plays in the middle of the afternoon, that's in somewhere, they always play games.
I don't know. I get so confused because it feels like the UFL fails and then they bring the XFL and then that fails and they bring back the UFL. I don't know. It just feels, I know it hasn't been, but in my mind, it's like they just flip flop and just rename some of the syllables and it's a new league.
I always want,
I don't know what it is.
I don't mean to dog it. I mean, it's great that, it's jobs for people and it's, nice. It's some fun stuff to do, but I like always the fans who are all geared up with their, whoever they are. Like I'm a lifelong, Birmingham, Barons fan or whatever they are. That's a minor league baseball team, isn't it? But it's just, the Pavia's going to end up somewhere. They're going to promote him because he's going to go out there and he's going to throw for a gajillion yards a game and be a blast. But yeah, I mean, he's a fun player. He's also 45 years old, as well as being smallish. So maybe it just all didn't work out. And obviously Baltimore didn't, see something in him.
Yeah. Who isn't 5'4", though, Pete? Fernando Mendoza. He's actually 6'5", 225. He's a big guy. And he just signed his rookie contract with Vegas, 4 years, $52.7 million. The quarterback room in Las Vegas is Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins, those two, some backups, obviously. Aiden O'Connell and Jacob Clark. But is it going to be Cousins or is it going to be Mendoza starting week one? My gut tells me it's going to be Cousins.
I throw the guy out there. It doesn't really help you. I mean, the whole idea, the whole idea of saying like, we're going to let this guy, relax for a couple of years and move into the job. Well, today's day and age is not like that. It's where these guys are so coached already. They've been through camp since they were born. They've been through all the training sessions. They've been to the Manning passing academies. They've all done everything. They've been almost overcoached at this point. So the only thing you can do is throw him out there, get him beaten up, but let him see the at bats, let him see the games happening. And the idea of like, oh well, this guy got beaten up his first year and really not. Well, that means he wasn't good. It's hard to play quarterback in the NFL. Most of them are going to bust. You got to know right away whether Fernando's the guy or not. And if he's going to be the guy, well, let him go out there and just sling it a million times a game and see what you got. But I mean, Kirk Cousins, maybe you'll win a game or two, but you're not winning the Super Bowl this year if you're Las Vegas. So get your guy out there and let him go. But yeah, that's the other crazy part about this is that's why you come out early. Is that's 4 years, $52 million. I was wondering, that's not a lot. That's pretty cheap actually for a quarterback. Now, for the 4 year, $52 million, you'd kill for that if you're like the Mountain West and for your media rights because he's going to make more than the entire conference. But it's not the $50-60 million a year that the Joe Burrows and the Jalen Hurtses are going to make in the world. That's where he's going to get to.
Yeah, his next contract will be the massive, massive one, right?
If he's good. Yeah, if he's good.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the point.
I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be one of those quarterbacks that pans out in the league. Whether or not he starts, we're going to see him at some point this season. He's going to get plenty of games under his belt. And I could see him being not a Jaden Daniels type player in terms of their play style, but the fact like Jaden Daniels had a great rookie season. Drake May, great rookie season. Caleb Williams, a little bit up and down, but like you saw flashes of things. I think that's going to be more of what Mendoza is versus like Carson Beck. Pete, he just signed his rookie deal with Arizona. Now he's the backup right now, unless Jacoby Brissett decides not to, figure out a contract with Arizona. But Carson Beck, his rookie deal, 4 years, $7.5 million. That's a nice little stretch off of the $52 million that Mendoza just signed.
I'm just gonna say that might be the better deal. I love Carson Beck. I mean, I always have. I mean, everyone forgets that before the shoulder problem that suffered in the SEC championship a couple of years back, he was the presumptive number one pick. He was the guy with all the tools, all the talent, everything in the big arm, everything right there. He was going to be it. And then he hurt his shoulder and he didn't quite have the same zip back. He was great last year, but it was, you could see it in the final pass of his career. You could see what was missing. Had he put a little more oomph under that last pass, it doesn't get picked off, Miami probably wins the national championship. And that is caused lost in the Indiana's awesome narrative, and I get yelled at for this. But like, he got picked off because he just didn't quite have the arm. But he is a really nice quarterback prospect in a year where there were bad quarterbacks in this draft. Ty Simpson is not the guy you want, is that number 2 quarterback off the board. So you're getting Carson Beck on the cheap here, where that's a guy who will be the starter at some point this season. I like him.
Well, he could be starting very early on with this Jacoby Brissett drama that we will dive into a little bit later on in the show. But we got to take a break because coming up on the other side, Riley Donald covers the Iowa Hawkeyes for Iowa on SI. He joins us next right here on BetMGM Tonight.
The Seattle Seahawks were the best team in football last season. By any objective measure, eye test, if you're actually paying attention, all the advanced statistics, and, they won the Super Bowl. They were the best team. And yet, we have spent this entire offseason talking about the Los Angeles Rams. I bet you, out there watching or listening, that you think of the Rams in the NFC and in the NFC West before you think about the Seattle Seahawks. And this is where I'm guilty too. Because while you're focused on the Rams, I love the San Francisco 49ers. And here are the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks like, hey guys, remember me? Remember us? We just won the Super Bowl. We watched it happen 165 days ago. It's not like this was 20 years ago. 165 days ago, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl championship. They won it. Just like that spouse, that partner cheated. It happened. And just like the partner is going to say, no, it's going to be different this time, we are all collectively, most of us, at the least, hand-waving it away. We saw it happen, but do we actually believe? Do we actually believe? We and I. This is like doubting Thomas in the Bible, who needs to see, and I'm going to use a biblical reference here, I don't mean to make this religious, but needs to see Jesus' wounds before he believes. And then he sees them, and he believes. We are being shown the wounds, and we still don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams are minus 105 to win the NFC West. The Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when any of us talk about the NFC this season, all roads start and lead to Los Angeles, which is a little fun given that the Super Bowl will be played there this season. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? The Seattle Seahawks, a quiet organization, goes about its business, doesn't have the flashy headlines. They don't take Ty Simpson in the first round. Don't trade for Myles Garrett. I'm not saying any of these moves are bad. Didn't trade for A.J. Brown. Didn't have the coach on the front page of the New York Post. And we all just kind of say, you know what? Even though we just watched this happen, I don't think it's going to happen again. And I'm guilty of it, too. And I think that's really important context. And it's something that all of us should think about, including me. This is a battle that I have with myself when I think about the NFC West, especially. And I'm like, man, I love the Niners this year. And I'm forced to say, am I just doing this thing again where I'm looking past the Seahawks? Like when I picked the Rams to beat them in the Thursday night game towards the end of the year, or when I picked the Rams to beat them on Championship Sunday. Am I doing this again with the Seattle Seahawks? And it's very possible that I and we are doing it again. So what do you want to do with this team, right? Better than they were last year, but a harder schedule and Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down on the New England Patriots? Playoff team or no? Because there will be. Get ready for it. And I'm not saying they're going to be wrong. A lot of people are going to be down and out on the New England Patriots this year. Are you going to be one of them? Me? Haven't made up my mind just yet. But leaning towards being in. Not in to the extent that I think they'll go back to the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe after how good Drake May was last year. Started from the bottom, now he's here. And I believe in Mike Vrabel. Maybe not off the field, but on the field. I think the Patriots will be good this year. How good? I got to figure that out. But I am not going to be out on the 2026 New England Patriots.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Pete Futek, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. Talking a bunch of college football This evening, we're going to preview the Big Ten and what we can expect with the top teams in that conference. One of those teams, it's not going to be at the very top, but I mean, they're going to win 8 games this year, Pete, because they win 8 games pretty much every year. And that is the Iowa Hawkeyes. And so we're going to bring in someone who covers the Iowa Hawkeyes, Riley Donald. He covers them for Iowa on SI. Riley, appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. Is this going to be another 8-win season for the Iowa Hawkeyes?
Hey, Pete, thanks for having me on. I mean, if we're looking at the schedule on paper, I mean, it's hard to see anything else but a floor of 7-5, a ceiling of 9-3, and I mean, are we ReliaQuest or Music City Bowl bound again at 8-4?
That's what it feels like every year.
Are you going to beat Iowa State or not? That's basically where this starts, because if you look at the Big Ten schedule for them, it is a bear. Northern Illinois might be the worst team in college football. Northern Iowa, you got to pull that one down. And then it's that middle one against Iowa State between the two. That's the one that you got to get by, because this is not a good Iowa State team, at least to start the season.
No, and I think this is a year. Iowa had a stranglehold on the Cyhawks for a while. They slipped up lately, but more so than what Iowa's bringing to this game, it's what Iowa State may not be bringing. That roster is completely turned over. They went with Matt Campbell to Penn State. Jimmy Rogers is in there now. New quarterback, new starters all over the field. And this thing's back in Kinnick Stadium at 7:30. It is a night game in Kinnick Stadium, which can't be remissed. I think this is a year Iowa, despite how close this game often is, might win this one handily and should get out to a 3-0 start with those wins over Northern Illinois and Northern Iowa, as you mentioned.
So by handily, you mean 6-3 is basically how they pull this thing off.
We might see 20 points out of Iowa in the Cyhawk game. So prepare yourselves for that one.
It really is crazy. Iowa State, like, I think really, I'm not over. Like, I think they took Campbell took like 25 Cyclones with him to Penn State. He took all the good ones, but he really did.
I want to say it that. I want to say there's 46 new transfers in constructing that roster, which has got to be at least half of that team right now. It's a complete remake in Jimmy Rogers' first year.
Well, yeah, it's about time Iowa got a win over Iowa State. It's been, last year. But Riley, if we're talking, I mean, Iowa's offense and how explosive it's going to be this year, which of the two quarterbacks, there's a quarterback battle going on, Jeremy Hecklinski and Hank Brown, which of those two quarterbacks gives Iowa the most chance at having, and I'm being facetious with the explosive. We all know that that's not happening, but which quarterback gives Iowa a better shot at winning football games?
Yeah, I think both bring different things to the table, right? Jeremy Hecklinski is a little shorter, a little bit twitchier, and has a bit more of a live arm. He's going to push it down the field. He can give you a little bit more of some of that Iowa spread option you saw last year with Mark Gronowski, that Tim Lester turned to get an advantage in the box and get the quarterback running. Downside with Hecklinski is he does trust his arm quite a bit, and rumblings from spring ball where while he trusts it, he can run into trouble. He can turn the ball over, which for Iowa and Kirk Ferentz is a mortal sin to have turnovers. But on the other side, Hank Brown, a little bit more experienced, a little bit more of your prototypical taller, stand in the pocket quarterback build. He's going to be more of, I hate to use this term, but for lack of a better term, he's going to be a bit more of your game manager. Going to hand it off, hit some play action throws, not make that back-breaking mistake.
Wait. Who in the recent history of Iowa football has not been a game manager? Who is game managers? There has not been you just had Gronowski, the best, the winningest quarterback literally in the history of college football, and he managed games until that as much as name. But that just goes along with that's cost of doing business for being an Iowa quarterback.
It's what to expect from an Iowa quarterback. Hand it off, hit the play action, flat route to the tight end, and don't turn it over. Going into the year, though, push comes to shove. I think Jeremy Hecklinski gets the nod week one. He fits a little bit more of Tim Lester's motion-oriented, shotgun, different looks type of offense. But, man, I think if he does get into trouble, forces some stuff early in the year and presses, there's got to be a short leash to turn to Hank Brown, as much as Kirk Ferentz hates switching quarterbacks.
Well, if he doesn't rip up Northern Illinois to start the season, that's, which means going, 10 of 14 and, not turning the ball over. But so for the average person who's driving home right now, like, dear God, why do I listening to Iowa football talk right now? And what does it mean to me? They do have players, though. You guys got maybe, I'm not going to say he's the best safety in the country, but he's not far off.
Yeah. Zach Lutmer, if you want to watch Iowa and you want to tune into a future NFL first-round talent, a kid who can make plays when he gets the ball in his hands, is a bit of a ball hawk, it's Zach Lutmer. And he is a safety, but expect to see him all over the field this year. Iowa runs this unique defense under Phil Parker, which has just been a machine for the last however long Phil Parker's been there alongside Kirk Ferentz. But expect to see Lutmer at safety, cornerback, playing in the slot, and even in the box as a linebacker sometimes. He's that versatile. He's that good. That's the player to turn into if you catch yourself stuck watching an Iowa game, because he's going to be in the NFL next year.
The rest of the defense, Riley, I mean, that's always Iowa's bread and butter. How's the defensive line looking, linebackers, all of that stuff, pass rush?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's something I don't think is talked about enough actually going into this year. And I think it's a bigger storyline and a bigger worry than people are probably thinking about. Everyone, like you said, Kate, everyone looks, it's Iowa. They're going to have a top 10 defense. They're going to make life hard. They're going to force a lot of punts. I think they'll do that, but I think there's going to be a bit of a learning curve. Iowa's replacing 3 starters across the defensive line, replacing a starting linebacker, and has 2 transfer portal safeties plugging in. That is a lot of new faces joining a scheme that has to come together. Still, it is Phil Parker. It is Iowa. It is his defense. They're going to run what they do. He's going to heat teams up on third down. But the defensive line, those new starters in there, and a little bit of a lack of proven depth do raise some concern for me for Iowa on that side of the ball, which is an uncommon thing entering the season.
So let's get down to it now. This is Iowa, and we joke that, okay, Iowa, boring, but it works. It got lost that, you know what? They pushed Indiana hard early last year. That was the crazy game where I think betting wise, where Mendoza ran the wrong way, on purpose, and that killed the spread on that one. And they had Oregon in trouble. I mean, this is a good team that was really, really close to being great. They just did not get out of their comfort zone at all. So which means you look at the win total at 7.5 and you're like, well, okay, it's Kirk Ferentz, and this is obviously regular season only, not bowl games. And every year they're 8-9 wins. So that's got to be the over. But the problem being, at Michigan, you host Ohio State, at Washington, at Minnesota. That's your first 4 Big Ten games. Wisconsin's a lot better. At Northwestern's dangerous. They'll beat Purdue. At Illinois is tough, and Nebraska. So they miss some of the big guys. You miss Oregon, you miss Penn State, and you miss Indiana. So that's a good thing. But man, Iowa could start 0-3 in the Big Ten before getting that off week going into Minnesota.
Oh, did it drop you, Pete?
No, we got you, Riley.
There we go. I didn't catch the last sentence there, Pete.
I said Iowa's going to win the national championship. No, Iowa.
But yeah,
no, at Michigan, at Michigan, Ohio State, at Washington, Iowa could start out 0-3 in the Big Ten, and all of a sudden a 7.5 win total. It gets scary.
Yeah, that's the season right there, and it's a 7.5 win total. And for Iowa fans out there, you mentioned it, Pete. Iowa was close last year. They were knocking on the door. They ended the regular season 8-4, losses to Indiana, where they were tied and had the ball with under 2 minutes to go. Iowa couldn't pull it out. Had the lead on Oregon with under 2 minutes to go, gave it up, and then against USC had an 11-point lead at halftime and gave up 16 unanswered in the second half. You flip those right there, it sounds crazy, but Iowa was in the playoff last year. In games, Iowa was right in. So this year, Iowa, I think, to have any hope of sniffing a playoff appearance, anything like that, 1 and 2 out of Michigan, Ohio State, Washington simply has to happen. Other than that, you hit the nail on the head. All of a sudden, you lose those 3. You go into a bye game. Minnesota is going to look at you, and Minnesota has been dominated in that Floyd-Rosedale rivalry. They're going to see a wounded Iowa pull out all the stops there. I think you're going to see Wisconsin's going to struggle. I think Iowa's all right there. But Northwestern, like you said, they're liable to pick somebody off each year. And is that a 4-4 Iowa team, a 5-3 Iowa team? It could be. And all of a sudden, if Iowa can't pull one of those big 3 ones out, things could get dicey in a hurry.
Well, you got to go at Illinois. That's dangerous too. But there's always that backstop in Nebraska where you can feel comfortable about you're going to win on a field goal in the final seconds just to screw them up really bad. So with Big Ten Media Days coming up, what's the big questions that you're going to have for Iowa? Because Big Ten Media Days are going to be the stars because you've got all the biggest teams. Everyone's like, okay, the SEC stuff's done now. Now the big conference gets rolling here, and Iowa gets lost in the shuffle. Okay, it's Iowa. What are your big questions going to be when it comes to the Iowa time here in Chicago?
Yeah, I think it's going to start. It's going to be the story that follows Iowa until they announce it. Who's starting? And I think you're obviously not going to get an answer. Iowa's going to be buttoned up, play their cards tight. That's what they do. But maybe you figure out what decides the quarterback battle. Does Kirk give some sort of lean is what Iowa's looking for. I think that's what you've got to look for there versus who the starter is going to be. Iowa's going to hold that as long as they can. Other stuff, though, I think with that is how are some of Iowa's transfers? Because Iowa, more than normal, played in the transfer portal this offseason, something they have been a little bit behind on but are slowly evolving to. I think you've got to look at how some of these transfers, what some of the defensive guys have to say about these transfers. I think on defense, it's those 2 safeties. Tyler Brown coming over from James Madison. He brings in playoff experience from last year, was a starter, joining Iowa, should slot right in from day one. And then Anthony Hawkins, an FCS All-American from Villanova, is another name to look out for. Like I said, they're new faces on the defense, but I think Phil Parker is bringing in some proven talent from lower levels that he's looking to get even more out of. And then on offense, Iowa needs a receiver. It has been painful trying to get production from outside, and I think that production could come in the form of Tony Diaz. That's a name who could pop up again and again in big moments for Iowa in the passing game. He comes to Iowa. He's not overly big, not overly fast. Sounds like a lot of Iowa receivers, but brings a little bit more of a feisty, aggressive, borderline cocky attitude to that receiver room, which has been severely lacking. So I think learning a little bit more about these transfers and what Kirk has to say about them is something to look out for and something for Iowa fans to pique their interest and get more familiar with this year's team.
Riley, so this Tony Diaz, he was going to sign a letter of intent to go to Alabama and chose Iowa. Who that has an opportunity to go to Alabama chooses Iowa? Like what did he see?
Have you seen Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
No, I haven't. Iowa City is a gold mine. It's a beautiful, wonderful place. But I mean, for a team whose receivers, they can stand there and pick their nose half the game. They don't get the ball thrown at them. Why does Tony Diaz want to go to Iowa over Alabama?
Yeah, it's an incredible get for Iowa. And what it tells me, Kate, is he met with Tim Lester. He met with this coaching staff. And I think the only reason you're choosing Iowa over Alabama is he's, like I said, he borders on cocky versus confident. I think he's got to come to Iowa knowing he's going to be the guy from day one and he's going to get the chance to produce. And if you produce at Iowa, I think if Iowa hasn't had a receiver with over 700 yards since Amir Smith-Marset in 2019, that's a real stat. It's a sad one about the Hawkeyes, but I think Diaz could break that streak this year. And I think if he produces at Iowa, I mean that puts you on the map, and that really sends a message.
So I think he's coming there because obviously, the Riley Donald and the Kate Constable, Schwartz, NIL money that you guys funded for your players. I mean, he's, that brings it over. You guys are just buying players left and right between you two and your Iowa.
Yeah, we've got Riley and I deep pockets.
What is the NIL situation with them? What is how good is this sort of program? Is there funds there to go buy your linebackers like you need to, or is it just sort of like you come to Iowa because Kirk Ferentz and you just dig the whole Iowa thing?
Yeah, the funds there, they're deeper pockets than you might think about a program like Iowa, because you got to remember what else is there in Iowa. I mean, if you're living in Iowa, you went to Iowa, you're an Iowa fan, it's the Hawkeyes. That's what you're focused on. You see it across the board for Iowa, though. It's in men's basketball now, women's basketball. You're starting to see Iowa flex their muscles a little bit and show some of that funding they have across their NIL. I don't think Iowa is at that level where they're just going to buy their team, partially by they aren't going to be up at the funds level with Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, those $20 million rosters. But I think Iowa is more of a selective NIL buyer. They're going for plug-and-play guys. They'll spend up to $1 million or so on a player like Mark Gronowski, who's going to come in, start from day one. But it's a little bit deeper than most fans might think, but let's not get lost in it. Iowa's not going to go out and buy a roster like a recent Indiana or anybody like that.
That is crazy. Gronowski really is going to make more at Iowa than he is with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, I wish he would. I mean, why didn't he petition? Give him another year, right? Come back, make another $1 million, and be an Iowa legend.
Well, Diego Pavia is available now, so maybe Iowa can pick him up. So
bring him back.
Back from college. Yeah. Riley, appreciate you taking the time. Great talking Hawkeyes with you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Riley.
I appreciate it. Take care.
That is Riley Donald. He covers the Hawkeyes for Iowa on SI. We're going to continue some Big Ten talk, maybe wrap up the conversation on Iowa football on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pete Futek and Kate Constable.
And Aaron Boone, and I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him. He's apparently the nicest guy in the world. So I'm not saying he's a bad guy at all. I'm sure he's a good friend and a father and a brother and a son and all that stuff. He's not a bad guy. But he's one of these guys that defends everything. Everything. Guy has a terrible slump. Oh, like we're just waiting on Judgy to get the bat off his shoulder. And I'm using Judge just because he calls him Judgy, and I think it's funny. Judge is not going to be mired in a slump like that. But, Anthony Volpe will go out there and kick the ball like he's Leo Messi in the World Cup final. Aaron Boone will be like, yeah, he's just working it out. He's going to be fine. It's like, hey, Aaron, listen, buddy. Like, we all watch sports. Like, we all know what's right and what's not right. You can say sometimes that, like, the decision that your player made was not right. You can criticize somebody. You don't have to be a jerk about it, but you don't have to defend everything under the sun. So forgive me if I hear Aaron Boone talk about what an embarrassment this is for Major League Baseball. And it just kind of like, it goes for me in one ear, out the other. It's the boy who cried wolf. If you defend everything, then when you defend something, it has zero meaning. Like, it would mean way more if he did throw Anthony Volpe on. And I'm not suggesting to do it in a terrible way. But yeah, like, you can say, this guy's not playing well. We need way more out of him. Instead of being like, yeah, well, like, they'll go out there in a doubleheader and get swept and be listless and be awful. And he'd be like, oh, I like the way the guys battled. What are you talking about, dude? This is like 1984 by George Orwell, right? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what Aaron Boone does. He's basically like he was like a state-controlled media. No, everything's great. All good. I know you just watched the team lose, but you know what? I'm going to tell you why they were actually awesome tonight. And it just gets tiresome. It's not that he's a terrible manager or a bad guy, but this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this team, which is there's ultimately no accountability because you cannot win every year and keep your job. No accountability, and they're going to fall short again, even in a bad American league. So yeah, like, we can turn this into like Jose. Think about how insane this is. Like, Jose Caballero is a good player. He's not exactly a household name. Like, this ain't exactly Shohei Ohtani we're talking about, right? And Major League Baseball has just woke up one morning and decided to have a vendetta against Jose Caballero. Like, come on. Stop it. I'm sick of it. And they'll be there come October. There's no doubt. AL's bad. I actually think they're going to win the division. 2.5 games behind Tampa. I think they'll win the division. Even if they don't, they'll be in the mix. And they'll lose. I don't know what round it'll be in. Maybe it'll be in the World Series. This team is not winning a championship. I say it every year, and every year I'm right. And I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
We roll on indeed. We roll on talking a little bit of Big Ten football. We just talked to Riley Donald of Iowa on SI. He gave us a little preview on what to expect from the Hawkeyes this year. And Pete,
I was just gonna say, is there anything happening in sports right now? Like, there's no baseball tonight, is there? I mean, like,
there were a lot of day games. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And no. Yeah, I mean, there are only 2 games that are going on right now. Royals and Tigers are in the first. They just started. And then Diamondbacks and Cardinals, they're top of the 6th. D-backs leading 4-2. Otherwise, there were 3 games earlier today. Braves beat the Padres, Twins beat the Guardians, and Blue Jays beat the Rays. That's it. So, yeah, there really is
we're everything. So, basically, what we're going to provide America here is really your sports, entertainment for the evening.
Yeah, because there's nothing. There's not even any WNBA on tonight, Pete, because the All-Star game is this weekend. So everyone gets a break.
Everyone does get a break. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes,
if we can't say something nice, I'm sorry. I know it's
No, it's true. Yeah. It's true. The internet gets a break from the WNBA for a day. But yeah, there literally are no sports outside of those 2 baseball games going on. So we are sports tonight, Pete. You and I here on BetMGM tonight. So we gotta.
All right,
this is
here's how we're gonna make money
that we have.
All right, so because we're Iowa centric and because America needs more Iowa football, and so how do you not just say, yeah, over on the 7.5. You could say you could rationalize it to death and be like, of course, it's it's Iowa. You don't, it's this schedule's not great. It's tough, and Iowa doesn't look like they're that good, and no one can name any of their players and stuff. But every single year, this team just seems to get the 8 or 9 wins under Kirk Ferentz.
I mean, yeah, it's as simple as that. I would take the over 7.5. You would have to have just like a massive hiccup in some game where they should be winning, and there's a lot of them that they should win, but there's also a good chance that like they go to Michigan and surprise people, or maybe Washington. And I know Iowa has performed pretty poorly on the West Coast, but like that, it's not out of the question that Iowa beats Washington. It's not like, this is going to sound extreme too, and obviously I'm a homer because I went to Iowa, but playing at Kinnick Stadium is
Iowa?
a tough. I did, Pete. I mean, I got a great education there. That's why I'm as smart as I am. It's tough to play at Kinnick. You saw Indiana almost lose at Kinnick last year, Oregon. So like, yeah. I think Ohio State, if I had to put money on who's going to win, Ohio State or Iowa, I would bet Ohio State if it was just straight up money line. But like, there's a shot and you come into Kinnick, and that's a tough place to play.
Well, then that's the thing about Iowa football. They keep both teams in the game for good or for bad. So, they'll keep Ohio State and Ohio in the game. But so I'm not a trends person or history, but when you do have something like a Kirk Ferentz team, it's been the same way for, almost 30 years. They won last year, 8 games regular season, over on the 7.5. The year before, 8 wins in the regular season, over on the 7.5. The year before, 9 wins. The year before, 7 wins would have been under, obviously, but they were close to that. So they're always hovering. And so it's like we talked about with Riley, it's going to take a win over a Michigan or a Washington or they'll beat Minnesota because they always beat Minnesota and in Illinois. So they could absolutely do this. If they get out, they could lose to Michigan, Ohio State, and Washington. And you still got wiggle room there because the schedule is just not that bad. Because again, you're missing Indiana, you're missing Oregon, you're missing Penn State, you're missing USC. That's a lot of big landmines to sidestep.
I mean, Pete, the last time they didn't have 8 wins, at least as I'm looking at this site, like back to 2016, the 2020 season was a shortened season, so they went 6-2 in that one. But that was the COVID year.
Yes, you remember you're talking regular season, so you're throwing bowl games in there too. But like if you count the bowl games, you don't have a season since you said 2014. Without winning at least 8 games in a whole full season. So it's just kind of how this program is wired, where it's good or for bad. Death taxes in Iowa about the punt, but look, this is a team there. Like, how do you not ride this streak out and just assume that they're going to somehow find a way to 8 wins, but that's not happening unless they beat Iowa State. So when you're looking, so on a night like that when nothing's happening, I don't know, 8 and over on the 7.5. I go with it.
Throw a couple dollars on that. Yeah, why not?
You have to.
I think that's the way to go. Plus, I mean, Iowa State coming a night game in Iowa when Iowa State's in turmoil in terms of their turnover this past season, Matt Campbell not being their new head coach. If Iowa doesn't win that game, all hell might break loose in Iowa City, and not for a good reason.
That's a problem, yeah. So, and plus you have the ultimate home field unfair advantage of, it's the best tradition in football, the wave to the sick kids and everything like that. Yeah. That's so unfair. Like, what are you supposed to do? Be if you're the other team, like, oh great, this kid's got terminal illness and we're gonna make him sad. That's just. How do you? Yeah, sorry. We don't want to. Make you upset today. We're gonna make the kids sad. Like
you got to turn and wave to them.
You do, obviously, of course. It's a beautiful thing, and I get it. And I'm obviously joking. And so, but it is. If you, I always every time this happens, and you watch it. It's like, how do you on the other sideline being like, yeah, I'm gonna just go destroy that guy on the other side of the line because we just saw these kids and their family. They're all happy and stuff up there, and. Now I'm going to score a touchdown.
All they want to do is see an Iowa win. The other team should just let Iowa win.
That's all Timmy wants for Christmas is for Iowa to win this game. It's like, it's a beautiful thing, but at the same time, it's like,
It is a beautiful thing, Pete. Big Ten preview. That's also a beautiful thing. We're going to do that. Preview the other teams in the Big Ten on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight.
What about LSU this season with Lane Kiffin?
It's all Sam Leavitt. If Sam Leavitt, the transfer quarterback from Arizona State, if he's healthy, then LSU is going to be a team to reckon with. Because, again, when you look at the talent, it's as good as anyone in the country. He's coming off that Liz Frank surgery on his foot. I don't think they would have paid him the money and gone as hard for him as they did if they didn't think that he was going to be healthy. And if Sam Leavitt is healthy, with what they have and with Lane's ability to make portal guys click right away, like LSU is one of those teams, I'm just telling you right now, if Leavitt's healthy, come week 7 or 8, you're going to want nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And look, I'm going to say the same, like, I think if I made this statement right now and we fast forwarded to SEC Champ Weekend, the first weekend of December, I could see Oklahoma playing for the SEC championship and then making a run towards a national championship. They're also that good. And so every team has a strength of these upper echelon SEC teams. And Lane's is that he's a great offensive mind and he did well in the portal. And it's LSU talent. I've said this for years about LSU. Everybody in college football has. If they ever got the right guy to sustain the success a la Saban at LSU, that may be a once-in-a-lifetime run. But if you found a guy that understood how to win at LSU for 10 to 12 years, I believe that it's the most talent-rich job in the country. Meaning that if LSU gets humming and they recruit to their potential, forget the portal, just the talent in that area alone, you could have a decade of dominance at LSU because it is that bountiful with talent.
If you had to, Matt, pick a team outside of that top 7 that you think could surprise this year in the Southeastern Conference, who is it and why?
South Carolina. And I'm bullish on the Gamecocks because I believe last year was kind of an anomaly to what Shane Beamer's got going there. Lenore Sellers coming back. They've got Bryles coming in as the offensive coordinator. Dylan Stewart's one of the best defensive players in the country. And I think that they are going to have an opportunity. Look, for the record, Alex Golish is going to turn some heads this year because of what he brought in from South Florida. And I love John Sumrall to get Florida back to the SEC elite. But if we're specifically talking about this year, those 3 teams, Carolina, Auburn, Florida, I think they are all going to jockey from week 1 till Thanksgiving weekend. Is that surprise team in the SEC that people maybe you can't say didn't see coming, but they're like, oh, welcome to the conversation, South Carolina, Auburn, and Florida. For me, because I know the good Lenore Sellers is really good, and I know that Dylan Stewart is a top 10 pick really good. So I'm going to say based on that, I think South Carolina has a remarkable season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
College football's right around the corner. SEC Media Day is going on right now. Lane Kiffin talked at the podium for quite some time this afternoon. We have Big Ten Media Day coming up in next week. 2 weeks?
Yeah, so next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as I think is how this is going to work. So they're saving Indiana for last. That's I think Iowa's first because that's the big one everyone cares about, obviously.
Yep.
And then I think they're saving Indiana for the show. So I get yelled at. I got yelled at by.
Are you
going
to be there, Pete?
Yeah, I will go. I don't know why though. I like going just to go, but like. Every question is is talk about, and every answer is work hard. And it's like there's it's all sorts of contrived sort of things. Like this week at SEC Media Days, John Summerall was joking. The Florida head coach was joking with that saying he's going to throw the podium at one of the guys who the media members whose phone wasn't silenced, and of course everyone's like, "Oh, this guy's a jerk. This guy, look at him being all fake tough guy." And John Summerall comes like on X and he's like, "Guys, I was joking." Like it's just that's what media days are at this point. But yes, I will be down there for most of it, and it's just it's always kind of interesting because they're trying to find some way to pump up the season. But this is the big one. I mean, obviously the thing about the SEC Media Days were that it was everyone's talking about, hey, look at us, we're great, the SEC's awesome. Meanwhile, the Big Ten just comes in and it's like, no, we make more money than you, we're better than you, we're winning more games than you. So it'll be interesting to see this.
I went through to a string of Big Ten Media Days back in the day when I was working in PR. And I had to get like all sorts of content for the conference social media channels. So you're asking the players like those rapid fire questions that are just so dumb and the players don't want to do it. Like favorite movie, favorite song, all that stuff. Like that's what media days are, is getting all
now they do. Now that's the weird thing is that now if you have
all
to
the kids
because
like that.
Of course, because they want to get on TikTok. They want to have
they want
Instagram.
pre-TikTok.
This is pre-TikTok,
this was like Instagram stories was just starting and all that stuff.
Yep.
Instagram carousel, like posting more than one picture. So yeah, I guess that probably is the thing to do with
it
TikTok
is because they want to be branding. They at this point you want your NIL branding. You want to be out there. You want to be a big thing on TikTok or Instagram on social media because that's where you make your money doing this sort of stuff. Not necessarily playing football, but it all kind of ties together. Which my other big beef, and I got yelled at for this by the whole world of Indiana contingent who now, they rule the world. So they've become automatically, hey, this is our world and you're just living in it type of stuff. They're not bringing Josh Hoover. So he's the starting quarterback. He's been around for, I think this literally is his 6th year in college football. And I also think he was at Big 12 Media Days last year. He's the former TCU quarterback. Mm-hmm. He's the whole story because the entire football season hinges on, can Josh Hoover be close to as good as Fernando Mendoza? Because if he is, all of a sudden Indiana doesn't skip a beat and look out again because this team actually got a little more talented this season. But they're not bringing them. They're bringing their linemen, which are very good, but like you can only ask offensive tackles so many questions. It's just so, and Kurt Cignetti's being Kurt Cignetti. And, of course, Indiana and their fan base is like, well, these are our representatives too. It's like, yes, but these are, how dare you media types get like, yes, it's media days. Like we're trying to make stuff happen here for you, and we can't do that unless you're giving us the guys we actually want to talk to. So I've said it's always you got to bring us at least one quarterback from your team because that's who everyone wants to talk to and a star player, and then you can bring your the guy who's got the 4.5 GPA and is the cures cancer and all that kind of stuff to come along too.
You need some star power there. You need some star power, some position player star power versus, a lineman type of star power. But if you're talking, okay, Indiana, Pete, and the star power at Indiana, outside of the offensive line guys that are going to be at Media Day, who's the star power that's going to bring Indiana back to the promised land, assuming Hoover is someone who really pans out and has a good season for Indiana?
You'd think I would know this. I don't think he's coming, but Nick Marsh, he is the wide receiver from Michigan State, who was their main playmaker and one of their top guys in the portal that they got. They lost some killers last year. Elijah Surratt, I was just a huge fan of his. They get back enough talent to be okay, but they do need that explosion on the outside again. And that's what Nick Marsh is going to bring to this, because he is that guy. You need the ball in his hands as much as possible. And what's going to be interesting about this Indiana team overall is that they bring back a lot of guys. They don't have Fernando. He was kind of the one who made it all go. Obviously, he had one of the greatest seasons ever for a college quarterback. But you have a lot of guys who are going to have played a lot of football. So by the time they played 16 games last season. So if they get good again, and let's say they get to at least 10 wins and they get to the college football playoff, that's going to be over 30 games in a span of what, like 15 months that they're going to have played, or 16 months. I mean, that's just a lot of college football for these guys. They're going to wear down. And the thing about this Indiana team is their depth is thin. As good as they've been, they've recruited really well. So their near future is going to be great. Cignetti was able to get pretty much anybody he really wanted to through the portal, but they didn't need too much to fill in a lot of these gaps. So if you're Indiana and you're going to repeat here, you got to keep everyone healthy, because last year that was one of the keys to their season is pretty much all their starters stayed in one piece. It was insane. They had like 9 starters played all 16 games on offense, like 8 on defense with a few little blips here and there. But they stayed crazy healthy last year. You can't expect that to happen again.
Assuming they stay healthy, which you're right, that is, extremely hard. The schedule, Big Ten, starting out for Indiana, fairly easy, right? Northwestern, and that's at home. They don't get to go to the nice Ryan Field. Then
have you seen it yet?
I haven't. I've only seen like what's on social media.
It's pretty awesome. I don't know why they did this. It's a lot of money to drop on a really sweet stadium so just that the opposing team can have a nice place to get hot dogs and stuff. I mean, like, there's just not
it's that really nice.
It's really, it's an NFL caliber stadium. I mean, they're trying to make it so it's
like lounge chairs essentially for the stadium seats. My in-laws have season tickets because my father-in-law went to Northwestern and he's had season tickets to Northwestern football for essentially ever. And he goes and they lose and he still goes and he loves it. And they lose some more. But so he got to tour the stadium. And like some of the seats are like almost like recliners. It's crazy.
It is crazy. And I guess that's what you do. Like, Northwestern, if you have the money, I don't know, I'd rather spend it on your linebacking core, but like, all right, but it's going to be beautiful. It's the most, it's the best football stadium in Illinois. So I kind of like the thing by the lake. It was beautiful there, but so that's going to be a thing as well. But I'm sorry, I derailed you on this. You were going somewhere.
No, you're good.
Indiana here. That's to go to Indiana. So start off also not exactly extending themselves. North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky, real good stuff there. Indiana. There's your preseason for the Hoosiers here to get up to speed with all these new guys. And like you said, then it's Northwestern at Rutgers at Nebraska. They're 6-0 going before Ohio State comes to town.
Exactly. And so that gives them a chance with Hoover to kind of get their feet wet in some early games. And that's the case for all, Power 4 conference teams for the most part. I know Texas plays early on in the season.
Texas gets Ohio State. Yeah.
Ohio State. They always schedule tough in the first week. Michigan, Oklahoma, like there are some of that, but for the most part, most teams just, the bye games, the gimme ones, the cupcakes to kind of get things rolling. But then Indiana has Ohio State at home, and then they go to the big house for Michigan. That 2-game stretch is kind of going to make or break whether or not they're can make the Big Ten championship, be in the college football playoff. I suppose they can still be in the playoff as a 2-loss Big Ten.
Yeah, and that's actually better. And that's and now keep going with that. And then 3 of their last 4 games. So they only leave Bloomington, Indiana once from October 24th on, and but that trip's to Washington. That is a landmine of a game where, good luck. That is a good Washington team. But again, if you're Indiana and you're going to win the national championship, again, it got lost in the fog of the season, because this always kind of happens. It's like we talked about this in the first hour. They got pushed by Iowa. They almost lost to Penn State. Remember, they needed that miracle late drive to get by, a plucky but just okay Penn State team. They needed a missed field goal by Ohio State to pretty much get by in the Big Ten championship. And again, like I said in the first hour, old Carson Beck puts just like a little, like 8 inches or more of loft under that last pass. Miami probably wins a national championship. So it takes a lot of things to go right to get to 16-0. With that said, obviously they were awesome. We did the article on this. It was the best season in the history of college football because of what they had to go through. And it's actually better to go 10-2 and miss out on the Big Ten championship, because then instead of playing like an Ohio State or a USC or a Penn State or someone nasty that week, you get time off and you get a college football playoff home game against a Tulane or someone like that. And so if you're Indiana, you'd rather take that deal. But you're missing Illinois, who's dangerous. You're missing Iowa, and that's obviously the massive break.
The most dangerous.
Most dangerous. They miss Oregon. They miss Penn State. Those are some pretty big teams to lose. And like we said before, Ohio State's a home game. USC's a home game. So that's a pretty favorable schedule in a modern Big Ten world where, 10 games, it should be that. Their over-unders at 10.5. So you're assuming there's going to be a blip somewhere. Mm-hmm. If it's not Ohio State, if they beat Ohio State, then they're not losing 2 other games. So this is a tough one if you like win totals to kind of bank on that. But it's always asking too much to ask anybody to win 11 games or more. But this might be one of those ones that you might want to think about a little bit.
I mean, it feels like it would be too good to be true for Indiana to repeat what they did last year, or even, go 11-1, just because that's extremely hard to do. And Indiana is not sneaking up on anyone this year. I mean, going into last year, who thought Indiana was going to be 16-0? They were I
think they were 20th in the original, rankings and stuff. But and it gets lost that they only lost 1 regular season game in Cignetti's first season. And that was one of we talked a little bit before about SEC Media Days and what was was coming out SEC Media Days. No one thinks that this is for real with Indiana. You talk to anybody in the SEC and they're like, oh, that's just Indiana, whatever. No, this isn't going away. I mean, they reload. They've got the biggest living alumni. By the way, I've always shocked by this. Like, they've got the biggest living alumni base in America of any school. Like, Indiana graduates apparently don't die. So
wow.
It's by a lot, actually. So the money's no object. They've got the will, they've got the fire, they got the coaching staff, they're getting the players coming in. They might not win the national championship this year, but they should make a 3rd straight college football playoff. This is not just some cutesy story that's just going to be like, okay, well, that was fun. Okay, now let's all move on. And I think that was the problem with the SEC Media Days, is it wasn't that Alabama lost in the Rose Bowl. It's they lost to Indiana, and that offended their sensibilities to lose to a team like that, well, we can't lose to Indiana. Well, yeah, you can, because they're good. Cignetti's still there. They still have the talent. He's still the best talent evaluator in the business. So this year, you're still going to see people doing things, and Indiana can still do the nobody believes in this thing, because nobody does believe in them, and they just might do it again.
Well, also, Alabama fans are offended by absolutely everything unless they're winning a national championship. Like, Alabama fans are the most spoiled fans, and I guess for good reason, because with the run with Nick Saban,
Indiana
of course
fans
you're
right
going to
be.
What did you say?
Right now. So are Indiana fans right now.
Yeah.
They yell at you for anything. You can't say anything negative against Indiana ever. Yes, but you're right. But yeah, I like Alabama fans though. They're institutionalized crazy because they've been that good for so long.
Well, you're going to be hosting with PJ Glasser, who's an Alabama alum, tomorrow night. So you guys can talk all about the Tide for hours, Pete.
Oh man, I last year I hopefully get to do it again. That's the most fun gig. Talking to the Red Elephants Club, they fly you down there and you get to speak to everyone. They fall asleep on you, but they're the nicest people ever, and everyone calls me dear, and they feed me.
What is
it's
the
great.
Red Elephants Club?
It is their booster club, one of their booster clubs. And every once in a while they get, actually it's really funny because like you see who spoke at the Red Elephants Club, and it's like Lane Kiffin and Kirk Herbstreit and like me, really? Like
and Pete Futek.
Like,
what do you talk to him about? Just the state of college football?
Pretty much, I tell them everything's going to be just fine and not to worry, because actually, you hear about these. I'm the bad luck, bad jinx. I think I've talked to them. I think I've gone in there 3 times, and each of the 3 times, the week after, they had some like historically strange loss. So
you're no longer invited back.
I'm no longer invited back. They like me down there because I always tell them nice things about Alabama. So, and they are real. They're the nicest people ever. Everyone's fun. They're all crazy fans, and it's just that's fun.
That's Alabama for you.
It is
Alabama football.
So you're saying I'm in for that tomorrow night. Basically, there's Alabama.
Yes,
talk.
you are.
I'll give my Red Elephants Club speech tomorrow night then.
Yeah, get that one fired up on the prompter. Pete, where does Indiana rank amongst the Big Ten? Are we going Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana? Are we going Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana? Are they even third?
The fact that you're actually
fall?
It's still crazy though. The fact you're clumping them in and you're kind of doing it the right way where, okay, so you're in the top 3. Good enough. I mean, like it doesn't really matter. And actually nobody made a thing of this. Indiana got hosed last year. They won the Big Ten championship. They got the number 1 seed, but because Miami ended up winning, then Indiana had to play the higher seed, and Ohio State got the lower seed. So it didn't turn out to be work out like this because Miami kept going. So it's actually better not to win the Big Ten championship. But you're right. Ohio State's offense is just unfair. Their defense is completely reloading, but it's Ohio State. It'll be just fine. But like that offense is ridiculously good. It is all NFL talent all across the board, and no one's stopping it. Oregon's great. I mean, you want to talk about a quarterback room. Not only do you have Dante Moore, who should be a New York Jet right now, Dylan Raiola, who's the Nebraska starting quarterback, who's coming into this mix. And then they're just loaded up and down the board. And then Indiana's right there. So it's those 3 in the Big Ten. And then there is a big drop off after that. Now you're talking the USCs of the world. You are talking Michigan. And there's just a clear-cut divide there where maybe a USC can get to 10-2. I think Washington's good enough to get close. And then it's just a drop from there because there are so many teams now in the Big Ten. It is hard to stand out from the pack.
USC, are they not in that mix at all? Like, how many years can Lincoln Riley continue to kind of be just hovering around the top end of the Big Ten? Because you're right, there's way too many teams in the Big Ten. There's way more than 10 teams.
There's 18 teams in the 10.
It is
the Big Ten. Yeah.
It is super top heavy, and then there's some decent teams, and then it's just the cellar dwellers.
Iowa, yeah. Yes. Well, but that's the thing. Like, I'm sorry. Who's your cellar dweller? I mean, that's UCLA just went.
I was going to say UCLA.
Well, but here's the thing, and we'll get to them in a moment. Getting back to USC, is USC, they are good enough, but they're kind of in the same mode as like a Tennessee of the SEC, where USC is 9-3 good. That's not good enough. You got to get to 10 wins to get into the college football playoff, because the college football playoff committee is a bunch of record rankers, and it really is all about 10-2. So if you are USC, okay, you start with San Jose State, Fresno State, and Louisiana. Okay, you're 3-0. And then you go to Rutgers. They host Oregon. They host Oregon. They host Ohio State. So that's 2 big teams in LA. That's going to kind of make or break their season. But they got to go to Penn State. They got to go to Indiana, and I think Wisconsin's going to be a little better.
Which isn't saying a whole lot.
Yeah, they're going to be a lot more dangerous. So if you're looking at a USC and you got a win total of 8-5, okay, where are the 4 losses? All right, well, or let's even say Oregon and Indiana. Let's throw Penn State in there, and give them one more, and you're still probably all right eventually. But this is a team that it should win 9 games. It's got enough on offense, and it's got a nasty enough defense. But like you said, if you're the USC head coach, get to the college football playoff at least.
Jordan Maeva threw for almost 4,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, 10 interceptions last year. Like, those are pretty good numbers. He's got the arm talent. He's got, he's proven he can be a good quarterback in college football. What do you expect to see from him this year? Like, is there another step for him to take?
He's got to be even better, because they also were just absolutely loaded at wide receiver last year. You got a Mekhi Lemon. You've got so much talent with that group. It's just, and now Jaden Maeva is just really got to take his game up a few notches. He was great at UNLV. He was the right pick for the transfer portal. But if you remember, think about the recent history of Lincoln Riley quarterbacks. I mean, it's been okay, but at least recently. But before the last couple of years, you had Caleb Williams, you had Jalen Hurts, you had Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. You had these elite quarterbacks, and now that it's kind of slipped off just a little bit, and Maeva's just good enough where he can be right up there. But now he's got to be that Lincoln Riley caliber Heisman, quarterback type of guy with this offense, with a shifting wide receiving core, which is really young but really good. And it's always been the defense under Riley, where it's been okay, not good enough. But you're USC. You're supposed to be up there with the Ohio States and, the Oregons of the world. You're supposed to be one of those teams that's mentioned in the national title hunt every year. And right now they're just missing just that little extra gear.
I want to know what's going to happen, what extra gear Penn State will have this year. We're going to have to take a quick break, Pete. Rocco backed a new quarterback coming into the Big Ten from Ohio State with Matt Campbell going over to Penn State. James Franklin era is over. We're going to find out what Pete thinks of the Nittany Lions coming into this season. More Big Ten talk coming your way. This is BetMGM Tonight.
The Seattle Seahawks were the best team in football last season. By any objective measure, eye test, if you're actually paying attention, all the advanced statistics, and, they won the Super Bowl. They were the best team. And yet, we have spent this entire offseason talking about the Los Angeles Rams. I bet you, out there watching or listening, that you think of the Rams in the NFC and in the NFC West before you think about the Seattle Seahawks. And this is where I'm guilty too. Because while you're focused on the Rams, I love the San Francisco 49ers. And here are the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks like, hey guys, remember me? Remember us? We just won the Super Bowl. We watched it happen. 165 days ago. It's not like this was 20 years ago. 165 days ago, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl championship. They won it. Just like that spouse, that partner cheated. It happened. And just like the partner is going to say, no, it's going to be different this time, we are all collectively, most of us, at the least, hand-waving it away. We saw it happen, but do we actually believe? Do we actually believe? We and I. This is like doubting Thomas in the Bible, who needs to see, and I'm going to use a biblical reference here, I don't mean to make this religious, but needs to see Jesus' wounds before he believes. And then he sees them, and he believes. We are being shown the wounds, and we still don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams are minus 105 to win the NFC West. The Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when any of us talk about the NFC this season, all roads start and lead to Los Angeles, which is a little fun given that the Super Bowl will be played there this season. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? The Seattle Seahawks, a quiet organization, goes about its business, doesn't have the flashy headlines. They don't take Ty Simpson in the first round. Don't trade for Myles Garrett. I'm not saying any of these moves are bad. Didn't trade for A.J. Brown. Didn't have the coach on the front page of the New York Post. And we all just kind of say, you know what? Even though we just watched this happen, I don't think it's going to happen again. And I'm guilty of it, too. And I think that's really important context. And it's something that all of us should think about, including me. This is a battle that I have with myself when I think about the NFC West, especially. And I'm like, man, I love the Niners this year. And I'm forced to say, am I just doing this thing again where I'm looking past the Seahawks? Like when I picked the Rams to beat them in the Thursday night game towards the end of the year, or when I picked the Rams to beat them on Championship Sunday. Am I doing this again with the Seattle Seahawks? And it's very possible that I and we are doing it again. So what do you want to do with this team, right? Better than they were last year, but a harder schedule and Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down on the New England Patriots? Playoff team or no? Because there will be. Get ready for it. And I'm not saying they're going to be wrong. A lot of people are going to be down and out on the New England Patriots this year. Are you going to be one of them? Me? Haven't made up my mind just yet. But leaning towards being in. Not in to the extent that I think they'll go back to the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe after how good Drake May was last year. Started from the bottom, now he's here. And I believe in Mike Vrabel. Maybe not off the field, but on the field. I think the Patriots will be good this year. How good? I got to figure that out. But I am not going to be out on the 2026 New England Patriots.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Pete Futek, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. We're going to talk to Clay Harbor, former NFL player, a little later on in the show. About a half hour from now, he will join us.
We talk tight ends with him. Do you think that can we go in his wheelhouse here? You know, a little out of his wheelhouse and talk about tight ends with Clay Harbor.
I think Clay would be okay talking about tight ends. He knows a thing or two about them.
Yeah,
he enjoys talking tight ends. Yeah, I would prefer to get his thoughts on like the offensive line, something like that. That would be a curveball for Clay. I think
he knows his stuff. He's an NFL guy. He knows it better than
for sure. For sure. Pete, you know your stuff. You run the website, publisher, owner of College Football News. You're cranking out articles all hours of the day and night. How many have you written this previewing this season?
I just got finished with all the 138th last night. So it's as close as I can get to the feeling of the last day of school. Where it's like, gosh. Okay, over. So now it's like my summer begins, and I'm actually later this year than I normally am. Usually there's busy doing other work stuff throughout the off season. But yes, so 130 Indiana going up last night. We're good. So now it's all the fun stuff we get to write. So all the predictions and bowl projections, everything like this. So I have all 138 teams, which I love equally, of course. Swimming through my head at once. So I just, it's all garbled garbled at this point. But yeah, it's boo-hoo. Not exactly breaking rocks here.
I mean, that's pretty impressive, though. 138. I don't know how you keep everything straight when you're doing 138 teams, especially with the transfer portal.
Yeah.
It just keeps it all in the brain. Yeah.
Well, it's quite seriously, though, in the publishing business, like it used to be all magazines. Obviously be excited about the preseason magazines come out.
Yeah.
It doesn't work now because it's obsolete because of the transfer portal, because by the time you got to print these things in, February, March. And by that time, you have no idea what's going to happen in training camp. Nobody does depth charts anymore because everyone's afraid that, if they the second you put out a depth chart, that means everyone's vulturing in on your backups and saying, hey, come over and, come here. So it is a more interesting, difficult world now to do. But no, the transfer portal, though, makes it fun. It gives everyone a chance. It gives, from forgetting the fact that these are supposed to be college students and, going to class and things, which, gets lost. If you are a fan of a team, all of a sudden, it's unfettered free agency and you need linebackers, go get linebackers. So and everyone has a quarterback now. So it is a far more interesting world than it was, say, 10 years ago.
Okay. So if we're talking transfer portal and quarterbacks, Rocco Becht going over to Penn State, former Iowa State quarterback, and Matt Campbell, former Iowa State head coach, takes over for James Franklin there. Penn State has been amongst the top of the Big Ten for a very long time. It's just Franklin could never win the big game, and that was the big knock on him. But for the most part, he would give you 10, 11 wins every year. He just couldn't get over. He couldn't beat Ohio State. He couldn't win those big games. Is Matt Campbell the answer for being able to win the big games, or is it going to be still the fan base at Penn State? How much of a leash are they going to give Matt Campbell?
So who's really, really good at winning the big games? Nobody. That's why they're the big games. It's hard to beat Ohio State. Nobody beat. Ryan Day's got an 87% winning percentage for a reason. It's because no one beats them. And so look. Yeah, James Franklin didn't win the super gigantic big game always. The dude got to the college football playoff Final Four 2 years ago, and he got totally memory and came within a bad Drew Aller throw of possibly getting by Notre Dame and playing for the national championship. So he went from that to having a bad couple weeks and whacked. So it's crazy how quickly they were ready to get rid of him. And I think he's going to be amazing at Virginia Tech. That was a great hire for the Hokies. And now, okay, Matt Campbell, the thing about Matt Campbell, though, is you didn't exactly win the big games at Iowa State. I mean, getting by your Hawkeyes every once in a while does not necessarily count as winning the big giant ones. Iowa State still has gone, I believe, I might get the year wrong, 1 year off or so, but I think it's 1952 in the the Border Conference was the last time Iowa State won a outright conference championship. I mean, it's insane that this program has had this struggle as much as it did, and he was good. He's a very, very good head coach. But like you said, if you're Matt Campbell now, you've got to be great. Now, I think in this one window here, this could be really interesting because he's doing the modern era thing where when you hire a coach from a place, you get the coach and his top players. And they're bringing 25 or 30, something insane, Iowa State top players over with him. So you already had a great base of talent there at Penn State in place. A lot of the guys stuck around, and now you're on top of that a Rocco Becht, who's really good quarterback. Carson Hansen is really strong running back for Iowa State. So you're getting all those good parts on top of the foundation you already have. That's pretty good Penn State team coming back here.
Well, I also think it's a huge positive that the coach and quarterback know each other. Coming over from the same place, the 25 other transfers this, it's not your typical, big time James Franklin type head coach gets fired. You bring over a new head coach and, a quarterback that they don't know the system. Everything's brand new. You're implementing all new stuff throughout the offseason, and then they have to all gel together week one. This is basically half of Iowa State's team coming over. So in that aspect, I think they should be able to have some continuity a little bit more than other teams in those similar situations would be.
And the other key is depth. And that's the other part of the transfer portal side of things that kind of gets lost. Is everyone gets caught up in who's the big quarterback, who's the big splashy guy they just brought in, and really it's about who else can fill in the gaps, who is ready to go at a moment's notice. And sometimes if you can pay these guys enough and get the right guys, then all of a sudden you're not just bringing over Iowa State's best players, you're also bringing up the guys who kind of know the system enough where they can step in. So they did bring over a couple of redshirt freshmen who are going to build up in the system, who know the system, who know, like you said, know exactly how this is going to work, and it better work right away for him, because that's exactly what Matt Campbell was being hired to do. So, and then you look at their schedule this year, and we talked about this before, and I think you're nuts not to have this type of non-conference schedule. But Penn State, Marshall, at Temple, Buffalo. That's
pretty soft. That's pretty soft.
You're not really doing your fans a solid here on this. And then you start out the Big Ten season hosting Wisconsin, who didn't go to a bowl game last year, at Northwestern. And then you're hosting USC, which is dangerous, but that's still a home game for you. At Michigan. We can talk about Michigan in a minute. I'm not sold that they're the be-all, end-all here. Week off, Purdue. So all of a sudden, if you're Matt Campbell and it's November, you could be 7-0, 8-0 before the finishing kick comes in. You don't play Indiana. You don't play Ohio State. You don't play your Iowa Hawkeyes, and which is obviously great. So if you're missing Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon, anything less than 10-2 in a college football playoff appearance for Penn State's not going to do.
Yeah, that is a pretty soft schedule.
Yeah.
Especially up front.
So where do you lose?
Even in conference play up front.
Even if you lose at Michigan, and even if you lose at Washington, you still go 10, because your finishing kick is Purdue, at Washington, Minnesota, Rutgers, at Maryland. That's a lot of teams that if you're college football playoff good, you should kind of roll through that. Maybe, again, I think you lose at Washington. I'm scared for Washington, for Indiana too. That is a team to watch out for. But again, the whole point of Matt Campbell is to take this program places that James Franklin did it. And again, James Franklin took this program to the college football playoff Final Four. Now they did get the kids table games of Boise State to get there. But still, if you're finishing the college football playoff semifinals, you're doing something right.
So Penn State, the last week of the season, they play Maryland. Pete, I read there was a headline today as I was, just scrolling through sports news and stuff that said Maryland's offense is going to be one that you're going to have to watch out for this season. I'm not going to lie. I didn't dive into the article.
Yes.
So I'm not, Malik Washington, the quarterback over at Maryland. I kind of thought to myself, rolled my eyes, like, really? Maryland's offense is one that we really need to be scared of in the Big Ten this year? Is that facts or fiction?
Yeah. You have to worry about the Maryland offense. You do not have to worry about the Maryland defense. So
as it's been for last year, Maryland's defense
little while here. They are loaded. And Malik Washington is really good. Keeping him around was a key thing. And that's the thing about the Mike Locksley era is he can recruit. He's got a good starting 11 there on offense. But man, getting the guys on defense just to hold up has just been tough. And they were good early on last year, and then it all fell apart fast. And Maryland was pretty good for a while. It was a solid bowl team, and that's really where Maryland's got to be set at, is just get to a bowl game this season. And that's not going to be easy for them. This is one of those teams that the one miss here or there, and there goes your bowl shot. And because there might be 5-7, for them to go to UConn, I think they'll win that one. But they also have to go to they have to also deal with Virginia Tech, that James Franklin team. It's going to be a problem. Yeah. So that's kind of tough. They got to go to Nebraska, got to go to Ohio State. The rest of the schedule is not that bad. This should be a team that if they don't go at least 6-6, then yeah, I think there's probably a coaching change there next year.
That's Maryland. I just remember them being a team last year. It's like you just bet the over because they're going to give up a ton of points. And their offense has been okay, where they're going to score a little too. So you get a little bit of both, but either way, it's just a high-scoring game. You bet the over on Maryland football games.
Well, they're fun, and that's the thing. I mean, if you're playing at UCLA at home to start season, so they get UCLA, Rutgers, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Penn State at home. So they get a bunch of teams that didn't make a bowl game last year, and those are a bunch of. If you're Maryland, you've got to think, okay, we have a week off before playing Illinois. You got to win that one, and then after that, they go to Purdue. So there's a stretch there. Rutgers, where Illinois is going to be tough. Purdue, Wisconsin. That's a lot of teams that you've got to at least think if you're going to have a decent season, you got to win a couple of those games. And like you said, that their offense is going to be dangerous. But again, the defense is going to give a lot of points.
They don't have Michigan on the schedule. That's a team we haven't talked about yet. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk about Michigan, what we can expect from Bryce Underwood, and then power rank the top teams in the Big Ten. Pete, that's coming up next. This is Pete Futek, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports, BetMGM tonight.
And Aaron Boone, and I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him. He's apparently the nicest guy in the world. So I'm not saying he's a bad guy at all. I'm sure he's a good friend and a father and a brother and a son and all that stuff. He's not a bad guy. But he's one of these guys that defends everything. Everything. Guy has a terrible slump. Oh, like we're just waiting on Judgy to get the bat off his shoulder. And I'm using Judge just because he calls him Judgy, and I think it's funny. Judge is not going to be mired in a slump like that. But, Anthony Volpe will go out there and kick the ball like he's Leo Messi in the World Cup final. Aaron Boone will be like, yeah, he's just working it out. He's going to be fine. It's like, hey, Aaron, listen, buddy. Like, we all watch sports. Like, we all know what's right and what's not right. You can say sometimes that, like, the decision that your player made was not right. You can criticize somebody. You don't have to be a jerk about it, but you don't have to defend everything under the sun. So forgive me if I hear Aaron Boone talk about what an embarrassment this is for Major League Baseball. And it just kind of like, it goes for me in one ear out the other. It's the boy who cried wolf. If you defend everything, then when you defend something, it has zero meaning. Like, it would mean way more if he did throw Anthony Volpe on. And I'm not suggesting to do it in a terrible way. But yeah, like, you can say, this guy's not playing well. We need way more out of him. Instead of being like, yeah, well, like, they'll go out there in a doubleheader and get swept and be listless and be awful. And he'd be like, oh, I like the way the guys battled. What are you talking about, dude? This is like 1984, like George Orwell, right? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what Aaron Boone does. He's basically like he was like a state-controlled media. No, everything's great. All good. I know you just watched the team lose, but you know what? I'm going to tell you why they were actually awesome tonight. And it just gets tiresome. It's not that he's a terrible manager or a bad guy, but this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this team, which is there's ultimately no accountability. Because you cannot win every year and keep your job. No accountability. And they're going to fall short again. Even in a bad American league. So yeah, like we can turn this into like Jose. Like, think about how insane this is. Like Jose Caballero is a good player. He's not exactly a household name. Like this ain't exactly Shohei Ohtani we're talking about, right? And Major League Baseball has just woke up one morning and decided to have a vendetta against Jose Caballero. Like, come on, stop it. I'm sick of it. And they'll be there come October. There's no doubt. AL's bad. I actually think they're going to win the division. 2.5 games behind Tampa. I think they'll win the division. Even if they don't, they'll be in the mix. And they'll lose. I don't know what round it'll be in. Maybe it'll be in the World Series. This team is not winning a championship. I say it every year, and every year I'm right. And I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
We're going to put a bow on the Big Ten football conversation before we turn our attention to some NFL and talk to Clay Harbor about 15 minutes from now, NFL veteran. He's going to join the show, and we will talk NFL with him. But we got to finish up this college football and this Big Ten conversation. And the one team, Pete, that we have not discussed really much at all yet is Michigan. You have Bryce Underwood coming back under center. If he takes a step forward, you've got a pretty dang good quarterback on your hands. But I think with the bigger thing here is you have a new head coach in Kyle Whittingham coming over from Utah. And all he did at Utah, it felt like was win games. Won 10 games last year, quite a few 10-win seasons rather. And his teams were always great in the trenches. So that's kind of similar with Michigan. Their offensive line, their defensive line have always been very good. They run the ball really well. Is this style of play with Kyle Whittingham going to change how we see Michigan this year or what they look like?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating because we spent the whole last segment talking about James Franklin not winning the big one. As good as Kyle Whittingham has been, and remember, this is Utah. This was not a traditional powerhouse until last 15 ish years or so. But they haven't won a college football playoff level game for like 20 years. They had 1 year where I believe they won the Fiesta Bowl or one of the big bowls. Sugar Bowl, I think it was.
Sugar Bowl.
Beat Alabama. Yes. And so, but that's it. I mean, they haven't won a bowl game in like 10 years. I mean, they lost a bunch of they got to a bunch of Rose Bowls, but they just lost them. For years, Utah was one of those programs that always won its bowl games, but they never really won the big giant bowl games. So now you got Whittingham, who I believe is going to turn 67 as the season is. The guy's in great shape and, can probably coach another 10 years without a problem. But he's not he's really sort of a steady hire because after the Sharon Moore era and the Jim Harbaugh era, which, were both in their own separate ways, not defined necessarily by scandal, but certainly had a big part of it. You do have a guy in Whittingham who's going to come in and be just steady the ship a little bit more. No nonsense guy. He's, good guy, good coach, all that sort of thing. And so that's what you're going for first at a program that's undergoing a whole lot of changes. Now on the field, though, he's got to just tweak this just enough to get them to 10 wins again. And the problem is his main number one job was to keep Bryce Underwood around, to keep all the good players at Michigan as much as he could. He didn't bring over a ton of Utah players. Like we talked before about Matt Campbell and how he brought over half of Iowa State to play for Penn State. Well, that wasn't Whittingham here. He brought a couple of good parts here and there, but not enough to make them appreciably better to the point of being up there with the Ohio States, Indianas, and Oregons of the world.
But all Michigan cares about is beating Ohio State, right?
Always. Yeah. Well, they've done that, but
they have done that. I mean, outside of last year, it was Michigan for a while that kind of took over that rivalry.
Exactly. And Ohio State did win the rivalry last year, and they got whacked early on in the college football playoffs. So, whatever. So it's obviously the rivalry is what matters. And of course, beating Ohio State will mean a lot. But problem is that game's in Columbus this year. And to get to the college football playoff, as we're going to keep saying this over and over again, the college football playoff committee only is going to take pretty much teams that go 10-2 from power conferences. If you 9-3, that seems to be the marker. Unless something crazy happens, it's hard for a 9-win team to get in. And if you're Michigan, it means you got to beat Oklahoma at home. That's week 2 against a loaded Sooner team that's really, really good. Because if you lose that game, you still have to go to Oregon. You still have to go to Ohio State. You still have to host Indiana and Penn State. That's in Iowa, which, jokey, but that's still a dangerous game for Michigan. So it's going to be hard to get to 10 wins if you don't win that Oklahoma game early on.
I mean, I think there's a world in which Michigan could go 8-4. Like that wouldn't be totally out of the question.
Oklahoma, you lose to Oklahoma, Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana. Yeah,
that has to be one of the more difficult schedules in the Big Ten.
It's not easy. I mean, it's, especially considering you're going on the road to play 2 of the 3 toughest teams in the conference. They do miss USC and they do miss Washington, which is dangerous. But like you said, if the teams you're missing are Illinois, Maryland, Nebraska, Northwestern, Purdue, and Wisconsin, you'd kind of like to play those teams rather than having to deal with some of these other ones. So that's why the BetMGM win total on them is 8.5 wins, because you're saying that you've got to get to obviously 9 wins. And that's not really going to be what Kyle Whittingham might be. That's what they're banking on, though, is that he's just good enough to be good right away. But again, they didn't do a ton through the portal to make them appreciably better. And this is not a hire that you're going to have for the next 10 years. This is not one of those shot for the stars guys where you could see if you're taking a younger guy like Matt Campbell, or even if they took a James Franklin, which they weren't going to do, or if they went crazy and went after Lane Kiffin, which they totally should have done, but would have never done in 100 years. So with Whittingham, it's like, all right, we're going to keep this kind of safe and boring, and hopefully we come close, and God willing, we get to 10 wins and see what we can do in the college football playoff.
Pete, we have like a minute. We're up against the break here, but I want to get the Pete Futek top 5 teams in the Big Ten this season in order. One being obviously the top.
Ohio State is the best team going because that offense is just ridiculous. The defense, it needs to replace just about everyone, but it will be good enough in this mix. Oregon is, I'll put like 2, sheepishly put them at 2. They are good enough. That is the team that's got to learn how to win the really big game. The crazy part about Oregon is the last 3 years, I want to say, they have not lost to a team that didn't play in the national championships. You're talking like losing to Indiana twice last year, losing to Ohio State the year before, losing to a Washington twice. So they only have lost the super big games. And now they're even more talented, and they've got a guy who should have been the number 2 pick in the draft this year. Third best team out there going is Indiana, although they could probably easily be number 2. They've got a lot of guys they got to replace. The fourth, I really like what Washington's bringing this year. I think this team they've been able to keep Damon Williams around. Very strong player. USC would be my number 5 team in there. With Penn State having a better record than the team will be, Penn State probably goes to the college football playoff. They're fringy top 5, and Michigan up right around there as well.
All right, there you have it. Big Ten preview with the man himself, Pete Futek. Pete's sticking with us. I said that as if you're jumping off the line here. You're still with us.
Oh, I'm here. You're not kicking me. I'm 3 more hours of this. You get a lot of meat on your way.
Who is coming up next, though? Clay Harbor is going to join us, and we'll talk a little NFL with the former NFL veteran himself. That is next. Clay Harbor coming up right here on BetMGM tonight.
Shootout.
What about LSU this season with Lane Kiffin?
It's all Sam Leavitt. If Sam Leavitt, the transfer quarterback from Arizona State, if he's healthy, then LSU is going to be a team to reckon with. Because again, when you look at the talent, it's as good as anyone in the country. He's coming off that Liz Frank surgery on his foot. I don't think they would have paid him the money and gone as hard for him as they did if they didn't think that he was going to be healthy. And if Sam Leavitt is healthy, with what they have and with Lane's ability to make portal guys click right away, like LSU is one of those teams, I'm just telling you right now, if Leavitt's healthy, come week 7 or 8, you're going to want nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And look, I'm going to say the same, like, I think if I made this statement right now and we fast forwarded to SEC Champ Weekend, the first weekend of December, I could see Oklahoma playing for the SEC championship and then making a run towards a national championship. They're also that good. And so every team has a strength of these upper echelon SEC teams. And Lane's is that he's a great offensive mind and he did well in the portal. And it's LSU talent. I've said this for years about LSU. Everybody in college football has. If they ever got the right guy to sustain the success a la Saban at LSU, that may be a once-in-a-lifetime run. But if you found a guy that understood how to win at LSU for 10 to 12 years, I believe that it's the most talent-rich job in the country. Meaning that if LSU gets humming and they recruit to their potential, forget the portal, just the talent in that area alone, you could have a decade of dominance at LSU because it is that bountiful with talent.
If you had to, Matt, pick a team outside of that top 7 that you think could surprise this year in the Southeastern Conference, who is it and why?
South Carolina. And I'm bullish on the Gamecocks because I believe last year was kind of an anomaly to what Shane Beamer's got going there. Lenore Sellers coming back. They've got Bryles coming in as the offensive coordinator. Dylan Stewart's one of the best defensive players in the country. And I think that they are going to have an opportunity. Look, for the record, Alex Golish is going to turn some heads this year because of what he brought in from South Florida. And I love John Sumrall to get Florida back to the SEC elite. But if we're specifically talking about this year, those 3 teams, Carolina, Auburn, Florida, I think they are all going to jockey from week 1 till Thanksgiving weekend. Is that surprise team in the SEC that people maybe you can't say didn't see coming, but they're like, oh, welcome to the conversation, South Carolina, Auburn, and Florida. For me, because I know the good Lenore Sellers is really good, and I know that Dylan Stewart is a top 10 pick really good. So I'm going to say based on that, I think South Carolina has a remarkable season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on BetMGM Tonight. I'm Kate Constable. He's Pete Futek. Brad and Pat, rather, are off tonight. PJ is in tomorrow with Pete. So summer scheduled. Guys are taking a break, and we are filling in here. We're going to try and talk to Clay Harbor, hoping to get him on the phone. Talk a little NFL, specifically the Chicago Bears, because he's an analyst for the Chicago Sports Net and covers the Bears. But Clay played in the NFL for 9 years, so he's got a lot of knowledge on various teams. And he was a tight end, Pete. So
yes, I've heard.
You've heard that before? Has he told you that?
Yes, he told me that. I've hosted. We talked tight ends. Yeah, no, so before we get to the fun stuff with the Clay Harbor, is that the boring stuff and this whole college football offseason has been all about boring. It's either been about Brendan Sorsby and the whole gambling stuff, or it's been stuff happening in Congress, or it's been all these different NCAA rules about what's going to happen here and there. And it's just the most boring thing ever. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because, as expected, none of it's happening. They just basically said in the last hour or so that all the Congress stuff that they were going to do because we're going to save college sports and stuff, we're going to table that for another month and a half or so because it's never going to happen. And then NCAA Division I Board of Directors has no plans to change the age-based eligibility rule. So if you have any, so if Clay Harbor has a eligibility left, maybe you can still go back.
So in other words, we just like to talk about these things forever, argue about them, and then not really change a whole lot about it. So does that mean Diego Pavia go back to college and play?
If they could find eligibility, he could. Because originally what they were going to try to do is say, okay, there's got to be some sort of cap on this, and it is weird. It's my daughter just graduated from college, and just watching all the kids come across the stage, and they're these young, awesome people about to start life. The idea that they're hanging around with 26-year-old grown men on college campuses at the same time, it's kind of like I don't know. It's just a little odd, but. Okay, if you're, maybe you were in the Army or something for a couple of years, or a church mission or something, and you're going to college late. Okay, I get it. And they've always been kind of able to skirt this, the age-based rule and the thing with graduate school and things like that. But really what it should be is college students playing this sport. And it's kind of changed to the point where now people just want to come around and play college sports because they can make money doing it, which, all right, hey, knock it out. If that's the rule, that's the deal. But it gets away from the core idea, which is supposed to be all right, well, you're supposed to want to choose the University of Iowa because it's beautiful and you want to learn stuff and go to college there. But that's obviously not the case. And people want to go to these places just to play sports. Well, they're trying to temper that. And basically what's happening is it's not happening. So that a long-winded way of saying a really boring off season full of a lot of stuff that nobody cares about, but people keep covering for some reason. Kick the ball off. We're gonna play football in a couple of weeks here, and then everyone's gonna forget about all this.
Yeah, no one's gonna want to talk about it. It is a very boring offseason. Let's see how the offseason has been going for our good friend Clay Harbor, 9-year NFL veteran and a football analyst over at Chicago Sportsnet. Clay, great to talk to you. Thanks for jumping on with us. How has your offseason, your summer been going so far here in Chicago?
Oh, it's great, man. Summertime Chicago, we get about 3 months of good weather, so we got to take full advantage of it. But it's been great. Weather's been good. Been to a couple Cubs games, a couple Sox games. Nothing better than summertime, Shy.
Clay,
so what are you looking at now? So just go for it.
Go ahead, Pete.
I was just gonna say, all right. So Cubs game, Sox game, football stuff. So now that we're getting close, we just talked just a minute about all the college football changes that were supposed to be made but weren't, and all this boring off-season thing that's been going on. And now it's wait a minute, we're actually going to have football here again soon. What are you most looking forward to as the training camps are about to start kicking in?
Well, me as a guy that obviously covers the Chicago Bears, I'll make a trip over to Philly, team I used to play for, also the Jaguars, another team I used to play for, and see a couple different ones. What I like doing is just comparing camps, seeing how they're playing, the reps, the intensity, and then obviously trying to compare the players, which is difficult if it's not a joint practice because they're doing a little bit of guesswork there because you don't know exactly who they're going against, the coverages, the scheme, all that good stuff. But what I'm looking at for a whole is there's a lot of good teams this year that have new coordinators. And I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you've been on the staff. If you haven't called a play before, you're still a rookie. You're still trying to figure that out. So, I mean, you can go anywhere for the Seahawks, Brian Fleury. There's so many teams, the Eagles, Sean Mannion. You got so many teams that have new offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators as well, guys that have great resumes, but they've never called plays before. So I'm curious if we're looking at this holistically, and I don't want to dive into Chicago. I know you guys cover everybody, is seeing how these coordinators with these teams that are ready to win now are able just to hit the ground rolling. Because I know it's hard to learn a system. It's especially hard to learn a system when your offensive coordinator hasn't installed a system of his own before. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Clay, before we do get into Chicago, because we will talk about that, going back to the Eagles team you played for and now has Sean Mannion, a new coordinator. Like the Eagles have a new coordinator every season, it feels like. And so Jalen Hurts is having to learn new systems. And this one maybe being a little bit different in terms of what Sean Mannion likes to do. He comes more of like from the Sean McVay type of tree, the Shanahan tree. Is that going to work with how Jalen Hurts likes to play?
That's what we're going to find out, Kate, and I think that's important for the development of Jalen Hurts. I mean, you hear he's getting a lot of hate out there for a guy that won a Super Bowl MVP, went back to another one where he arguably lost, but arguably should have been the Super Bowl MVP. And then even look at Baltimore. You got Declan Doyle putting up a staff. A lot of good teams with staffs. But when you go to the Eagles, I think Jalen Hurts needs to prove he can throw the ball in the middle of the field. He's a guy that likes to throw the ball outside. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, you don't blame him for that, but he needs the motions. He needs to play under center. The Eagles were in the bottom 5 in the league and under center. They loved it. He loved the shotgun. He needs to get under center. He needs to start doing play action because that's the way you see this NFL going. And they drafted a good tight end, a big tight end, Eli Storrs. It's a guy that's underrated. I know they still got Dallas Goedert, who feels like he's been playing for a million years from South Dakota State over there. Still solid tight end. But I think Eli Storrs is going to be one of those underrated pieces. When you're playing under center, using play action, you get to use the tight end a lot because you can sneak in behind those linebackers in front of the safeties. I think he has a big year. And then you drafted, obviously, Mekhi Lemon, and he's a guy that's a slot machine. He's been compared a lot to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm not one of those guys who's going to see one clip and say, that's Amon-Ra. But I was impressed with him. I think that was a great draft pick by Howie Roseman, the guy that drafted me, by the way. And I think you're going to see right away, you get two pieces to help fit that system. So now Jalen doesn't have any excuses. We know the Eagles aren't scared of moving on a quarterback like Carson Wentz a couple years after an MVP caliber season. Guess what? You draft Jalen Hurts. This is something that's been happening for years. When I was there, you had Michael Vick. Guess what? Nick Foles comes in and plays. They're not scared of changing up their system, their quarterback, if they think a guy isn't good for them to win.
So how much are they paying Jalen Hurts? I mean, isn't he getting like $60 million a year? Like, you're not moving on from him unless you've got some terrific idea. But unless Mekhi Lemon rocks and Devontae Smith can be a number one, he does need the receivers. But how much is it on the passing game, and how much is it that Saquon Barkley just looked like he was way worn down after that great year 2 seasons ago?
Yeah, and there's obviously Jeff Stoutland might be the biggest loss for the Eagles. I mean, they lost A.J. Brown. Jeff Stoutland was the heart and soul of that offensive line. But hey, tell that to Tua Tagovailoa. Tell that to some of these other quarterbacks that have gotten moved on from. I'm not saying that Kyler Murray. I mean, teams are moving on. Russell Wilson. There's a countless number of quarterbacks that teams have moved on from and had success. It didn't take long to roll over for Sean Payton with Russell Wilson. Tua, ton of guaranteed money. The Dolphins ate it. You can keep on going there, but I don't foresee that happening. I think Jalen Hurts is a guy that's all football all the time, and in my time in the NFL, those are the guys that are successful. I think he will be successful, but if he's not, remember when they had Carson Wentz and everybody thought Carson Wentz was the guy, they drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round. Guess what? It's Jalen Hurts now. Carson Wentz is a journeyman backing up in Minnesota there, but I think Jalen's just going to have to prove that he is a guy And they do got to get back to the basics of getting more space for Saquon. But a lot of that does come with the passing game. It's married. I still believe in that offensive line. They had some injuries. They still got Jordan Mailata. They still got Lane Johnson. You still got Cam Jurgens. You still got Tyler Steen. You got big boys up front. So they got the dogs that do it. Still got a good tight end that can block. But now you got to go out and prove it and get Saquon moving, and that's going to help everything out. But that's what also going under center does. It gives the defense something else to look at. And now the linebacker's got to hold for an extra second. If you do a play action in the shotgun, it's a half a second early. Those seconds matter when you're playing in the NFL.
So if you're not a fan, if you think that Jalen Hurts is, got an improve season, what do you think of Patrick Mahomes? He had he's obviously hurt, but he was just he was good. He wasn't great compared to the other, the past of Patrick Mahomes. So what's your thought on him coming into this season?
If he's healthy, he's a guy. I mean, obviously, we're talking about one of the best to ever do it. And Patrick Mahomes, countless Super Bowls, countless MVPs. I mean, he's had a huge year. And I'm not a big guy in these rankings, but when you look at the ESPN rankings and it's done by scouts, executives, and front office members, and you see Jalen Hurts down at 17, 18, I mean, that's a below-average quarterback, and that's just not Joe Schmo, out there making these lists. When you see some of these player rankings and coaches and front office guys, that tells you something. But I think Hurts will be the guy. He will get it done. As far as Patrick Mahomes, I mean, he's done it. I know Hurts has done it, but he's done it for longer. I think Mahomes and Andy Reid, perfect marriage. There's not a weakness in his game, a glaring hole like there is for Jalen Hurts. Like, Pat Mahomes is a guy that never had Saquon Barkley. Some people say this guy was going to set the rushing record. That's why Jalen was doing this. This guy's going to – no, Pat has been a guy that has put a team on his back and ran with it. I mean, I think the reason that you see them bring in Eric Bieniemy back and signing Kenneth Walker is because they want to take a little bit off of Patrick Mahomes. He can play under center. He can play in the shotgun. He can do everything you need. If his leg's good, I think Eric Bieniemy coming back, obviously the former running backs coach, former NFL running back for a decade. This guy is going to pound the rock. Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP for a reason. They got him. I think with Coach Reid, obviously, once again, the coach that drafted me, played 4 years with him. I think that he'll get the ball rolling. I'm still a little concerned. They lost their two cornerbacks, obviously, with a couple trades. They had a good draft, I think, but pass rush. I mean, Travis Kelce's getting old. I mean, Travis Swift, Chris Jones, defensive tackle. The team's getting older. So this is going to be one of those last runs before they got to start really replenishing.
We're talking with Clay Harbor, former NFL player and analyst over at CHSN in Chicago. Clay, talking about the Chicago Bears. They had an awesome season last year, right? Like it's Caleb Wilson is the guy here. Ben Johnson is the right fit here. But they're no longer the team that is kind of, sneaking up on people. Maybe that's not quite the right term, but like everyone knows that the Bears arrived last year. Is there regression coming for this team this season, or is this still full steam ahead as long as you have Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams together?
I can tell you've been watching some hoops too, Kate, because at first you said Caleb Wilson. He's the other star that's going to be budding in Chicago there.
Clay, that's going to happen so many times this season.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm
surprised it hasn't happened to me yet. That's why I'm trying not to watch Summer League. I'm trying to stay away from it because I'm like, I don't want to say Caleb Wilson. But I'm going to try Kate. But Kate, Williams. I think they're a team that everybody looks at and says they're going to regress. When you have the fewest turnovers in the NFL, when you create the most turnovers in the NFL, when you have 7 come from behind fourth quarter victories, people say, okay, they can't do that again. But you also had 4 fourth quarter losses that you could have won. And I think they're going to be better. And you're talking about a defense that was 23rd in points, 28th in yards, 29th in pass rush win rate, 31st in run stop win rate. So this defense wasn't good, and they didn't do a lot to it. Yes, they drafted Dylan Thieneman. Yes, they brought in Kobe Bryant, but your safeties were solid. You had Kevin Byard last year, who led the NFL in interceptions. You had Jaquan Brisker, who was a solid player when he was healthy in the box. Guess what? He was healthy all year long. So it's kind of a trade out there. They kind of traded out their linebackers. You got Tremaine Edmonds for Devin Bush, kind of a wash. What baffled me was they did absolutely nothing at defensive line, and that was a weak spot for the team. Montez Sweat had 10 sacks. But behind them, you're hoping for a big year from Austin Booker. You're hoping for a big year from Grady Jarrett to return the form, and he's 33 years old. You're doing a lot of hoping. Dio Dango coming off an Achilles. You're hoping he does well. A second-round draft pick from a couple years ago, Shamar Turner, hoping that he comes back from ACL. There's a lot of hope going on in that defensive line room. And for me, hope doesn't really amount to much. And I hope they can play. I hope they end up doing well. But there's a big unanswered question there. What I think they're going to do, Kate, is try to outscore people because Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are coming into year 2. I was at every OTA practice this year, every OTA practice last year. They're miles ahead of where they were. They're not trying to figure out an offense. Now they're mastering it when you're in that second year. So I think big things come, and I think Colson Loveland is going to have an unbelievable year, the way they're moving him around. Luther Burden, Ben Johnson said, I'm buying stock in him, and that's basically Warren Buffett telling you to buy a stock. If Ben Johnson says buy a stock, I'm buying stock in Luther Burden. Rome Odunze, I think, has a bounce-back year. Offensive line, Drew Dalman retired. They did a good job of signing Garrett Bradbury, who was with the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and drafting Logan Jones in the second round, center of Iowa, who won the award for the best center in college football. So I think a 10-7, middle of the pack, I think they make the playoffs. I know everybody in Chicago is up in arms. The ESPN analytics article gave the Detroit Lions a 40% chance to win the division. The Bears were down at 19. They had Green Bay second in the division, the Bears in third. So a lot of people are picking them third, fourth in the division. Who knows with the Vikings, with Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, who's going to play there? But I think they're a 10-7 team. I don't think they repeat as division champions. I think they get better. That schedule is brutal. I think they make the playoffs and have a chance to make some noise once they get there.
So in terms of okay, Jalen Hurts bad, Caleb Williams good, but what do you do to fix the Caleb Williams completion percentage? Yes, lots of fourth quarter comebacks. He's brilliant. I'm a huge fan. I think he's awesome, but to need that many fourth quarter comebacks means you didn't hit enough passes to begin with in the first place, other than to get a Clay Harbor out there to help 2 tight end sets here with Loveland. How do you help out Williams and just make him just a little more consistent as opposed to having to make the hero ball at the end?
I don't think I would help much there, but they had Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland, I think, 2 of the better all-around tight ends in the league. But yes, he's got to hit the layups better and stop big game hunting all the time. Instead of going for that elf, sometimes you got to take the duck, hit the duck, and sometimes the duck will get the job done, will feed the family, keep the chains moving. That's what you want to do. And I think that's been working on with Caleb. Obviously, last year, it didn't start well for them. 0-2, Caleb came on down the stretch, and I think you're going to continue to see that trajectory. Just looking at him from the end of the year, from week 10 on, week 9 on, after that Cincinnati game, he started implementing Colson Loveland, Luther Burden. The completion percentage got better. He gained confidence. And I can tell you from experience, and especially a guy coming from college, when you're learning this Ben Johnson offense, who is top 10 in the league in motions and shifts, and I think this year they'll be top 5, when you're learning a complete new system, it's like learning a new language. And you could tell Caleb got better, more comfortable as the season went on. And I expect him to be a lot better. I'm not saying he's going to be top 10 in completion percentage, but he also did have a 8.1% drop rate by his receivers, which was second in the NFL behind Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Big year for them. I think it's coming. He also had the second highest throwaway rate because he'll spin out of some trash. He only had 24 sacks taken last year, which was top 5 in the league in sacks taken. A lot of the time he's spinning out of sacks thrown out of bounds. He had the second highest throwaway rate. So I don't just look and say, oh man, this guy's completion percentage is awful. I look and say, hey, this guy's got a 10% drop rate from his receivers. That's a second worst in the league. Yeah, this guy's got a 7.1% throwaway rate. Yes, some of those happen, but I think the receiver's going to catch the ball more. He's going to improve. Ben Johnson's going to give him some coaching and tell him, hey, sometimes we take the flat, sometimes we take the stick, and then we set that up later for the big play. So I think you'll see an improvement. He's got to get better at that. And if he does, things are going to get scary because I don't think I've seen a quarterback with that much actual physical talent in my entire life.
What's missing from Minnesota? Is it just better quarterback play?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think here's the thing that nobody knows. Like you guys probably know, but I'm going to quiz you right here. What was their record last year? Just quick off the top of your head.
They won 9 games, 9-8.
9 games. The Minnesota Vikings were 9-8. Okay, for a team that went through all that turmoil, Max Brosmer throwing 10 picks in a game. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit. I think it was like 5. JJ's not playing well. You got Carson Wentz playing, They were 9-8. Brian Flores, that defense is going to be good. I don't care who he's got out there. And he did lose Jonathan Allen. He did lose Javon Hargrave. He did lose Harrison Smith. He's most likely retiring. Jonathan Grenard. A lot of players in that defense are gone. So people say the defense is going to regress. Me, I played against Flo. He was on staff when I was in the Patriots as well. This guy's going to keep that defense right in the top 5, top 10, no matter what, because he is so smart, so intelligent, confuses an offense. So here's the thing. What's that offense do? I think it comes down to Kyler or JJ. I'm a Kyler guy. I think if you have Justin Jefferson, you have Jordan Addison, you have TJ Hawkinson, then you're able to get the ball to him. And the other thing is, nobody realizes or talks about this, but they had the third most offensive line combinations used in the entire season. So not only did you have subpar quarterback play, they kept getting hurt. If this offensive line can stay healthy, I think they're a top 5 unit. They couldn't stay healthy last year. So I think if the offensive line stays healthy, you protect Kyler. I think it's going to be Kyler. JJ went 4-0 down the stretch. So now let's not count him out. He had 5 interceptions, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. So he got better. I'm not saying he was great, but he was the only guy with the worst completion percentage, than Caleb Williams last year. So obviously he wasn't great. But if you protect him, you have those weapons, the defense is going to be good. The Vikings are going to be dangerous. So for me, I'd say keep the O-line healthy, and you're probably going to make the playoffs because you were 9-8 last year. Flo, I know you lost some big dogs there, but he is a guy that knows how to call some defense. Hated playing against this guy. You had to study twice as long because he knew how to confuse you.
All right, so real quick, who's not in the playoff from the NFC Central then?
You know, the NFC North. The NFC North.
NFC North. Thank you.
All good. Yeah, the NFC. I think it used to be the Central and NL Central. The Cubs, man, we're hoping they make a push for the World Series out here in Chicago. But they were the only team, I think, since 1970 that had every team above 500. Every team was 9-8 or above, and with a positive point differential. Every team scored more points than they gave up points. That's unheard of, especially when you're playing each other twice a year. So this is going to be a battle royale. Obviously, now the biggest question mark, maybe in the league, but definitely in the division, is who's their quarterback? Who's the Vikings quarterback? And then you go to the Packers. Second biggest question: when's Micah coming back? Right now they're saying 4th, 5th, 6th game, somewhere around then. They have no pass rushers after Micah Parsons. There's nobody there. So for me, those are the 2 biggest questions. And if they're not healthy, if the Vikings can't figure it out, I'm going with the Lions and the Bears. My confidence meter, I would say Lions. And once again, Kirby Joseph, I don't think he's going to play football again. He's got these knee problems. He missed 11 games last year. Brian Branch, when's he going to be back? And Kelvin Shepard hasn't shown me that he's an NFL defensive coordinator yet. I know Jack Campbell, I love him, reminds me of Brian Urlacher. Who do you got besides Aiden Hutchinson? You got to have Derek Moore's got to pan out, their 2nd-round draft pick there. But I would say I'm confident in the Lions just because you got a real offensive coordinator in there. Dan Campbell can get back to biting kneecaps and whatever he's doing, just motivating the team. You got Cade Mays, a physical center. Graham Glasgow didn't work out after Frank Ragnow retired. So Lions, Bears, Packers, Vikings, that's my list. But for covering football, I'm throwing darts at a dartboard here, guys. It's going to be an interesting NFC North race.
Clay, last question for you, then we'll let you go. We're about to rank our top NFL tight ends this season. You don't have to give us all 10. Who just rapid fire quick, who are your top 5?
Number 1, still getting it done, I would say George Kittle. Number 2, you guys are going to be shocked, and I'm not being a homer here. I'm talking about all-around guys that block, catch, run after catch. Colston Loveland. I like Brock Bowers. He's basically a slot receiver, but the guy can get it done. Trey McBride, once again, not a big blocker. I'm implementing blocking with this. I'll go Trey McBride, number 3 or 4. Number 4 or number 5, I'm going with Tucker Kraft. If he's healthy, he was on pace for over 1,000 yards. The guy can block like an offensive tackle for the Packers there. Tucker Kraft is just a player. 6, I'm going with Sam Laporta. The guy runs routes like a receiver. He'll stick his nose in there a little bit. A lot of NFC North tight ends too. After that, maybe Kelsey. I'm still giving Kelsey his respect. I think he's a guy that can still play. Mark Andrews, a vet. He can still catch some balls. I like Dalton Kincaid. I think he can have a big year. Just off the top of my head, those would be my top 8 guys is what I gave you right there, Kate.
Wow. Extra Clay Harbor.
Yeah, you got to add, Clay, we think you are a top 10 tight end here on the show. We appreciate your time as always, Clay. Great to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of Chicago summer.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
That is Clay Harbor, analyst at Chicago Sports Nets and former tight end in the NFL. Good stuff from Clay, as always, Pete. He's great.
I love the man. He's awesome. I'm giving him a hard time here. No, we spent an entire 4-hour show one time. I think we're debating Patrick Mahomes. That's why I threw Patrick Mahomes in there, because it was kind of a joke. Remember when he had the dad bod look? That there was like, they were ripping on Patrick Mahomes because he was kind of out of shape. And it's like, well, the dude can still sling the ball. So anyway, that's why I did the Patrick Mahomes thing, just because it was a whole somehow we milked 4 hours out of the Patrick Mahomes' dad bod.
I've hosted 4-hour shows with Clay as well, and he did push-ups in every commercial break. So
I was going to say, it sucked. Like, do not put me in the side-by-side shots with a Kate Constable or a Clay Harbor. It's like, I had to go do push-ups or something myself there. Like my neck just needed to be, bulged out.
I think everyone probably looks a little out of shape standing next to Clay. He does his push-ups, that's for sure. All right, top 10 NFL tight ends this season. Clay just gave you a sneak peek into some of his. We will tell you ours on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Seattle Seahawks were the best team in football last season. By any objective measure, eye test, if you're actually paying attention, all the advanced statistics, and, they won the Super Bowl. They were the best team. And yet, we have spent this entire offseason talking about the Los Angeles Rams. I bet you, out there watching or listening, that you think of the Rams in the NFC and in the NFC West before you think about the Seattle Seahawks. And this is where I'm guilty too. Because while you're focused on the Rams, I love the San Francisco 49ers. And here are the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks like, hey guys, remember me? Remember us? We just won the Super Bowl. We watched it happen. 165 days ago. It's not like this was 20 years ago. 165 days ago, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl championship. They won it. Just like that spouse, that partner cheated. It happened. And just like the partner is going to say, no, it's going to be different this time, we are all collectively, most of us, at the least, hand-waving it away. We saw it happen, but do we actually believe? Do we actually believe? We and I. This is like doubting Thomas in the Bible, who needs to see, and I'm going to use a biblical reference here. I don't mean to make this religious, but needs to see Jesus' wounds before he believes. And then he sees them and he believes. We are being shown the wounds and we still don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams are minus 105 to win the NFC West. The Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when any of us talk about the NFC this season, all roads start and lead to Los Angeles, which is a little fun given that the Super Bowl will be played there this season. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? The Seattle Seahawks, a quiet organization, goes about its business. Doesn't have the flashy headlines. They don't take Ty Simpson in the first round. Don't trade for Myles Garrett. I'm not saying any of these moves are bad. Didn't trade for A.J. Brown. Didn't have the coach on the front page of the New York Post. And we all just kind of say, you know what? Even though we just watched this happen, I don't think it's going to happen again. And I'm guilty of it, too. And I think that's really important context. And it's something that all of us should think about, including me. This is a battle that I have with myself when I think about the NFC West, especially. And I'm like, man, I love the Niners this year. And I'm forced to say, am I just doing this thing again where I'm looking past the Seahawks? Like when I picked the Rams to beat them in the Thursday night game towards the end of the year, or when I picked the Rams to beat them on Championship Sunday. Am I doing this again with the Seattle Seahawks? And it's very possible that I and we are doing it again. So what do you want to do with this team, right? Better than they were last year, but a harder schedule and Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down on the New England Patriots? Playoff team or no? Because there will be. Get ready for it. And I'm not saying they're going to be wrong. A lot of people are going to be down and out on the New England Patriots this year. Are you going to be one of them? Me? Haven't made up my mind just yet. But leaning towards being in. Not in to the extent that I think they'll go back to the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe after how good Drake May was last year. Started from the bottom, now he's here. And I believe in Mike Vrabel. Maybe not off the field, but on the field. I think the Patriots will be good this year. How good? I got to figure that out. But I am not going to be out on the 2026 New England Patriots.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
You're hot. Muted.
Welcome into BetMGM Tonight. I just went through a whole spiel of what we're about to talk about here.
The best thing you were saying
time.
tonight, I could read lips. The best words of wisdom you've had tonight. You had it on mute.
Yeah. Yes, I did. I was talking about the fact that we were just talking to Clay Harbor about tight ends, and so that's the topic we're going to continue talking about in the NFL.
I want to get back to the idea that Jalen Hurts sucks. Like
that is, it's like he's one of the more polarizing quarterbacks in terms of either you love him or you hate him, and not like him as a person, but like either you think he sucks and can't do anything, or you think he's a great quarterback because he's won a Super Bowl and he's won a Super Bowl MVP. So like there's no middle ground, it feels like, with Jalen Hurts.
I mean, it wasn't bad last. I mean, like AJ Brown did nothing last season for the most part, which is why they pretty much dumped him. Devontae Smith is a good deep ball guy, number one guy. I remember, so going way back, I was at the national championship you can almost actually see me on Devontae Smith's national championship winning touchdown for Alabama and on the field. And if you remember, Jalen Hurts started that game, was awful, and that's when Tua came in and ended up taking the national championship for him. I remember sitting there, I'd seen him for freshman year where he almost pulled off the national championship against Clemson, and that I'm like, this guy's not an NFL quarterback. I mean, he's smartest guy in the room. Everyone loves him, ultimate leader, everything there. But just watching him throw, I'm like, yeah, I don't quite get it. But man, when he got to the NFL, he figured it out fast. Be able to just kind of was able, like as Clay mentioned, just a guy who eats football. He is football. That's his his life. He just is always focused on it. And man, the guy was 1 year off of a Super Bowl winning season. And the whole idea that, okay, well, now what? It's like, well, okay, not every year is going to be perfect for her. So I'm a Jalen Hurts fan in terms of this, and just I like how he's not Carson Wentz, I guess is the way I was going to say after the last.
that comparison was a little aggressive. That he might be run out of town like Carson Wentz was. I mean, Jalen Hurts had 25 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions last season. Like last
he
time,
runs.
that was pretty good.
And
That's
he runs.
pretty good, right?
Like, yes, and he's also still part of the most devastating play probably in recent football history, where yes, of course, having the guys in front of you for the tush push obviously matters, but that guy can squat a house. I mean, there's a reason why Jalen Hurts can do that play, and very few other quarterbacks can't. I mean, that guy is just a rock. And just to do that, that's a skill. That's not easy. And so the whole package of everything that guy is as a leader and an all-around playmaker, like I'll take that guy anytime. And so it's funny just how the perception is across leagues and analysts. And obviously Clay Harbor's brilliant at NFL stuff. I'm just a simple college football writer dude. But it was just kind of an interesting way of putting that stuff compared to where some of these other quarterbacks are now who get all the hype but maybe haven't quite done it quite like a Jalen Hurts.
Well, that's
has.
like Justin Herbert. I feel like he's someone that always gets thrown into that conversation because Justin Herbert doesn't seem to get much flack at all because he's got this big time arm and he can make these throws. But Justin Herbert hasn't won anything.
He also has had an offensive line that's gotten him killed for the last 3 years. I mean, their
offensive line last year was so injured that
and that's exactly not
do anything.
And it's just bad luck because why do you get and that was the thing about Jim Harbaugh. When did Michigan get really good? It's that there was a flip about the 2020 season when all of a sudden they found the right offensive line, that the combination was late in a really lost, that the COVID year, but late in the year, you could kind of see it start to come together where, okay, here's our combination and it's all coming back. And all of a sudden they figured out the offensive line and then Michigan went on a tear. That among a slew of other things helped them out. But that was kind of the part of getting Jim Harbaugh for the Los Angeles Chargers, which I was about to say San Diego Chargers again, because I'm old and I can't get like NFC Central and San Diego references out of my head. But that's why you got to Jim Harbaugh, is because you're going to say, okay, well, here's the guy who knows how to run the ball. He knows how to put offensive lines together. And like you said, they just could not keep that front five healthy. And, 10 was out there running for his life, getting blasted every other game.
Is this like, now that Jim Harbaugh's been there for a couple of years now, like is this the time now that you're expecting everything to start clicking for the Chargers maybe a little bit more? Now we're changing our conversation completely, which is great, from tight ends to the Chargers, but like especially with Mike McDonald going over there.
Yeah, you'd got to think. I mean, they were good. I mean, 11-6 last year. That's pretty good.
They made the playoffs.
In the playoffs, and when you're watching, I get it. Mahomes got hurt and stuff, but those Chiefs were 6-11, and now everyone loves them again, even though they didn't really. I don't quite see it, but that's just me. Again, I might be missing this. I know, Mahomes going down had a lot to do with this, but this is an old aging team. But there's a lot. Herbert's great. I mean, Harbaugh. You could make a case that college and pro combined is the best coach, over the last 10 years. Of anything football. I mean, with what he did at Stanford, and then the San Francisco 49ers, and then Michigan, and now here, you got to give these guys time to work. And it speaks to the nature, I guess, of sports. Real fuddy-duddy, get off my lawn talk. It's like everyone forgets what happened 2 years ago, or it's like you weren't great last year. Get rid of this guy. And so it's kind of amazing how this all works, though.
If you're talking Harbaugh brothers, John Harbaugh obviously has won a Super Bowl with the Ravens. Does that automatically make him the better coach of the two of them? I mean, Jim Harbaugh's record in terms of win percentage, regular season in the NFL, 67%. Harbaugh, 61%, but Harbaugh. They're both
Harbaugh. Nice.
John Harbaugh. Jim, 67%. John, 61%, but John has the Super Bowl.
Yeah, over Jim. So, yes, but again, like real close with the 49ers, with a good team, but not necessarily an elite one. I mean, Colin Kaepernick was a very good quarterback. He wasn't necessarily, it wasn't Justin Herbert. But again, I'm talking throwing college in this mix too. Again, Jim Harbaugh, Stanford was a killer for several years. And David Shaw took that over and was great with it, the Andrew Luck years. But that was Jim Harbaugh who made Stanford, who was a really awful program, good. And I know there's the different parts of this, but dude did win a national title at Michigan. So he knows what he's doing. So, but again, it's so crazy. You cannot lose as a football coach ever. I mean, we talked James Franklin in the first segment where if you go on a 3-game losing streak as a major college head coach, you're in a hot seat. It's over. They want to get rid of you. Right now, we're talking right now. Does Jim Harbaugh need to win this year? Well, yeah, kind of, because everyone needs to win this year. Because if you don't win for 1 year in the NFL, it seems like a lifetime ago.
Well, let's bring this conversation full circle then, Pete. Going back to the Eagles, it feels like Sirianni is on the hot seat every single year when the Eagles inevitably lose a couple games in a row.
They won the division.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, and that's our job. Like, we're the ones that overreact. We're the media that
loud opinions. That's what we're supposed to do.
Opinions. I was going to say narratives, but these aren't narratives, just opinions of what should be done to all these coaches that are terrible when they go on and lose 3 games.
Fire them all. Fire. Like I look. I think NFL is a different animal because NFL, you really are a CEO. You don't control your roster. You don't have, either you have, the right guys, either you have the Patrick Mahomes, you don't. That's more the GM than the head coach. The head coach can only do so much with what they have to work with. College, that is your world. You control everything from, the rooter to the tutor, from the, the pregame meal up until, every aspect of the program. So it's a different skill set from college to the pros. So I kind of get college football coaches, I think, get a little too much love and importance. Pro guys, that's just tough. It's you're just trying to drive the car that you've been given. So I give these guys a little bit of a break, and the differentiating factor is so minuscule when it comes to these guys and their assistants and what they can put together. And the ultimate thing in the NFL is. And this is, again, comparing this to college where now everyone has a quarterback. Well, everyone has a backup quarterback now too. The NFL, if you lose your starting quarterback, that's it. Even more than the past. You lose Mahomes, that's it for the season. Even J.J. McCarthy goes down. He wasn't any good. He goes down. That was it for the Vikings.
Brosmer in there, right?
Yeah. Max Brosmer, a rookie out of Minnesota who isn't very good. Joe Burrow goes down, and everyone's like, okay, well, Jake Browning, everybody went on his fantasy team a couple of years ago, and Browning came in and rocked. Okay, well, they'll be fine. No, they weren't. That was it. The second Burrow goes down, it's over. Brock Purdy goes down. That was the miracle of Mac Jones last year, where Mac Jones kept that thing afloat by being pretty good. So it's so when it comes to being an NFL head coach. Yeah, you're good. And then who's going to get hurt? Who could prepare for that the best? And to pull this full circle, what we're talking about is if you're Harbaugh, you can't really do much if your whole offensive line gets decimated by injuries. And they did what they could. And again, they still had a pretty good season. They got to the playoffs and, won 11 games.
And their offensive line got decimated pretty early on in the season. So they did do quite a bit with very little. All right, we got to take another break. We'll continue this NFL conversation. We'll go back to
the tight ends. We're doing tight ends. We promised tight ends.
We're ranking the best tight ends in the NFL. That's coming your way next.
And Aaron Boone, and I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him. He's apparently the nicest guy in the world. So I'm not saying he's a bad guy at all. I'm sure he's a good friend and a father and a brother and a son and all that stuff. He's not a bad guy. But he's one of these guys that defends everything. Everything. Guy has a terrible slump. Oh, like we're just waiting on Judgy to get the bat off his shoulder. And I'm using Judge just because he calls him Judgy, and I think it's funny. Judge is not going to be mired in a slump like that. But, Anthony Volpe will go out there and kick the ball like he's Leo Messi in the World Cup final. Aaron Boone will be like, yeah, he's just working it out. He's going to be fine. It's like, hey, Aaron, listen, buddy. Like, we all watch sports. Like, we all know what's right and what's not right. You can say sometimes that, like, the decision that your player made was not right. You can criticize somebody. You don't have to be a jerk about it, but you don't have to defend everything under the sun. So forgive me if I hear Aaron Boone talk about what an embarrassment this is for Major League Baseball, and it just kind of like, it goes for me in one ear out the other. It's the boy who cried wolf. If you defend everything, then when you defend something, it has zero meaning. Like, it would mean way more if he did throw Anthony Volpe on. And I'm not suggesting to do it in a terrible way. But yeah, like, you can say, this guy's not playing well. We need way more out of him. Instead of being like, yeah, well, like, they'll go out there in a doubleheader and get swept and be listless and be awful. And he'd be like, oh, I like the way the guys battled. What are you talking about, dude? This is like 1984, like George Orwell, right? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what Aaron Boone does. He's basically like he was like a state-controlled media. No, everything's great. All good. I know you just watched the team lose, but you know what? I'm going to tell you why they were actually awesome tonight. And it just gets tiresome. It's not that he's a terrible manager or a bad guy, but this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this team, which is there's ultimately no accountability. Because you cannot win every year and keep your job, no accountability, and they're going to fall short again, even in a bad American league. So yeah, like, we can turn this into like Jose. Think about how insane this is. Like, Jose Caballero is a good player. He's not exactly a household name. Like, this ain't exactly Shohei Ohtani we're talking about, right? And Major League Baseball just woke up one morning and decided to have a vendetta against Jose Caballero. Like, come on, stop it. I'm sick of it. And they'll be there come October. There's no doubt. AL's bad. I actually think they're going to win the division. 2.5 games behind Tampa. I think they'll win the division. Even if they don't, they'll be in the mix. And they'll lose. I don't know what round it'll be in. Maybe it'll be in the World Series. This team is not winning a championship. I say it every year. And every year I'm right. And I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm going to be.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Continues now with Pete Futek, Kate Constable here. We are talking the tight ends in the NFL. Pete, blink twice if you're safe.
I'm safe. I'm okay. We will get through this together. My light issues.
Adjusting the light issues. Pete looked like he's being held hostage for a second.
I am actually.
Pete, yeah. Tight ends in the NFL. There's quite a few very good ones right now, and it feels like a lot of teams are, kind of trying to stack their roster with more tight ends, tight end sets that they're using. Chicago Bears being one of those over the last year with Ben Johnson. He's someone who likes to use a 2 tight end set. So we're going to rank our tight ends in the NFL. And we got a short segment here, so we only have a few minutes. I'm going to let you go first. Top 5, top 10, whatever you want, but tell me which tight ends that you like going into this year.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Like, if you are Clay Harbor and I'm with him on this, like, if you want blocking, George Kittle's still the best. Problem is he keeps getting hurt.
Right.
And Travis Kelce is not the same guy because he's not the same receiver. He'll still hit someone. He's just not the most physical guy out there now compared to where he used to be, where he used to be a killer. So it just depends on just, what are you looking for? Like, especially, there's the fantasy side of things that everyone knows about where Brock Bowers and Trey McBride are awesome. But that's really what they are. I mean, it's, Rob Gronkowski back in the day could certainly block, but he made his name by being just an unstoppable matchup nightmare. So with all that kind of said, I still kind of think if he's healthy, Brock Bowers is the best tight end, at least going forward. He is a, like Clay said, he is a receiver who's playing tight end, and he was that in college, and he's certainly like that right now. And Clay also said this as well, and I'm with him. Colston Loveland was supposed to do this. He is a difference maker for the Bears, and going forward, he is just that good as just a dangerous receiver. And that's the thing about these tight ends is when you've got guys who are this big and can move, the cliche of the quarterback's best friend just keeps coming through. So Trey McBride, again, receiving wise, just amazing. Kittle, when he's healthy, is right up there with the best of them. So I'm not really going in any sort of order here. Just in general, the guy I can't wait to see if he starts to really show up is when Kyle Pitts is on. He's got the tools to be as good as any tight end in the NFL, and it just doesn't happen on a regular basis. But you could see at times through last year, he's really good. I'm not going to put him in the top 5, but there's a guy who's just kind of right around there. So basically, to me, it's Brock Bowers is your one, and he's going to explode with Fernando Mendoza throwing to him.
I mean, the Kyle Pitts thing, like, you're right. When he's on, but when is he on? 2 or 3 times a year?
Yeah.
4 or 5 times a year, maybe? It's not consistent enough for him to be. I mean, he had a 166-yard game against Tampa Bay earlier last season. And then he had
like 9 touchdowns in that one game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what was that? Yeah, he had 3 touchdowns in that game, 11 receptions for 166 yards. And then he has a game where he catches 2 passes for 14 yards and does basically nothing. So I would love to see Kyle Pitts just put those games together consistently. And then I think you could include him. Trey McBride went from, 2-3 touchdowns a year in 23 and 24 to 11 touchdowns last year. So
yeah, 2-3 touchdowns on like 500 catches. Like he would catch everything. He just didn't score touchdowns. He was a fantasy disaster when it came to that.
But I mean, I can't disagree that I think when talking blocking, George Kittle is still up there. Like how many more years do you think George Kittle plays?
Well, not much, because there's a problem with being a great blocking tight end means you don't last that long. It just can't. Your body just doesn't hold up because they're
week in, week out.
Yeah, you just again, he's great because he can do it all, but he's just not on the field enough now.
And Brock Bowers, I will agree with you as well, and with Clay. Brock Bowers kind of has it all in terms of being a tight end. So you think, in 10 seconds, Pete, you think he and Fernando Mendoza is going to be a good fit for him?
Oh, absolutely. Why not? I mean, Fernando is just going to keep throwing to him. They do have some receivers as well. Ashton Jeanty in the backfield. You're giving Fernando Mendoza everything you can want to work with.
All right. Love to hear it. Best NFL prospects in college football and this quarterback class in college football. Couple topics that we're going to hit on over the next hour. More to come. This is BetMGM tonight.
What about LSU this season with Lane Kiffin?
It's all Sam Leavitt. If Sam Leavitt, the transfer quarterback from Arizona State, if he's healthy, then LSU is going to be a team to reckon with. Because again, when you look at the talent, it's as good as anyone in the country. He's coming off that Liz Frank surgery on his foot. I don't think they would have paid him the money and gone as hard for him as they did if they didn't think that he was going to be healthy. And if Sam Leavitt is healthy, with what they have and with Lane's ability to make portal guys click right away, like LSU is one of those teams, I'm just telling you right now, if Leavitt's healthy, come week 7 or 8, you're going to want nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And look, I'm going to say the same, like, I think if I made this statement right now and we fast forwarded to SEC Champ Weekend, the first weekend of December, I could see Oklahoma playing for the SEC Championship and then making a run towards a national championship. They're also that good. And so every team has a strength of these upper echelon SEC teams. And Lane's is that he's a great offensive mind and he did well in the portal. And it's LSU talent. I've said this for years about LSU. Everybody in college football has. If they ever got the right guy to sustain the success a la Saban at LSU, that may be a once-in-a-lifetime run. But if you found a guy that understood how to win at LSU for 10 to 12 years, I believe that it's the most talent-rich job in the country. Meaning that if LSU gets humming and they recruit to their potential, forget the portal, just the talent in that area alone, you could have a decade of dominance at LSU because it is that bountiful with talent.
If you had to, Matt, pick a team outside of that top 7 that you think could surprise this year in the Southeastern Conference, who is it and why?
South Carolina. And I'm bullish on the Gamecocks because I believe last year was kind of an anomaly to what Shane Beamer's got going there. Lenore Sellers coming back. They've got Bryles coming in as the offensive coordinator. Dylan Stewart's one of the best defensive players in the country. And I think that they are going to have an opportunity. Look, for the record, Alex Golish is going to turn some heads this year because of what he brought in from South Florida. And I love John Sumrall to get Florida back to the SEC elite. But if we're specifically talking about this year, those 3 teams, Carolina, Auburn, Florida, I think they are all going to jockey from week 1 till Thanksgiving weekend. Is that surprise team in the SEC that people maybe you can't say didn't see coming, but they're like, oh, welcome to the conversation, South Carolina, Auburn, and Florida. For me, because I know the good Lenore Sellers is really good, and I know that Dylan Stewart is a top 10 pick really good. So I'm going to say based on that, I think South Carolina has a remarkable season.
Light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back into BetMGM Tonight. He's Pete Futek. I'm Kate Constable. Not a whole lot going on in the sports world tonight.
There really isn't.
It's pretty quiet. There's
one
no
World Cup?
MLB game going on.
What happened to the World Cup?
Yeah, that's over. That's over.
I want it back. That was fun.
Who won the World Cup?
Spain.
Why am I blanking on who won the World Cup?
Spain did.
Oh, Spain. Yeah. That was fun. That gave us. We needed that this summer.
That really killed time, didn't it?
It really did. A Tuesday afternoon, it was awesome just to flip on the TV and have some soccer on. Take that into the evening.
Because and I like the people who were like, oh well, now this means people are going to get into MLS soccer. No, they won't. Because the reason why the World Cup's awesome is because it's so existentially, soul crushing, and every single goal where you have nations who are going to go into a collective tizzy if they can't,
which everyone does. And the
seriously,
United States goes into a tizzy when we lose, and we lose every year. And granted, we went.
Look. I'm an American.
Year, but
red, white, and blue, of course. I'm American. The dumbest thing was the idea of United States soccer is good. That was the equivalent of Tulane making the college football playoff. The United States was not good. This team was not good, and as soon as it played someone who was halfway decent, there goes that. But no, plus, by the way, I was hoping beyond hope that Argentina was going to pull that game out in overtime penalty kicks, only to be able to retire the sad cliche, the Wayne Gretzky cliche of you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Well, they didn't get a shot, and they still almost won the World Cup. That's pretty impressive. I dogged a lot of parts of the World Cup, including the offside, is just ridiculous. But the idea that you could just pack it in and almost win the World freaking Cup without getting a shot on goal, that's pretty cool.
That would have been one of the more impressive feats in the entire World Cup, because they got dominated in that game. And yet they were still very close to going into. And I bet you Argentina would have won in penalty kicks had it gotten that.
Probably. Spain would have gacked. That was the whole thing. I think there was some weird stat that Spain was 1 in 55 or something in penalty kicks because they just couldn't do it. But anyway, it was fun. It was just
it was fun.
You had games that mattered. Plus, it also helped. I was in a fantasy, a really geeky fantasy World Cup thing where I lost because I took because because England goalie, because I was told by someone who knows this stuff that the comp for England soccer was Iowa football, where they were supposedly just packed it in, played close games, and didn't let anybody score. And so I'm okay, I'm picking Iowa goalie. And I did it again, England goalie. And then all of a sudden, England goalie gave up a gajillion goals, and I lost because of it.
That was Spain that packed it in and didn't give up any.
Yes. Now I know this after watching lots of World Cup, but yes, it was fun. So, but it did kill. But what's funny though is in the publishing world, it killed page views and interest in football. The off-season football stuff just died, and sports stuff just died everywhere else because everyone was watching World Cup stuff.
Oh, I wouldn't even think about that, but that is probably. That's a big. Does that happen during the Olympics too? Because we have the Olympics next summer.
Presidential election years, because think about the timing if you have a presidential election that's at the early November, you have people who end up spending all their time, yelling on social media about candidates and stuff like that. They're not yelling about their teams quite as much. So there's always an every 4-year dip when it comes to presidential years. And now I will say there's a World Cup effect to this, because right now, between that and Google algorithms, people just aren't into football, but life will begin again very soon, as it does every single year around this time.
It does. And hey, if you're bored and you want to go over to collegefootballnews.com and check out some stuff, Pete's got
if you want to learn Missouri State football and Delaware football and all 138 teams, hey, look, money don't care where it comes from, Alabama or South Alabama, when it comes to win totals in games. So, yes, it's all right there.
All right. Well, because you've written about 138 teams and previews for this upcoming season, Pete, you're the man to talk to when it comes to NFL prospects.
I really am.
Football. You are, which is why we're doing this today. Like the show rundown is catered around the fact that we have Pete Futak, college football expert, on the show today.
You don't just bring on a Pete Futak and not, use all that could be happening with this. Exactly.
We got to use you. We got to use all the knowledge you have
Chew me up
to get us ready for the season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go. So prospects.
I mean, when you talk quarterbacks, I
Unbelievable.
just walked downstairs in our last break, and Arch Manning was flashing on the TV in the living room that was left on. So like, obviously Arch Manning,
real deal.
NFL prospect. Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State. Like, where does your mind go when you hear, give me the top NFL prospect? I suppose it kind of matters which position we're talking, but like, is there one that stands out? Those two, basically.
Yeah,
that's tier one.
Tier one. I mean, so the Texas people I know have said from the start that Arch is about as real a deal as it gets. He's a great kid, great guy. There is absolutely, he gets it. He knows he's got the family name. He knows he's got the pressure on his shoulders. He's not a jerk. He's not pretentious. He is just a regular college kid who's just one of the guys who just happens to have all the otherworldly talent. So it's all there. He is what you want in your franchise. And like, yeah, sometimes these guys just don't come out rocking right away. And last year, he comes out in the first game of the year is against Ohio State in Columbus, against the best defense in America, and it was the best defense in America by a mile. And I was like, he can't play. Arch can't. Look at that. He's overhyped. He's bad. Can't do this. He was still just starting. And sometimes, especially for college kids, no matter who you are, it takes a while to get up and rolling. And by the end of the year, you could start to see how he started to click. He started making his decisions faster. He started getting a little more protection. He had no help from the running game all year. But you could see it by the end of the season that all of a sudden that's the guy. And again, I had other people, scouts, other people telling me, we were seeing this guy, just like, don't jump off this bandwagon. He's the one-of-ones. He was the number one pick. He might have gone 2 behind Mendoza last year, but it still would have been close. He's just that good, and his skills are that strong. So it would be a shocker if he's not number one. Dante Moore is back. He came back after struggling against Indiana. He would have been the second overall pick in the draft to the Jets. Fine. He's going to get better at college football now. The problem, though, is he would have definitely been the second quarterback off the board this last year. And now this year, I love CJ Carr out of Notre Dame. I think he is going to rise up and be amazing. You've got Lenora Sellers out of South Carolina, who has all the skills and all the tools, but just has sort of lost a little bit of the NFL luster because he had kind of a down year because the Gamecocks weren't all that great. Julian Sayin, who was hitting 77% of his passes last year for Ohio State. Trinidad Chambliss, who is going to probably fall a little bit, but the Ole Miss quarterback, Darian Mensah of Miami. So you got a loaded year for quarterbacks. So when we were talking in earlier segments about, okay, what's Atlanta going to do? What's Arizona going to do? What's Minnesota going to do? Well, here it comes, this wave of quarterbacks that's going to come in. If, Clay Harbor's, Jalen Hurts wants to, he wants to whack Jalen Hurts. Well, this is the draft to find that guy who's going to be the next guy up, because this is one loaded class. And around that, you also mentioned his name, Jeremiah Smith. Had he been eligible, would have been a top 5 draft pick after his freshman year. He would have been number 2 pick overall last year. And he's going to be definitely a top 5 pick coming out this year.
So this upcoming NFL draft is essentially like for the quarterback class. It's similar to the Caleb Williams, the Jaden Daniels, the Drake May, that type of class.
Which was a total outlier, by the way. That doesn't happen. Like, quarterbacks are
that many quarterbacks taken.
Good.
But this
We're
next
good.
draft will be that 2027 will be similar, right?
Yeah. But that many quarterbacks who are good, like Jaden Daniels, awesome.
Right. To actually
Caleb
pan
Williams.
out.
Exactly, because you look at the history of quarterback drafts, it's just brutal death. I mean, you just again from time after time. Look at the Bears, Trubisky, Fields, just that alone. I mean, just you can go in year after year of like if it's just so painful when you see all these drafts and you're like, well, this is the Josh Allen year. Well, yeah, but Josh Allen also dropped a little bit. Well, Mahomes. Well, if everyone knew Mahomes was going to be this, he'd have gone number one. It's not an exact science. But in this draft, you have so many quarterbacks. And this is why part of the new era, too, where if you have NIL money, where we were talking about this before, where Mark Gronowski was getting paid $1 million a year by Iowa. And now, he's just barely trying to hang on, make a minimum NFL wage with the Miami Dolphins. Well, if these guys are making NIL money and you're getting $5 million a year, if you're Darian Mensah playing maybe more playing for Miami, you stay around another year because you're going to make, generational wealth, if you're sticking around. And then they just develop a little more. So these quarterbacks coming out are way better than they were, even 3-5 years ago.
Which is kind of funny to think about because 3-5 years ago, it was like, this quarterback's too old. We're not going to take him. We've already seen enough of him, right? Like we know what he has. We don't think he's going to develop anymore. So NFL teams always wanted the younger quarterback. Like the younger you were, the more sought after you were because teams felt like they could develop you more. And now it's the opposite where they're like,
didn't we just pass that stat? Yeah, I was just gonna say, didn't we? I think we just passed the stat where for years, like Lamar Jackson was always like younger than like Fernando Mendoza or like the top 5 quarterbacks in college and stuff like this. And then I think he just finally turned 30.
Sat behind like Justin Herbert in college.
Yeah, it was Tyler Shugg.
Yeah, see?
He spent 7 years in college.
When he's like 12 years old, and Chuck goes when he's like 26. And which one has the longer, better NFL career? That's still, we have to figure that out. But the
best quarterback in the NFL last year was 49-year-old Matthew Stafford. So
right,
age
is just a number, Pete. It's just a number.
Tell me that little gray beard going here, but no, but this is where if you're a franchise and you're just trying to get by, and there's nothing more valuable in all of sports than getting a quarterback on a rookie contract because as you mentioned earlier on, the Fernando Mendoza year, 4 years, $53 million. I mean, that's not that's Kate Constable money here. I mean, to get her to do this, but for most people, but for quarterbacks, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, they're going to make $53 million. They don't get out of bed in the morning for $53 million a year. Like that's nothing. So there's nothing more valuable than finding a guy in a rookie contract. Remember, it was the Russell Wilson thing that for years, Russell Wilson was getting paid, nothing. And then that was the window to roll on. And so you want that guy. That's why if Carson, Brock Purdy.
Purdy up until last year when he got paid.
Yeah, he was getting paid, a couple $100,000, right? Because he was Mr. Irrelevant. That's why the Carson Beck deal, where he's signing for $7 million over a couple years. Well, yeah, if he's a starting quarterback, that's Christmas. That's everything. And so that's why if you're really looking at this upcoming draft, and you see there are 7, 8, 10 guys who, and there's always going to be someone from out of the blue. Mendoza was not a guy coming out of last year. He was just kind of an okay, prospect, and all of a sudden he turned into this one of one. So they come from out of nowhere, and so the next year for quarterbacks should be pretty awesome.
Okay, so then here's a something for you, Pete. So we named C.J. Carr, Lenora Sellers, we named Manning, Dante Moore, Julian Sayin. Which quarterback are we missing that might end up being kind of like that Fernando Mendoza that isn't really talked about until he is talked about and is the big guy? Like what quarterback is kind of under the radar, but could be that pop come next year around the draft?
I'm not going to say he's under the radar quite yet because he's about to be one on the biggest team. Well, I think it's going to be the biggest team going. Sam Leavitt, the Arizona State quarterback, who's now going to be Lane Kiffin's guy at LSU. Because if you are the quarterback under Lane Kiffin, you're going to put up some massive numbers. And he can run. Leavitt's got the NFL size. He's got the arm. He's got the tools. And he is just going to put up just humongous numbers in that offense for an LSU team that I think is going to be terrific. So he's going to be one of those guys who's going to be kind of in the Heisman chase. How about like Gunnar Stockton of Georgia? He's not flashy, but he was a Heisman finalist last year. And the other guy who's not going to be there yet because of the NFL's ridiculous rule of you have to be 3 years out of high school before going. I'm going to biff the name. Just call him JKS from Cal. Jaron Kiwawe Politelli. I can't do it. I've tried.
That's 10 times fast.
I can't. I could get Uyunglele. I could get Tunga Viola. I cannot get JKS's names right. But he's that's what they call him. Jaron Kiwawe. It's Saga Politelli. There. But, I can spell Roethlisberger or Krzyzewski. I can't do this. But he's the next guy. He is not going to be eligible next year, but there is going to be a race for this guy for the 2028 NFL draft. So again, in an NIL world where all these guys these quarterbacks are being built up and they're in all these camps and they are sharper than ever before. You just have guys who are better than the quarterbacks in college football are better than they've ever been ever. And that's the one positive about the transfer portal is you don't have guys who are just stuck. They can move around, they can go somewhere else, they can play somewhere else. And so there's just a lot of good quarterbacks out there. And you mentioned who's going to rise up from out of nowhere. It might be a CJ Bailey from NC State, might be a Drake Lindsay from Minnesota. There's a lot of really good talented guys out there.
Over under quarterbacks to go in the first round next year. The Caleb Williams draft, we had what? Was there 6?
5? They're going to make me
5
look. I look at, I'll talk and walk here as I look this up. The problem with this always becomes who's taking them. Because you have to remember, in order to get one of these quarterbacks, that means you're making an investment in your future. That's like, this is our guy. So when are you taking him? If you're taking the guy in the top 5 picks, you better be getting that guy out on the field there pretty fast. And there's not always a lot of teams that need a quarterback every year. Like the Jets needed one, the Dolphins needed one. What did they do? Kind of nothing. I mean, they really didn't go hard after, any of these, any quarterbacks because there really wasn't out there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarterbacks. Not only did 6 quarterbacks go in 24, 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. How many can you, on top of your head, can you name those 6 quarterbacks?
Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams,
yes,
JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix.
Nice.
And don't tell me I have one more.
You ain't good right now.
Maybe you're going to have to tell me. Nope.
He's being replaced potentially by a guy I just named.
AFC or NFC?
NFC, left-handed, played in the national championship, threw for a million
Michael
yards.
Penix.
Yes.
Michael Penix.
Yes. But like you said, all these guys, Penix isn't panning out so far because he hasn't quite been healthy. McCarthy hasn't been healthy. But look at that draft. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Bo Nix. That's pretty good. That's like, look at, for example, 2023. CJ Stroud, the jury's out on him. Bryce Young's turning out all right. Anthony Richardson, all-timer bust at the 4. Will Levis. Yeah. It's all these guys who you think are going to be great. You did have the Burrow, Tagovailoa, Herbert, Love, Jalen Hurts draft. That's pretty strong. But, for historically bad reasons, like the Dwayne Haskins draft, Drew Lock, it just all these big names that you think this guy's going to work with this franchise. And it's just hard to find. So there's going to be a lot of strong talent evaluation going on as we speak.
All right. Well, we'll continue giving you our talent evaluations on some of these quarterback or some of these college football players that have NFL aspirations coming up. We're also going to play a little hot or cold within the next hour. And we'll recap some of what happened in Major League Baseball today. Now, the only game, pretty much nothing. The Tigers and Royals, top of the 9th right now. Tigers are up 4-3. It was tied 3-3 most of the game, but the Tigers have taken the lead. We'll check back in with you on the other side. Going to take a quick break. He's Pete Futek. I'm Kate Constable.
The Seattle Seahawks were the best team in football last season. By any objective measure, eye test, if you're actually paying attention, all the advanced statistics, and, they won the Super Bowl. They were the best team. And yet, we have spent this entire offseason talking about the Los Angeles Rams. I bet you, out there watching or listening, that you think of the Rams in the NFC and in the NFC West before you think about the Seattle Seahawks. And this is where I'm guilty too. Because while you're focused on the Rams, I love the San Francisco 49ers. And here are the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks like, hey guys, remember me? Remember us? We just won the Super Bowl. We watched it happen. 165 days ago. It's not like this was 20 years ago. 165 days ago, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl championship. They won it. Just like that spouse, that partner cheated. It happened. And just like the partner is going to say, no, it's going to be different this time, we are all collectively, most of us, at the least, hand-waving it away. We saw it happen, but do we actually believe? Do we actually believe? We and I. This is like doubting Thomas in the Bible, who needs to see, and I'm going to use a biblical reference here, I don't mean to make this religious, but needs to see Jesus' wounds before he believes. And then he sees them, and he believes. We are being shown the wounds, and we still don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams are minus 105 to win the NFC West. The Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when any of us talk about the NFC this season, all roads start and lead to Los Angeles, which is a little fun given that the Super Bowl will be played there this season. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? The Seattle Seahawks, a quiet organization, goes about its business. Doesn't have the flashy headlines. They don't take Ty Simpson in the first round. Don't trade for Myles Garrett. I'm not saying any of these moves are bad. Didn't trade for A.J. Brown. Didn't have the coach on the front page of the New York Post. And we all just kind of say, you know what? Even though we just watched this happen, I don't think it's going to happen again. And I'm guilty of it, too. And I think that's really important context. And it's something that all of us should think about, including me. This is a battle that I have with myself when I think about the NFC West, especially. And I'm like, man, I love the Niners this year. And I'm forced to say, am I just doing this thing again where I'm looking past the Seahawks? Like when I picked the Rams to beat them in the Thursday night game towards the end of the year, or when I picked the Rams to beat them on Championship Sunday. Am I doing this again with the Seattle Seahawks? And it's very possible that I and we are doing it again. So what do you want to do with this team, right? Better than they were last year, but a harder schedule and Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down on the New England Patriots? Playoff team or no? Because there will be. Get ready for it. And I'm not saying they're going to be wrong. A lot of people are going to be down and out on the New England Patriots this year. Are you going to be one of them? Me? Haven't made up my mind just yet. But leaning towards being in. Not in to the extent that I think they'll go back to the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe after how good Drake May was last year. Started from the bottom, now he's here. And I believe in Mike Vrabel. Maybe not off the field, but on the field. I think the Patriots will be good this year. How good? I got to figure that out. But I am not going to be out on the 2026 New England Patriots.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Tigers and Royals, the only baseball game going on right now. Tigers are up 4-3 on the Royals. It's the top of the ninth, though. Royals have 2 on, only 1 out. Pete, things could get very interesting. I'm kind of being sarcastic. Baseball's been
no, you're not, and you are
like nothing going on.
I will say this, and this is the one area I do know something about because I know nothing about baseball. I will openly admit it. I can kind of talk baseball. This is one area because in my geeky, weird world, where the only thing I care about is me, the closer situation for the Kansas City Royals matters to me. So I do have an interest in this game in my own weird little way.
Why do you care about the Kansas City Royals?
Because I have the closer because I have them on my dumb roto team, which I want to win like money or something if I win this.
Okay, well that's a good reason.
Exactly. That's
probably the best reason, most valid one.
Yeah, and I was telling you off the air, which I am in this league where I'm with real deal people who know baseball, like people who are beat reporters for like the Dodgers and the Angels, and like the people and me. I have a heater of a team, and it just offends sensibilities like you would not believe that I don't know the basics, and yet I am crushing everybody in this thing. It is just embarrassing for them and the sport of baseball that I have a team that, and yes, to get back to the moment, so I do care about this, and so does America, who might have something on the the run line here, whatever the totals are on this.
That is true. Well, we got 7 runs. Usually lines sit about 7.5, 8.5 runs. So yeah, maybe something. Yeah,
that was again why the World Cup was so awesome, because the World Cup you'd have in terms of the worldwide betting market was because you had all these. It's like everything's all good, and all these ridiculously late goals that screwed it all up.
So much money was gambled on the World Cup. I'm looking it up right now, but I want to say more than the Super Bowl.
Oh, everything was bigger than the World Cup. I mean, did you see the numbers for this? I mean, it's like a couple 100 million people watched Bad Bunny halftime, and like a couple billion people watched Shakira or something on the opening thing. Like it does the World Cup numbers just do not compared to anything else. It is the Super Bowl is this cute thing that we all love, but that's just a spitball at a battleship when you're talking World Cup. I mean, it is amazing just how many people, like, what was the crazy numbers? Like literally 1 out of every 7 people on the planet was watching the World Cup final.
That's insane.
That's just
there were 2 million bets at one specific sports book that was bet on the World Cup final. 2 million just on one sports book.
That's not ripe for corruption or anything like that. And fortunately, soccer on an international scale does not have any problems with that. So, but no, it was just, that was the fun part about it. It had everything. You had great finishes, and you had great games, and you had crazy betting things, which made the world, insane. So, but that was fun. But again, I am ready to get back to the moment when a late field goal matters one way or the other on, caring about point totals and, spreads and things like that. We're there. We're almost there.
We are there. And Pete, I learned this from you when we were hosting college football shows a couple years ago, is that week 1, all the spreads, they're going to be absolutely insane. You're going to get like Georgia minus 43.5. And what do? You take Georgia minus 43.5 if they're playing an FCS team. If they're playing like something like that, you take the big dog to cover the big spread in week 1.
Usually I'll say my cutoff, and I'm not joking here, it sounds like a big number, but sometimes in college it isn't. If I'm walking into the building up 50.5 to nothing, I'm going to take my chances here, because it's certain numbers you just have to do it, because it takes something ridiculous to win games by, like in college football, you do get that, because you do get an Oklahoma playing in Eastern, Cream Puff Tech or something like that. And you do get these crazy numbers. And if you can manipulate those, college football is way easier than the NFL. And I will say this, that the easiest time of the year is week 2 in college football, because if you know what's real and what's not, because the overreactions come from the markets after week 1. They're like, oh my God, like Maryland was the prime one of this. We talked Maryland earlier. Maryland always comes out and beats Howard like 55-2 in like the opening, game of the season. Like, oh, Maryland's awesome. And then they just aren't. So it's like you have to know these teams enough where if you kind of manipulate it, you can do it. And that's why right now win totals, if it's not satisfying, so you have to wait several months. But this is where you can kind of clean up if you kind of think you know what you're doing with win totals.
My Georgia example was probably not a good one, because one thing I know about Georgia, or in the last couple of years, is that they'll score, they'll run up the score a little bit, but they won't embarrass they won't win by 55. Like Kirby doesn't do that.
Okay.
So that goes to your point of kind of knowing these teams and knowing what's real and what's not.
I was on the college football show, BetMGM show, with Gabe Ramirez and Alyssa Bergamini, and the week 1 was Oregon, Georgia, and I was telling everyone who would listen, this Oregon team is the absolute real deal. This team is great. Look out. This Justin Herbert guy's awesome. Just wait till you see what this thing does. And it was like 75-1 after the first drive. Georgia was crushing them. And I lost pretty much all respectability. Like the next 14-week show, I'm like, yeah, I'm an hour into doing this thing. And like, okay, that's So every time I tried to puff chest out, that got reminded. So it's a humbling game.
A little PTSD with Georgia, with you in Georgia. All right,
exactly.
That's fair, Pete. All right, we've got a texter texting in, Declan in Buffalo, 716 number. Pete, he says, what do the Chicago folks think of DJ Moore? Also, the Tigers should be sellers at the deadline.
Great in spurts. The thing about DJ Moore is that, I don't mean to make this about fantasy because it's about real football, but DJ Moore was the guy where you always play him because he would do nothing, and then boom, he would score 4 touchdowns and have a monster game here and there. So if you're Buffalo and you've got to give this guy weapons. I mean, Josh Allen, you've tried with so many different receivers, and they've had a couple okay ones and good tight ends, and obviously Cook's great at the backfield, but like the Keon Coleman's of the world just didn't work out. Shakir's been fine, but it's not, that's not your number one. DJ Moore is a real go-to guy who, you just keep him out there. He'll disappear for long stretches, and then he'll have those games, or he just decides, I'm just going to go out there and be the best player on the field, and he's just going to go off. But again, you cannot give Josh Allen enough weapons, because my whole family's originally from Buffalo, and the pain and angst of that city when it comes to this, you've got you hit the lottery. We talked before about how many bust quarterbacks you are. I thought Allen was going to be just Turns out he's Hall of Famer, all-timer. Well, you got him. You got to give this guy everything possible. And DJ Moore is absolutely one of those guys who can help you out. But you need more. You need more than just more.
You need more than more. I think I'm excited for DJ Moore. Like, I liked him here in Chicago. I think he's a good dude. He was fun to watch at times. So I'm indifferent about him moving on. I'm not like very distraught that he's not on the Bears, and I'm not, super happy that he's gone. I'm just happy for him that he's in a place where he's going to get.
He's in a better place now.
He is in a better place now. He just keeps going up and up for DJ Moore. He comes from, comes from Carolina, where things were not always peachy. He had a couple of good, decent years there, but then, goes to Chicago, has some good seasons in Chicago,
He had a couple pretty big plays for the Bears last year.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
A couple big things happen. But here, the number one big thing about DJ Moore is that, at least for me, he was the jump shark, killed Hard Knocks for me forever. I'm watching the Hard Knocks with the Chicago Bears where he's taking his family to go get ice cream. And I'm like, this is the most boring thing I have ever seen. And then I just got sick of Hard Knocks. I'm like, why am I watching this? And that was it. So I don't blame DJ Moore because it was a lovely moment with his lovely family and everything. Not his fault. But I'm like, why are you showing DJ Moore getting ice cream with his family? I just don't care. And from then on, I just don't care about it.
The season of Hard Knocks was the most boring season ever because the McCaskies kind of had control over what was shown and what they did. Like, you can't swear. There was no swearing in Hard Knocks. I want the head coach yelling some curse words at it.
Was there no swearing in Hard Knocks, or did you just happen to catch the HBO versions that did not show the swearing? Because I've done that one before.
I didn't know there were.
So they bleep them out, or at least they kind of soften it or something, or else they don't allow this. But there is the Hard Knocks versions that play during the day, and then there's the Hard Knocks versions real time one that has the MFers and the all the other stuff that.
See, I want the ones with the MFers. I want the real deal if I'm watching that.
Absolutely, of course you do, because that's what it really is. That's the real. That's the whole point. You want the real Hard Knocks, but along with the watching the just absolute soul crushing moments of watching some young man's dream completely die in front of millions of people. Like, it's this is. I always like that, the coach saying, "This is hard for me." Well, it's not. You're the one who still has a job. You're fine. It's hard on the kid who's got to go figure out, oh crap, I did absolutely nothing to prepare for life outside of football, and I can basically have no skills, and I'll just have to walk out and be like, uh-oh. And so,
I'm gonna go get a job in sales after this.
It's something.
That is hard to watch. That is hard to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Although the one time it wasn't was the time I'm like, this Kevin O'Connell guy seems like he's got something on the ball. He might be a coach or something somewhere, and it turns out obviously he turned out to be all right. But he's getting cut from the Jets. But
we watched Matt Eberflus get a nice haircut and grow a beard during the Chicago Bears one.
I didn't. I quit. That's probably when I quit. It was so bad.
That is when you quit. I think he got a nice haircut in his backyard or something at his house. Yeah, it was quite the episode. Is there a Hard Knocks this season?
Oh, obviously. Actually, not only isn't there a Hard Knocks, there's 5 of them. I mean, they always have the in-season Hard Knocks.
Well, I know they have the in-season ones now that every year I'm like, I need to start watching the in-season ones. And then, life gets busy and I don't.
And
I've heard they're really good.
Liv Schreiber has the greatest narrative voice ever, and then you see him in real life or talking and he's talks like David Beckham. It's where's that voice coming from when you're doing the Hard Knocks thing? It's it's the voice of God when he does that. So but we have to look at how do we not know who it is yet?
It's the Giants.
Okay.
Wait, the Hard Knocks started on July 2nd.
It's already been playing? No way.
Putting up in our chat.
It isn't.
I haven't even seen a promo for Hard Knocks.
How is that possible? I guess I have TV on all the time. How would I have
No. It premieres August 4th on HBO.
Yeah. Okay, that's more like it. That's because there's no way we would not have known this.
Wait. This is some real stuff we got to get to the bottom of. Okay. Hard Knocks training camp will feature the Seattle Seahawks, and that is on August 4th.
Okay. No, Hard Knocks New York Giants, I think, didn't they do an in-season one? I think the Giants were the in-season one last year.
Yeah, we have the Seahawks coming up on Hard Knocks. That's going to be pretty good.
Why?
Coming off the Super Bowl?
I guess, but is there anybody? Sam Darnold's the most boring person ever. I mean, is there any
Jackson Smith and Jigma? I don't know much about his personality, but he's fun to watch on the field. You'd hope he'd have a little.
Except I'm always afraid to type his name because I'm always afraid I'm going to spell it wrong and it's going to go very bad. But that
is always a concern.
But it's I'm sure there's personalities on that team, but it's not like, I mean, the Seahawks, when they were winning before it, you had Richard Sherman and you had,
Right.
Pete Carroll. You had all these great character people. Now it's like Sam Darnold. I don't know.
I can't imagine Mike McDonald is rivals Pete Carroll in terms of the eccentricness of their personalities. There's not many people do.
Yeah, no. So I'm sure there's, you got to figure out a storyline somewhere, but all right, I'll try watching again. I have to get back and liking this again.
You do. Do you watch Quarterback at all? Netflix?
No, I don't. I don't watch like stuff. I'm always like watching dumb TV. Like, here's my problem. Everyone else knows all these shows. Like, I'm the person who has Tour de France on for 6 hours a day, and it's like they're riding bikes. Why are you watching? This. I don't know. I just do. I don't watch. I don't watch sports media outside of this. I'm bad at that. I should be better considering what I do, but.
Well, no, it's because you do it all day long that then it's like, just let me watch a bunch of dudes ride bikes.
Cooking shows. Because if you wanted to do fantasy guys grocery games, I would absolutely crush at that. So that's that type of that's the stuff I'll watch if it's not any sort of sportsy stuff. But there's always other sports stuff going on. There's always some sort of game or something, and it's like,
when it's not July 23rd, 2026. Yes, there usually is something else going on. But we're gonna continue on here. We're gonna make the most of this time talking sports. We might throw some win totals, college football at you in this next segment and do a little rapid fire on that. So more to come on the other side. Pete Futek, Kate Constable, college football win totals coming up here on BetMGM tonight.
And Aaron Boone, and I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him. He's apparently the nicest guy in the world. So I'm not saying he's a bad guy at all. I'm sure he's a good friend and a father and a brother and a son and all that stuff. He's not a bad guy. But he's one of these guys that defends everything. Everything. Guy has a terrible slump. Oh, like, we're just waiting on Judgy to get the bat off his shoulder. And I'm using Judge just because he calls him Judgy, and I think it's funny. Judge is not going to be mired in a slump like that. But, Anthony Volpe will go out there and kick the ball like he's Leo Messi in the World Cup final. Aaron Boone will be like, yeah, he's just working it out. He's going to be fine. It's like, hey, Aaron, listen, buddy. Like, we all watch sports. Like, we all know what's right and what's not right. You can say sometimes that, like, the decision that your player made was not right. You can criticize somebody. You don't have to be a jerk about it, but you don't have to defend everything under the sun. So forgive me if I hear Aaron Boone talk about what an embarrassment this is for Major League Baseball, and it just kind of like, it goes for me in one ear out the other. It's the boy who cried wolf. If you defend everything, then when you defend something, it has zero meaning. Like, it would mean way more if he did throw Anthony Volpe on. And I'm not suggesting to do it in a terrible way. But yeah, like, you can say, this guy's not playing well. We need way more out of him. Instead of being like, yeah, well, like, they'll go out there in a doubleheader and get swept and be listless and be awful. And he'd be like, oh, I like the way the guys battled. What are you talking about, dude? This is like 1984 by George Orwell, right? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what Aaron Boone does. He's basically like he was like a state-controlled media. No, everything's great. All good. I know you just watched the team lose, but you know what? I'm going to tell you why they were actually awesome tonight. And it just gets tiresome. It's not that he's a terrible manager or a bad guy, but this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this team, which is there's ultimately no accountability because you cannot win every year and keep your job. No accountability, and they're going to fall short again, even in a bad American league. So yeah, like we can turn this into like Jose. Think about how insane this is. Like Jose Caballero is a good player. He's not exactly a household name. Like this ain't exactly Shohei Ohtani we're talking about, right? And Major League Baseball has just woke up one morning and decided to have a vendetta against Jose Caballero. Like, come on, stop it. I'm sick of it. And they'll be there come October. There's no doubt. AL's bad. I actually think they're going to win the division. 2.5 games behind Tampa. I think they'll win the division. Even if they don't, they'll be in the mix. And they'll lose. I don't know what round it'll be in. Maybe it'll be in the World Series. This team is not winning a championship. I say it every year, and every year I'm right. And I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Was that a little Red Hot Chili Peppers?
I love Big Voice Guy. That was actually the moment when I knew I kind of made it in Chicago radio is when I had a segment on the Score and Big Voice Guy with Pete Futak. I'm like, yeah, Big Voice dude, that guy. That was awesome. That was when I'm like, yeah, okay. I
have arrived. I have arrived. It is fun hearing your name across the.
Apparently that dude's like
apparently
that guy lives in like Cleveland or something, and he just spends all day like being like, "Hey, Constable," like doing that. That'd
be a sweet job to have.
I know, it'd be great.
Well, here's a better job for you, Pete.
Let's go.
You're gonna be win total guy today. Big voice guy to win total guy.
What's sad about this is that, America, who is missing out on the next 10 minutes is basically missing out on just pure spun gold. And I wish I could, get everyone to listen to what we're about to talk about here. But yeah, if you're, you can only do what I can do.
So if you are in your car listening, now is the time to crank up the dial.
Pull off the road because here we go.
Write these down. Pete's gonna rob the books for you. All right, Michigan.
What's fair,
Pete? Michigan State 4.5 wins is their total. Pat Fitzgerald, the new head coach, coming over to take over Sparty. Over under 4.5.
I hate this one only because it's. They need so much work and they need so much help. And it is a complete rebuilding job. But it is also one of those things where Michigan State could absolutely have one of those Pat Fitzgerald days that like the defense just works and everything happens the right way. They get a couple of fumbles that go the right way. So you got to start out. Toledo's not a sure thing win to start the season. Eastern Michigan they're going to win that. So that's they're 2-0 after that. Then it's a problem. Now you go to Notre Dame. I think they could beat Nebraska in the home opener. Then at Wisconsin's a problem, Illinois' a problem. And then the fun one, Northwestern has to come to East Lansing. So Pat Fitzgerald, I don't want to say revenge game, but that's one. So they can get to 4 wins off this. The problem is they've got to then win at UCLA or they got to win at Rutgers because they're not beating Michigan. They're not beating Washington, Oregon. So long way of saying I will sheepishly say yes over on the 4.5. I'm not in love with it though.
All right. Let's go to our old stomping grounds, Pete. We're both from Minnesota. What are the Gophers? The Gophers. The Minnesota accent.
Oh, dude, don't be that person.
The Gophers.
Scandinavian heritage with the heritage, yes.
6.5 wins for PJ Fleck. Are they rowing the boat to 7 this year?
They are, because again, who are you going to beat? And it starts with they're going to beat Eastern Illinois. I think they beat Mississippi State at home, and they beat Akron, and they pull off a win at Purdue. And I think they get by UCLA and Northwestern. So they're going to get close. So they got 5 wins pretty much banked in. 5.5, at least 6 is going to be fine. It's just where you're getting that 7th win. And part of the problem with that is it going to be Iowa? Well, they always get stomped by Iowa. They have to go to Indiana. They got to go to Penn State. And it might come down to the Paul Bunyan-Axe game at the end. But I do think that this team is going to find enough. They do have enough talent there where I do think they get past 6.5 and they somehow find a way to get to 7.
All right, I can agree with that. It feels like Minnesota is kind of always right in that area.
6 is just not enough for them, yeah.
Making a bowl game. Yeah, for sure. Wisconsin, they're at 6.5 as well. Wisconsin has had a rough couple seasons. Granted, they had a really tough schedule. There was last year, 2 years ago, and Alabama came to Camp Randall.
Wasn't pretty.
It was not pretty. It was not pretty. Luke Fickell still head coach of the Badgers.
Yeah.
Can he get to 7 wins and save his job?
My school, I should know this one cold. The field I have, so what did you say the point total was again?
The win total 6.5.
Win total, thank you. 6.5 seems like a lot, though. I mean, they start out, they're going to be tough. I think they're going to keep it close against Notre Dame to open the season, but lose. Western Illinois, Eastern Michigan, they'll win those 2 games. I think they win at home against Michigan State. There's 3. Rutgers at home, there's 4. They should be able to beat Maryland and or Purdue on the road, maybe both. That's 5 or 6. So like we said for Minnesota, this might come, the win totals for both Minnesota and Wisconsin might come down to the Paul Bunyan-Axe game. I'm not 1,000% sold that Wisconsin's really figured it out yet. I mean, this is a team that didn't score. Like historically bad, really didn't score last year, but the defense was in place. Better offense. Colton Joseph, the quarterback coming in for Old Dominion. No one knows his name, but he runs a lot and he's going to be fun and interesting, but they cannot keep quarterbacks healthy. I'm going to go under on this, even though this is a good enough team to get to 6 wins in bowling. 6.5 and 7 is asking a little bit much.
This next team, Pete, it's heavily juiced to the under. Minus 145. But this is the lowest win total amongst all Big Ten teams here. Go. The Purdue Boilermakers. 3.5 wins.
They're better. And what stinks about this is they are a good team that should be better than 3 wins. The problem is, where are they going to get them? Because Wake Forest is not an easy win. Wake Forest gets like everyone back. Nobody likes them or knows who they are because they're Wake Forest. But that's a 10-win team possibly if you're going to throw in a bowl game. So that's not a sure win. I don't think UCLA is a sure win. They beat Indiana State, but then at UCLA, no. Notre Dame, no. At Illinois, probably not. So that means they got to beat Minnesota or Washington at home. At Penn State, no. They'll beat Maryland. They're not going to win at Iowa. Not going to win at Indiana. So there's just a lot of games there that just don't add up. So you should pragmatically and prudently probably say over because they'll probably luck their way or have one big game against somebody. But there just aren't enough sure thing wins on here. The only sure thing win is Indiana State, and after that, they're probably going to be the underdog against everyone else. So I'm going under on 3.5.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go under with you on that one in the books. So BetMGM thinks so as well. Minus 145 to the under. All right, we're going to take a quick break. It's time for hot and cold. We'll bring Combs in to throw some topics on the other side.
Let's go.
What about LSU this season with Lane Kiffin?
It's all Sam Leavitt. If Sam Leavitt, the transfer quarterback from Arizona State, if he's healthy, then LSU is going to be a team to reckon with. Because, again, when you look at the talent, it's as good as anyone in the country. He's coming off that Liz Frank surgery on his foot. I don't think they would have paid him the money and gone as hard for him as they did if they didn't think that he was going to be healthy. And if Sam Leavitt is healthy, with what they have and with Lane's ability to make portal guys click right away, like LSU is one of those teams, I'm just telling you right now, if Leavitt's healthy, come week 7 or 8, you're going to want nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And look, I'm going to say the same. Like, I think if I made this statement right now and we fast forwarded to SEC Champ Weekend, the first weekend of December, I could see Oklahoma playing for the SEC Championship and then making a run towards a national championship. They're also that good. And so every team has a strength of these upper echelon SEC teams. And Lane's is that he's a great offensive mind and he did well in the portal. And it's LSU talent. I've said this for years about LSU. Everybody in college football has. If they ever got the right guy to sustain the success a la Saban at LSU, that may be a once-in-a-lifetime run. But if you found a guy that understood it and went at LSU for 10 to 12 years, I believe that it's the most talent-rich job in the country. Meaning that if LSU gets humming and they recruit to their potential, forget the portal, just the talent in that area alone, you could have a decade of dominance at LSU because it is that bountiful with talent.
If you had to, Matt, pick a team outside of that top 7 that you think could surprise this year in the Southeastern Conference, who is it and why?
South Carolina. And I'm bullish on the Gamecocks because I believe last year was kind of an anomaly to what Shane Beamer's got going there. Lenore Sellers coming back. They've got Bryles coming in as the offensive coordinator. Dylan Stewart's one of the best defensive players in the country. And I think that they are going to have an opportunity. Look, for the record, Alex Golish is going to turn some heads this year because of what he brought in from South Florida. And I love John Sumrall to get Florida back to the SEC elite. But if we're specifically talking about this year, those 3 teams, Carolina, Auburn, Florida, I think they are all going to jockey from week 1 till Thanksgiving weekend. Is that surprise team in the SEC that people maybe you can't say didn't see coming, but they're like, oh, welcome to the conversation, South Carolina, Auburn, and Florida. For me, because I know the good Lenore Sellers is really good, and I know that Dylan Stewart is a top 10 pick really good. So I'm going to say based on that, I think South Carolina has a remarkable season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour here on BetMGM Tonight. He's Pete Futek. I'm Kate Constable. We're bringing in Brandon Combs. He's our producer because it's time to play a little game that we like to do at this time every night, and that is Hot or Cold. Brandon, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Kate. Good evening, Pete. How are you
I had
guys
a little
doing?
like accent that. Good evening, good sir.
Good evening. Hey, have some tea and crumpets. Good
I'd love
evening.
some actually. Actually, bring them.
Dude, that sounds
Absolutely
really good right now.
fantastic.
I don't have any. But I do have some hot or cold for you guys. So how about we just do some hot or cold, and then
Let's
after
do
the
that.
show we can talk about getting some tea and crumpets.
Bring them.
All right. Hot or cold, Kate, we'll start with you. The College Football National Championship will not be won by the Big Ten or the SEC this season.
That is cold. That's way cold. I mean, do we think someone from the Big 12's winning? No. Exactly. That's cold. I mean, the Big Ten, they've dominated the last three. They've won the last three national titles. And if it's not them, it's got to be someone from the SEC. I think that's cold. I don't see a way. I mean, those two teams are essentially about to break away and make it their own. All right, Pete, you go.
5-4
Oh,
Vicker.
gosh. Is that
Notre Dame.
Oh,
It's
okay.
no, you're right. It's you're crazy not to like think that if you're going to odds on it, it's going to Ohio State or it's Oregon's year. Indiana could absolutely do it again. I'm not buying the SEC, any of these teams. I mean, but Georgia is good enough. It kind of gets lost just how good Georgia is. We've all forgotten because they've gotten wiped in the last two college football playoffs. They are the two-time defending SEC champ. They get just about everyone back. This defense is going to be an absolute killer for the Bulldogs. Notre Dame, at the very least, is going to get there or get close because they are loaded across the board and their schedule is nothing. It's at BYU and they host Miami. Those are the two games. Everything else, they're going to wipe everyone up off. So at the very least, Notre Dame's going to get to the college football playoff and they're going to be on a revenge tour this year. So I will say, I think, am I supposed to go? I say that's a hot take because I will say Notre Dame could win the national championship.
Yeah, Pete, look, you snuffed it out. I mean, look, I'm a big Notre Dame fan, but this has nothing to do with that. This has something to do with the fact that, like you said, they're loaded. And that team, not only are they loaded, but they have a chip on their shoulder after being hosed out of being in the college football playoff last year. There's no excuses for the committee this year. All they have to do is be in the top 12.
Watch them lose to Wisconsin to start the season just to make it a little bit interesting on themselves.
Well, they have to lose their one game where everything goes sideways.
Exactly.
That would
just
be
to make
totally
it a little
Notre
interesting. Yeah, that would be on brand.
So Notre Dame. Yeah. No, I just think that with that chip on the shoulder, with the way that they got left out last year and being as loaded as they are, I know they lost both of their running backs and Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, but this team, CJ Carr, and watching his evolution last season was so much fun.
Now, to Kate's point,
I think that.
Sorry,
I think they're going to be a top 3, top 4 team heading into the college football playoff. I know they can't be ranked higher than 5 because of the stupid way that they did everything, but I think that Notre Dame is going to get to the national title game, and I think they're going to win it this year. I
mean, not being able, actually, that's a plus in a weird way because they can't play for a conference championship, and so they get a home game in South Bend against Western Michigan or Boise State. Okay. Take that deal. But to Kate's point, no, I don't think no one from the Big 12 is winning the national title. And I don't think Miami's winning the national title. So it's probably going to be a Big 10 team again, but Notre Dame's pretty good.
All right. Moving forward, you guys talked about tight ends. We had Clay Harbor on as well. Travis Kelce will not be a top 20 tight end this season. Pete, you hot or cold on this?
Are we talking just regular football or fantasy football?
Regular.
Doesn't matter, actually. I will. I top 20. I will say cold because he's still going to have a couple games where it's like, there's the old Travis Kelce that we wait. I think they're going to force it to him a little bit. He's going to be one of those guys who probably isn't that great, but he just finds his niche as being like the goal line guy. So he maybe doesn't block like he used to or run routes like he's used to, but he gets like 8 touchdowns because they just throw it to him, or else if it's not Kenneth Walker in the goal line. So I'm going to say sheepishly hot on, what do I say? Sheepishly cold on that, because I think he'll be pretty decent fantasy, not great football. Because like we talked about with Harbor, there's so many good tight ends this year.
Yeah, which is what makes me think that this might be hot, that he's not going to be a top 20 tight end, because I think you have a lot of young tight ends too that going into their second year or so are going to have big seasons. I mean, you go through
You leave Taylor Swift out of this.
There's some teams that have 2 tight ends that I think are better than Travis Kelce. So all of a sudden, I think they start adding up pretty quickly, and Kelce could be further down this list than we want to think he is, and further down than maybe Taylor thinks he should be as well.
Yeah.
Wow. So basically, if you're Clay Harbor and you're dumping people, who are really good. So basically, she should dump him for like Harold Fannin Jr. or something like that at this point.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Just to make sure you get on the hotter train. Okay, got it.
Yeah, look, I just don't think I look at Travis Kelce. He's going in his age 37 season. He'll be 37 in October, and not only that, with his production that has decreased year after year over the last 3 seasons. Now he just got married. And as a guy who's on his 3rd marriage, I could tell you, Travis, life's not about to get easier for you, buddy. So this isn't going to make it. Not only are you getting older, but now you also have the the fortune of being married. Granted, it's to Taylor Swift.
Well, he does have to support the young wife. He's got to somehow, keep,
he's got to make a living.
He's got to keep food on the table here.
Somehow I think she'll be all right. But anyway, I don't think Travis Kelce's going to be there. I don't think he's a top 20 tight end in the league anymore. I just don't. I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the playoffs either.
Was there a prenup one way or another on that one?
There had to have been.
Right? I mean,
there's no way there's no prenup. There's no way there's no prenup.
He's like worth 50 mil, but she's like
she
worth
runs
$1 billion.
Laps around him in terms of what she's made. Yeah,
of course.
Is it real love if there's a prenup?
I'm not answering that one. My family can hear me talking, so I'm not saying anything right.
What did you say, Pete?
I think my family actually can hear when I talk, so I'm just going to keep that one to myself.
Okay. Yeah. Probably smart. All right, Brandon. What do we got next?
All right. The Raiders should start Fernando Mendoza week 1. Hot or cold, Kate?
I've been in the camp of they should not start him week 1, and that they should start Kirk Cousins, and they should get kind of Fernando Mendoza's feet wet in the NFL and everything. But I've changed my tune over the last week or so. I kind of think that they should just throw him into the fire, because what are they? The Raiders aren't winning the Super Bowl this year. So the more time that Fernando Mendoza, the more snaps, the more time on the field he has, the more experience he gets, the better he's going to get, the faster that's all going to happen. So what's the point in having us sit behind Kirk Cousins when your expectations for the Raiders this year isn't to win the Super Bowl? I don't think the most diehard Raiders fan would, say that they think this team can win the Super Bowl. So give him as much experience as he can possibly get. And that means starting week 1, Pete.
I'm going hot. Because in today's day and age, especially, look, you can't. How are you getting better holding the clipboard? You got to get out there. Plus, it's a guy who is tough. We saw this throughout the end of last season. That guy was taking some massive shots. It looked like I was shocked he got up off the mat after the first play of the Big Ten championship. He took a beating. He's a tough guy. He's a bigger quarterback, and also his mentality is one that he's not just going to let bad games get him down. It's just not the type of guy who he is. Just to know his family life, not to get weird like this, but he's not one of those guys who's going to go in the tank after a 5 interception game because he doesn't read the defense right. So it's going to be maybe some growing pains, but yeah, throw him out there. He's your number one guy. He's your franchise. See what he can do. If it does, you get better and better and better. If he, at least right out of the gate whether he can play or not, because sometimes these guys get out there and you're like, yeah, this might not work. But number one pick in the draft for a reason, and a bad year for quarterback draft. Just get him out there, let him be your guy, and sink or swim with him right away.
Yeah, look, it makes sense for Kirk Cousins to start if Kirk Cousins was already in Vegas last year and was already starting games for Vegas, and they were already a team that was close to a playoff or even in the playoffs, right? Like the same way that the Packers have done it with their last 2 quarterbacks, the same way that you watched Patrick Mahomes come up behind Alex Smith, then it would make a ton of sense. But you have a guy in Kirk Cousins who's also learning a new offense, the same way that you have Fernando Mendoza learning the same offense. So why are you going to go with the quarterback who isn't your future and just let the kids start and learn on the fly? It just makes more sense to me having Kirk Cousins, there week 1, week 2, week 3, by the time that Vegas fans get fed up with them, and then start Fernando Mendoza. To me, that just stunts Mendoza's growth. I think he should be starting week 1. And I honestly think he will. I think he wins the job in camp.
And to go to your example, though, it's you did the exact thing that like people, others make the mistake on, is by they cite the examples. Oh, this is why you should sit. Well, yeah, but like Aaron Rodgers didn't start because they had Brett Favre, and like Jordan Love didn't start because they had Aaron Rodgers. Alex Smith was a number 1 overall pick. So it's not like, these guys were like, oh, we're just going to, throw this guy out here. In this case, it was, it wasn't like, we're waiting on Mitch Trubisky because Mike Glennon has to play. No, it's get him out there. It's okay.
Love it. All right, let's go to baseball. Caleb Ferguson. Kate, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but Caleb Ferguson should have been suspended for the way he acted towards umpire Bill Miller the other night. Pete, you hot or cold?
Cold. Look, he just yelled at him. Like, okay, words will never hurt you. Like, he's mad in the moment, and it ended up costing them what? Did it cost them a game? I know it cost them runs because they had problems after that. But like, I would actually, suspend the umpire. You're in the wrong position. That cost another team runs because you did not get out of the way. Now, I'm aware there's a salad shortage. We can't eat salads right now. But, you got to be able to just get a little more agile out there, especially if you're right there and you're going to cost, that's a big deal. I have no problem with him yelling at him. Didn't throw anything at him. Didn't, go and threaten violence or anything. He just said a lot of naughty words. Fine by me. Shouldn't be suspended.
Yeah, I kind of forgot we're in a salad shortage right now. On one of the breaks, I snuck downstairs and my husband had a salad on the counter and he wasn't in the kitchen. He was in another room. So I quickly ate half his salad without him thinking. I might be screwed.
I was just going to say the word explosive is about to, hit your house in a bad way.
This might be a rough night ahead for me. Okay. Dang, I didn't even think about that. Woo.
Are you sure he left it on the counter and it wasn't just a trap, Kate?
He might have left it on the counter for a reason. I thought I was being so sneaky. I was like, I'll get a couple bites in quick before he notices and sneak back upstairs. Ha ha ha. Joke's on me. I'm going to go, this is cold too. This is sports. We yell at each other. We say profane things. I think, sure, if you want to give him a fine, a little slap on the wrist there, fine's not going to hurt the guy. I mean, it sucks that the ump was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'd be really pissed too. But also, I mean, weren't the Reds losing by like 7? Wasn't it like 7-0 at the time? So he was probably frustrated with the way the game was going. Give the guy a little fine.
But that's the beauty of baseball. You never know. That could have been it. They could have come back. We have no idea. The times in.
Maybe make him eat a salad. Give Caleb Ferguson a salad from Happy Farms, whatever the thing is, and that can be the punishment.
Happy Farms salad. That's
Isn't
wild.
That is that the brand? Happy Farms.
That's from Keith Constable, by the way, lawyers of Happy Farms, the Happy Farms Productions, not me. I think that's it. I'm proud of your product and think everything's just fine.
I just think that when the look from Caleb is really, really bad, and there have been players who have gotten suspended for a lot less than what Caleb did the other day. And not only that, I mean, it was just a jerk move. The way that to yell at somebody and call him a fat bleep to his face, like, I understand he was in the way. I get it. And it's frustrating when an umpire's in the way, because if you're in the right position, you should never be in the way. But it happens so rarely. Bill Miller is one of the better umpires in baseball. And to go off on him like that is just, it's crazy to me that he didn't at least get a 1-game suspension, not even a 1 game, with all the things that we've had players get suspended for in the past. Just a little crazy to me.
You're an umpire. You have you're not behind the plate. All you have to do is stay awake. That's your only job all game long, and then just not get in the way. That's pretty much it. Because how many bang plays are there on second? None. So just stay awake and get out of the way. You failed. You had one job, son, and you blew it. So I'm cool with him. You go yell, Caleb.
All right, we got one more here, and I'm pretty sure Monty put this into the chat. Iowa fans should be happy with Kirk Ferentz as head coach. Hot or cold, Pete?
Hot. I mean, it's really hard to win 8 or 9 games every single year. And the problem is every fan wants more. And every fan always wants something like look across the college football landscape. And we've been talking about this, throughout this program. And even guys like, Dabo Sweeney, a made man, not good enough. The guy went to the ACC championship, won an ACC championship, and went to the college football playoff 2 years ago. Maybe he's on a hot seat. James Franklin gets to the college football playoff Final Four, launched halfway through last season, doesn't even get to finish it out after a couple of big injuries hit and some bad breaks in really close games. It's hard to be consistently good to win that much. And it's not like Iowa is Alabama or Ohio State, where it's a sure thing that the next guy coming in is going to be able to do what Kirk Ferentz has done. And again, you're talking about the guy by a mile. He's the oldest head coach with the same team in college football right now. And I think after Kyle Whittingham left, I mean, he's just by maybe 5 years, I think he's been there longer than anybody else. So you're talking about an institution, and he keeps on winning. They keep winning 8 or 9 games. And of course you want a little bit more, but be happy sometimes that, consistently winning is really hard. But I'm not a Hawkeye, so I'll let this go to Miss Iowa here.
I'm going to change this around just a little bit. The grass is not always greener. So I'm going to say hot. The fans should be happy with Kirk Ferentz. Yes, I will agree with that. It's nice to win, even if it is 8 or 9 games a year. It's nice to not be, the Purdue's whose win total is 3.5. I would not like that. This should be is Iowa fans should be happy with the play style under Kirk Ferentz. That I think we could say cold. I would love to see kind of just a different offense, a different play style under Kirk, and one that's maybe a little bit higher octane offense. We're throwing the ball downfield a little bit more, because I think Kirk Ferentz is a great coach, and obviously this is his style of play and it's worked, and so he's really good at that. Would he, if he changes those types of things, if their offense operates different, are they going to be winning as many games? I don't know. So to this one, yes, Iowa fans should be happy with Kirk Ferentz. The grass is not always greener, even though it may seem that way. So I will say hot on this.
I'm just going to say there's nothing more beautiful, maybe in all of sports, than when they wave to the sick kids, and you see that kid up there and he's looking down on the field and you see him mouthing the words, "Throw the damn ball." I'm sorry. There's not a dry eye in the house when that, I'm sorry. I'll need a minute.
And I'm sure some of those kids are beautiful. Saying that.
It's so
Stop
beautiful.
running the ball. Throw it vertically.
Yeah, downfield pass, maybe. Just please, just one. Just give it a shot.
All they want.
That's how the wave started. They actually thought that the kids were waving and they were just doing the forward.
They're just saying no, downfield pass, yards per attempt. Give it a shot. Open it up a little.
Well, look, I'm a Notre Dame fan. I love Notre Dame. So I'm just, my daughter's going to Iowa now. I'm going to be a passive Iowa fan. I will root for the team. That I will be a Hawkeye dad now.
As long as
But
your business interests don't conflict.
Yeah. No, not at all. I want to hear from the guy who put this question into the rundown. Monty, are you happy with Kirk Ferentz as your head coach?
I agree with Kate and Pete for sure. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. I think it's a dangerous slope. Winning 8 games is better than 4. And who's going to be better? Phil Parker doesn't want to take over head coach. He likes being defense, and that'd be the guy that I would want. And modernizing the offense is the biggest complaint. So yeah, I mean that's what they need.
All right.
The problem always is they always say not that they're going to modernize it, but every year they're like, well, this is the year we're going to kind of add in a few wrinkles where we start to like, when they got Gronowski, like now we got a quarterback. Now we got a guy who's going to, be able to do some more. And there were moments. I mean, people forget, like it was a while ago. Remember Ricky Stanzi? This might be before your time, Kate, but like there were times that they did have quarterbacks.
I think I was at Iowa during one of Ricky. I think I overlapped with Stanzi. Stanzi was the quarterback when I was there.
They did have a passing game. This is not totally foreign to at least try it, but now they've figured out their punt baby punt, style. It just works. So why mess with it? So, but again, you came this close to beating Indiana. You came this close to beating Oregon. At some point that maybe that flips the right way. And if you get the 10 wins, then you get to the college football playoff and get just door nailed by 50. But okay, maybe you could get there by having the right year.
Defense wins championships, Pete. Don't you know that?
Yeah, they do actually. Indiana's defense was awesome last year. Yeah.
I just looked up Ricky Stanzi and his ESPN.
You probably had like two touchdown passes, right? I probably
there's he doesn't have any stats or anything, but there's articles where he was mentioned, and one of them is the most recent one's from 11 years ago.
Nice.
Was I really in college that long ago? Over 11 years ago?
Oh, it's not going to get any better for you, Constable.
Oh my gosh! I thought that was
Ricky Stanzi threw for 3,004 yards in 2010. He closed out his career averaging over 8 yards per attempt. He threw a lot of interceptions, but the dude threw 56 touchdown passes in 3 years. Are you at Iowa? That's
Kate, I can help you feel young. I can help you feel young again, Kate. I'm 2 years away from my 30-year high school reunion.
Ooh, all right. That makes me feel a little bit better because my birthday's next week and we're not getting any younger, guys.
Talk to me when you get the AARP thing in the mail and you can actually apply for it. That's a moment.
Oh man. All right. That's it for hot and cold. A lot of great hot takes. Some good cold takes as well. All right. We're going to recap some of the stuff that happened in Major League Baseball. Really the only thing that went on today in professional sports. That's on the other side, and then we'll wrap
My fantasy guy did not get a save. There, we've just recapped the baseball thing that happened tonight.
And there you have it. End of show. I'm joking. We still have 40 minutes left, people. Plenty more to come on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Seattle Seahawks were the best team in football last season. By any objective measure, eye test, if you're actually paying attention, all the advanced statistics, and, they won the Super Bowl. They were the best team. And yet, we have spent this entire offseason talking about the Los Angeles Rams. I bet you, out there watching or listening, that you think of the Rams in the NFC and in the NFC West before you think about the Seattle Seahawks. And this is where I'm guilty too. Because while you're focused on the Rams, I love the San Francisco 49ers. And here are the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks like, hey guys, remember me? Remember us? We just won the Super Bowl. We watched it happen 165 days ago. It's not like this was 20 years ago. 165 days ago, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl championship. They won it. Just like that spouse, that partner cheated. It happened. And just like the partner is going to say, no, it's going to be different this time, we are all collectively, most of us, at the least, hand-waving it away. We saw it happen, but do we actually believe? Do we actually believe? We and I, this is like doubting Thomas in the Bible, who needs to see, and I'm going to use a biblical reference here, I don't mean to make this religious, but needs to see Jesus' wounds before he believes. And then he sees them, and he believes. We are being shown the wounds, and we still don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams are minus 105 to win the NFC West. The Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when any of us talk about the NFC this season, all roads start and lead to Los Angeles, which is a little fun given that the Super Bowl will be played there this season. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny? The Seattle Seahawks, a quiet organization, goes about its business, doesn't have the flashy headlines. They don't take Ty Simpson in the first round. Don't trade for Myles Garrett. I'm not saying any of these moves are bad. Didn't trade for A.J. Brown. Didn't have the coach on the front page of the New York Post. And we all just kind of say, you know what? Even though we just watched this happen, I don't think it's going to happen again. And I'm guilty of it, too. And I think that's really important context. And it's something that all of us should think about, including me. This is a battle that I have with myself. When I think about the NFC West, especially, and I'm like, man, I love the Niners this year. And I'm forced to say, am I just doing this thing again where I'm looking past the Seahawks? Like when I picked the Rams to beat them in the Thursday night game towards the end of the year, or when I picked the Rams to beat them on Championship Sunday. Am I doing this again with the Seattle Seahawks? And it's very possible that I and we are doing it again. So what do you want to do with this team, right? Better than they were last year, but a harder schedule and Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down on the New England Patriots? Playoff team or no? Because there will be. Get ready for it. And I'm not saying they're going to be wrong. A lot of people are going to be down and out on the New England Patriots this year. Are you going to be one of them? Me? Haven't made up my mind just yet. But leaning towards being in. Not in to the extent that I think they'll go back to the Super Bowl. I just find it hard to believe after how good Drake May was last year. Started from the bottom, now he's here. And I believe in Mike Vrabel. Maybe not off the field, but on the field. I think the Patriots will be good this year. How good? I got to figure that out. But I am not going to be out on the 2026 New England Patriots.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
So, Pete, your reliever in the Royals-Tigers game didn't come through for you, so you lost.
He didn't even, not even needed. They didn't have a chance because they lost by 1. So that's pretty much the only thing that matters in baseball tonight is that, my Roto team, which is a heater but is having a bad week, could have used that save, didn't get it, and the Royals lost, and now I'm sad.
There you go. recap of Major League Baseball.
Recap of baseball. There's got to be something that's happening in the world tonight, right? Is there like summer league basketball or something that matters? Or
no, I just saw on ESPN just posted an Instagram. Anthony Edwards got married. Marriage was official on.
Speaking of prenups,
July 16th. So congrats to Ant-Man. He's a married
So we have
man.
got. Speaking of which, we have gone 4 hours and 30 minutes, and we have not mentioned LeBron. And like we're from Minnesota, and all my Minnesota Timberwolves friends who are diehards despise LeBron for a variety of reasons. And I'm trying to tell them that yes, you would gladly take LeBron James on your team, even though he's never gone there in a million years. But LeBron is now holding the world hostage, waiting for his big decision of where he's going to take his talents.
Which I almost feel like now, and like stuff came out that he was annoyed that Adam Silver was trying to bait him into making a decision based on we need to put the schedule together. Teams want to know when they're playing, all this stuff. And now I feel like LeBron's just toying with us even more and saying, all right, well, you want to know? I don't want to tell you yet. And so I'm going to keep this you have to believe, Pete, he has his mind made up.
Right?
He's not what's the point at this point?
Well, dude's not going to Sacramento. Or something. Either you're going somewhere really nice and warm, or you're going to Cleveland just because. Because Cleveland makes sense in that he could go ring chasing, and that he could be one of those guys who doesn't have to do anything, and can just doesn't have to play defense, and can just put up his numbers. Who again, the crazy part about LeBron is he's old, but he's still good. He can still play. That Houston series was amazing, so he can still be a real part of a puzzle here. So it's got to be Cleveland, right? Because why would you go to Miami at this point? And nobody else really makes sense. Nobody's really going to pay you what you need. So you're not going to get paid what you want. So the face-saving move is to go to Cleveland from a nostalgia stake, because then you'll say, yeah, I'm taking way less money so I can go back home. And who's not going to buy that narrative?
You don't buy into the Miami Heat production team leaking the YouTube screen saver?
I'm guessing someone put together that together in advance, and somehow someone pressed a button somewhere that they shouldn't have. But they someone did that just so in case that was coming out, and they put it away and then delete it when it doesn't happen. But all right, who doesn't want to retire to Miami? All right, I get it. Go down there and try to recapture the glory and, do something there. But that just doesn't make any sense, logistically, and for wanting to, go ring chasing here. So Cleveland just seems to make the most sense here.
All right. I kind of think he goes to Miami, Pete. I really do.
It says you want to go there.
Well, I do want to go to Miami. I've only been there once. It was for work years ago. I have a bachelorette party coming up in Miami in January.
Look out.
Pete, I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, you would. Absolutely. Look out. It's knock it out. South Beach, yeah, absolutely. We should do a remote show from there.
That would be pretty fun. And
Sure.
if LeBron's playing for the Heat, maybe the girls take a Heat game. No, there's no way we could get the crew to go to a Heat game.
Nice. No, but yeah, I get it. It mattered. When was the decision? When did he do the take talents to South Beach thing? Was that 15 years ago at least, right? What year was that?
Yeah.
Because that's pre-Cleveland round 2 and obviously pre-Lakers. So that had to be at least. Okay. Yeah, so it's close. Yeah, so 16 years ago. Jeez. All right. I remember being in Chicago.
About feeling old.
Remember at the time, the thought was that he was coming to Chicago because that they were going to do some sort of crazy deal with Dwayne Wade was going to come here, which he eventually did, and they were all going to come together and restore the glory of the Bulls. And then all of a sudden, nope. like he's going to Miami. Like, all right, well, you guys, played that one. So no, that was a thing. I remember the decision. I remember the moment with the whole TV production, the painful thing that I'm taking my talents to, which unfortunately nobody gets that reference anymore because it was great for so long. But now I think you're right. Miami
kind of feel like that's what he's doing with this decision. Like, it's just another spectacle. It may not have the whole lights and cameras and interviews and stuff, but essentially he's having the entire world waiting on the edge of their seat for him to drop this news. It feels like the exact same thing. And he always says he regrets the way he made that decision and like how it came, not the decision to go to Miami, but the production around the decision. This is a pretty big production around this decision he's making because he's making us all talk about it all summer.
I am going to throw this question out, and I don't agree with it, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Other than maybe Steph Curry, who's a bigger name in the NBA right now? Because SGA is just not. It's the Oklahoma City thing. He's two-time. He's great, obviously, but Jokic isn't. Brunson is going to get there now because New York and all this. But in terms of just who's the face of the NBA, it's hard to say it's LeBron James, but like kind of is in a weird way, right? Because who else would it be?
He can hold us all hostage. Yeah, I mean everyone. I mean, it's Wemby is the future.
I guess Wemby, yeah, right.
But is he the true face already?
Not yet, because nobody liked the way that they went out in the finals. But like he's the guy, he's next. But like in terms of being the face, like if you were to say right now, who is the biggest star in the NBA, it's probably Wemby. But like but in terms of who is the face of the NBA, because it still connects to the old school and he's still good. I mean, he's old and doesn't play defense. He's messy on defense, but okay, he's still great. And it's not like he's just along for the ride. He could actually be a real piece of a championship puzzle. And he's LeBron, and he's the all-time greatest scorer, even though I love Kareem, and I don't think that he should be like that. But so yeah, right? I mean, Jordan's actually still the face of the NBA, but it's LeBron is probably it.
I don't necessarily disagree with you at all. Like if you asked even like the casual NBA fan or like my mom who doesn't follow the NBA, but like who's the biggest player in the NBA right now? LeBron would be up there.
And you know why you can't, in the whole, like, who's the greatest player of all time? It can't be LeBron. And for one simple reason, nobody spells his name right. Everyone puts a lowercase b in there. So if, nobody misspells Jordan,
That's a funny story, Pete, because I went to grad school at Northwestern and there's this thing called the Medill F. Medill is the journalism school there.
Yeah.
And if you spell a name wrong at all, if you have any spelling or grammatical errors in a paper, you automatically get an F. Okay. And I wrote a paper with LeBron's name in it, and I did not capitalize the B. And
now, if you had a cheeky professor, you should have gotten a B on that exam if everything else was fine. But
so he let that one slide. He kind of gave me he did the whole, are you sure you spelled LeBron's name right, Kate, before you turn this one in? And I finally caught it. But then, get this, EJ Liddell, who was drafted by the Pelicans. Honestly, I don't know which team he plays for right now. He doesn't play a whole lot. I got an F. I spelled his last name with one L instead of two. And I got an F on that. So my NBA spelling names, that's the lesson for tonight, is not great.
Well, and that's the funniest thing is when you see on like Twitter X or whatever, Twix, and you see someone going really hard about a real hard take on, LeBron James is the greatest. He's my ride or die. And they have the lowercase b. I'm like, no, he's not. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're a bot and you're just not saying that, or else you're just, not even trying. But yes, it does kind of undercut the argument. But so just watch. So we'll see. It'll be a pet peeve once he does sign with your Miami Heat, and waiting for the gal pal party to come down there. But so this is going to still be a thing in a time when there's nothing really happening yet. He's going to milk this for all it's worth. And there's stories now coming out being like, all right, dude, we get it. Like, make your decision already and let's go.
Well, he's got to make the decision. Training camp opens in late September. Obviously,
isn't that crazy? It's crazy how soon the season starts. It's like we just had the Knicks. It just happened. Like, and now there's training camp. It's like, seriously, NBA, like 50 game season or something, which will never happen. But like, yeah, maybe right. You're right.
What LeBron's, this is his like push for that is shorten the season because I'm gonna wait until the very last moment, just to kind of prove how the NBA never is over. But he's gonna announce it before any sort of football gets started because he's not gonna want football to overshadow him. So it has to come in the next couple of weeks.
Well, there's got to be a Nike campaign about it ready to rumble. So somebody out there knows in advance what this is, unless Nike did the thing where they've cut 4 different versions of the same ad and then are waiting to go with whatever one's going to be. So
that is probably, if Nike were smart, which I'm sure which they are.
At the moment they're not, they're dying, aren't they? Aren't they kind of getting...
I don't know. I just ordered 2 new pairs of shoes from them last week, so I'm keeping them in business.
All right, so you're doing your job.
I'm doing my job. Spending all my my money from working here on running shoes that I don't run. I'm trying to become a runner. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, exactly. That too. Yeah.
All right. I remember running. That was fun back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's good, but that's what happens. You do these shows and you eat, and then you go to sleep, and then it's like, that you have to get out there.
Yeah, you sit for 5 hours straight. My step count is like nothing.
4
after these shows. Yeah, exactly. All right, Pete, we got to take a little break. We'll wrap things up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
And Aaron Boone, and I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him. He's apparently the nicest guy in the world. So I'm not saying he's a bad guy at all. I'm sure he's a good friend and a father and a brother and a son and all that stuff. He's not a bad guy. But he's one of these guys that defends everything. Everything. Guy has a terrible slump. Oh, like we're just waiting on Judgy to get the bat off his shoulder. And I'm using Judge just because he calls him Judgy, and I think it's funny. Judge is not going to be mired in a slump like that. But, Anthony Volpe will go out there and kick the ball like he's Leo Messi in the World Cup final. Aaron Boone will be like, yeah, he's just working it out. He's going to be fine. It's like, hey, Aaron, listen, buddy. Like, we all watch sports. Like, we all know what's right and what's not right. You can say sometimes that, like, the decision that your player made was not right. You can criticize somebody. You don't have to be a jerk about it, but you don't have to defend everything under the sun. So forgive me if I hear Aaron Boone talk about what an embarrassment this is for Major League Baseball. And it just kind of like, it goes for me in one ear out the other. It's the boy who cried wolf. If you defend everything, then when you defend something, it has zero meaning. Like, it would mean way more if he did throw Anthony Volpe on. And I'm not suggesting to do it in a terrible way. But yeah, like, you can say, this guy's not playing well. We need way more out of him. Instead of being like, yeah, well, like, they'll go out there in a doubleheader and get swept and be listless and be awful. And he'd be like, oh, I like the way the guys battled. What are you talking about, dude? This is like 1984 by George Orwell, right? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. That's what Aaron Boone does. He's basically like he was like a state-controlled media. No, everything's great. All good. I know you just watched the team lose, but you know what? I'm going to tell you why they were actually awesome tonight. And it just gets tiresome. It's not that he's a terrible manager or a bad guy, but this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this team, which is there's ultimately no accountability because you cannot win every year and keep your job. No accountability, and they're going to fall short again, even in a bad American league. So yeah, like we can turn this into like Jose. Think about how insane this is. Like Jose Caballero is a good player. He's not exactly a household name. Like this ain't exactly Shohei Ohtani we're talking about, right? And Major League Baseball just woke up one morning and decided to have a vendetta against Jose Caballero. Like, come on, stop it. I'm sick of it. And they'll be there come October. There's no doubt. AL's bad. I actually think they're going to win the division. 2.5 games behind Tampa. I think they'll win the division. Even if they don't, they'll be in the mix. And they'll lose. I don't know what round it'll be in. Maybe it'll be in the World Series. This team is not winning a championship. I say it every year, and every year I'm right. And I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Tonight. He's Pete Futek. I'm Kate Constable. We were talking in the break about what have we been betting on lately? Do we have any futures down? All of that stuff.
We have no futures, basically, is what you're saying. We have no future.
Yeah. I have zero future right now because I don't have any futures laid for NFL or college football quite yet. Although after tonight, Pete, I may have to put in some college football win totals. We talked some Big Ten win totals earlier today. So those may be going into the slip. But Combs has what did you say, Brandon?
A 16-team parlay?
For week one of NFL? $3 to win how much?
It's actually $3.73. So I have this thing, Pete. You were asking why didn't I put 10? So when I win a bet and I have an odd number, like I like to bring it back down to an even number sometimes. So when I've got an odd number on my balance, I'll just bet the odd number on something crazy, something random, like a small dollar amount. And I had 373 as an odd number left in the balance, and I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and do this. But it's 373 to win $68,288.
And see, the thing is, what happens when you win this and you're going to be like, oh, man, I should have put down 577. Like,
if I win this, yes, I will be happy with the $68,000. And
if you win this, are we getting tea and crumpets next time? Is that?
If you'll get all the tea and crumpets next time. I think that if I get to Sunday Night Football with only 2 games remaining, I might just cash out because the cash out is probably going to be insane.
Oh, you can't.
I would highly recommend doing that. No, I would highly recommend doing
because,
that. I know it's
because
not fun.
you'll hit it and you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. All right, so
what if you could have like 37 grand off of $3?
Okay, so let's go. Right. So I'm going to say you're starting off with you took Seattle over New England.
I've got the Niners over the Rams.
Okay.
I've got the Seahawks. I've got the Bears. I've got the Bills, the Ravens, the Saints, the Buccaneers, the Jaguars, the Steelers, the Titans, the Eagles, the Packers, Vikings. I couldn't pick a winner because I don't have a feel for that game yet, so I just took the over 45.5.
Yeah, but the other 15 you got clocked. I got you.
Yeah.
I got the Raiders, the Chargers, the Giants, and the Broncos.
Wow. Okay. I mean, as I'm looking here, I mean, it seems so obvious now. I mean, that all makes sense. And so when it comes down to that Monday night, you have the Broncos over Kansas City -3. I mean, the point spreads are immaterial here because they're all 3 points, so who cares? But like, okay, so did you go heavy favorites or did you go more?
There's 3 ups. There's 3 underdogs that I have in there. I've got the Niners are an underdog. They're a +160 dog to the Rams on opening night, but it's week 1 of the NFL.
Yeah.
Any wild things happen. So that's why I also have the Saints over the Lions because I think the Saints are an up and coming team. I think the Lions are a little bit overrated. And
you're getting 7. And you're getting 7 with that one. So at least there's an actual spread there that you can get. Okay.
Right. And then the other
Did you take the Jaguars or the Browns?
I took the Jaguars.
Okay, so you're giving away the 7.5 on that. So that's you're saying it's happening. It's on for the Jaguars.
These are all money line.
Oh, money line. Okay. Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah. No spread.
What happens if you hit all 15 and then the total is the one you lose on?
I'll be pretty mad. The reason I think that
I'll be pretty mad.
The Packers are a good team, but I think that the Vikings are better than people are thinking they're going to be too.
I'm with you.
I just, for that game alone, just because it's a divisional game and divisional rivals, and I hate them both, I just decided to go with the over instead of picking a winner because I'd be extra mad if that was the one game I lost because I picked a winner in that game. Not only will I be mad that the team who won, but then I'd be mad that I lost my money too.
I mean, am I crazy that 45.5 is a lot of points for that Minnesota defense? Is that... We're analyzing this like each and every one, like this 16 teams are going to hit with the.
I don't think it's too crazy for I could absolutely see a 27-20 type game in Vikings Packers. I don't care.
Where is that game being played?
Minnesota.
Okay, all right. I like the over there. Although Lambeau at that time is no problem, but elements. Maybe it's rainy or windy that day. Minnesota, you're inside. Yeah. That's a little bit better.
Yeah, I love the idea of Denver over Kansas City, right? And that's the one that's because is Mahomes right yet? Do we? I mean, I know he's like kind of okay, but do we know that
has he been right for the last 3 years? I mean, because the numbers have steadily decreased for the last 3 years.
Like he's still hurt though. I mean, he's still coming. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know he's working, but he's not like back.
No, he says he's going to be back for week 1, and those are the reports. But how back are you week 1?
Well, the other thing too, is it back to being him or is he dad bod? Losing.
Those are good questions. These are things we need to know.
And the other thing, the Thursday night game, Niners versus Rams, it's on Netflix, so it doesn't actually count. Because it's not on, that's just a game that doesn't really matter if it's on Netflix or Prime or anything. Those are just throwaway games, suggestions more than real games.
Kyle Shanahan's going to want to come out and prove a point week 1.
Yeah, those are the games week 1. Those are the games that tend to those standalone Thursday night first games like New England over Seattle, San Francisco over Rams. Those tend to be the ones that go the wrong way.
All right, we're going to find out week 1 of the NFL season.
Let's go. Let's do this.
is going to turn $3 into $63,000. Thanks for joining us tonight here on BetMGM Tonight. Thanks to Riley Donald and Clay Harbor. For Pete Futek. Appreciate you, Monty and Brandon, both behind the scenes, and Lee in our Westwood One studios. I'm Kate Constable. Have a great night.
What about LSU this season with Lane Kiffin?
It's all Sam Leavitt. If Sam Leavitt, the transfer quarterback from Arizona State, if he's healthy, then LSU is going to be a team to reckon with. Because again, when you look at the talent, it's as good as anyone in the country. He's coming off that Liz Frank surgery on his foot. I don't think they would have paid him the money and gone as hard for him as they did if they didn't think that he was going to be healthy. And if Sam Leavitt is healthy, with what they have and with Lane's ability to make portal guys click right away, like LSU is one of those teams, I'm just telling you right now, if Leavitt's healthy, come week 7 or 8, you're going to want nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. And look, I'm going to say the same, like, I think if I made this statement right now and we fast forwarded to SEC Champ Weekend, the first weekend of December, I could see Oklahoma playing for the SEC championship and then making a run towards a national championship. They're also that good. And so every team has a strength of these upper echelon SEC teams. And Lane's is that he's a great offensive mind and he did well in the portal. And it's LSU talent. I've said this for years about LSU. Everybody in college football has. If they ever got the right guy to sustain the success a la Saban at LSU, that may be a once-in-a-lifetime run. But if you found a guy that understood it and went at LSU for 10 to 12 years, I believe that it's the most talent-rich job in the country. Meaning that if LSU gets humming and they recruit to their potential, forget the portal, just the talent in that area alone, you could have a decade of dominance at LSU because it is that bountiful with talent.
If you had to, Matt, pick a team outside of that top 7 that you think could surprise this year in the Southeastern Conference, who is it and why?
South Carolina. And I'm bullish on the Gamecocks because I believe last year was kind of an anomaly to what Shane Beamer's got going there. Lenore Sellers coming back. They've got Bryles coming in as the offensive coordinator. Dylan Stewart's one of the best defensive players in the country. And I think that they are going to have an opportunity. Look, for the record, Alex Golish is going to turn some heads this year because of what he brought in from South Florida. And I love John Sumrall to get Florida back to the SEC elite. But if we're specifically talking about this year, those 3 teams, Carolina, Auburn, Florida, I think they are all going to jockey from week 1 till Thanksgiving weekend. Is that surprise team in the SEC that people maybe you can't say didn't see coming, but they're like, oh, welcome to the conversation, South Carolina, Auburn, and Florida. For me, because I know the good Lenore Sellers is really good, and I know that Dylan Stewart is a top 10 pick really good. So I'm going to say based on that, I think South Carolina has a remarkable season.